Lime's Inferior. 'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Alfred Tennyson. A delicate mist rose above the water, a soft veil that gave a gentle outline to the city, whose panorama looked from here like a narrow gray ribbon, jagged at the top in a fanciful pattern, and stretched along the boundary between the water and the sky. The boat rocked gently on the small waves that rhythmically lapped against its side. The rhythm of the rocking and the sound of the water had a lulling effect. People tend to demand far too much from life, Sneer mused, lying stretched out on the bow of the boat. Almost everyone with sweat on their brow, and usually to no avail, strives to achieve what could be gained simpler and easier. They seek happiness and contentment without first trying to understand what these concepts truly mean. For me, for example, a perfectly adequate realization of the idea of happiness is a moment like this, lying on my back, swayed by the waves, warmed by the sun's rays, when you can really feel the flow of time. The rhythm of the waves gives the illusion that the only process happening around you is the passage of time, pure, abstracted time, filled with nothing but the splash of the waves against the hull. If you can allow yourself not to count the waves or the passing moments, if the passage of time doesn't cause panic in your mind, then you are truly happy. He opened his eyes and, without moving his head, scanned the lake. It seemed that only a few among the millions of Argoland's residents shared his view on the matter of happiness. In Sneer's field of vision, only a few sails and 2 motorboats drifted lazily without power. The rest of the happiness seekers were swarming in the area of that jagged strip of gray that separated the dark blue of Lake Tibbigan's waters from the light blue of the cloudless sky over the western horizon. Happy are those who don't measure the time, he recalled an old saying. There must be something to it since it's been said for so long. But I would put it differently. Happy are those who don't have to measure time. In a situation where no one lacks food, clothing, shelter, or even entertainment, time becomes a value in itself and is no longer just a moving backdrop to life, a second-plan landscape slipping irretrievably past the window of a speeding train. Time is the main element of reality, an essential component of existence, of duration. And yet people seem not to notice this, not to appreciate the significance and value of time. The ancient maxim still lives. Time is money. Money has become an empty word, having died in the process of social transformation. Yet that mindless, primitive approach to the issue of time still lingers in common consciousness. Why? Probably because, Sneer answered himself in his musings, the overwhelming majority of people are, in essence, thoughtless and primitive individuals. For isn't it simple to grasp the obvious truth that he, Sneer, had figured out long ago, back when he was a student, that time is simply life. Life is a finite piece of time that has been given to you like a blank page to color, scribble on, or crumple up and toss into the trash. Time is life, and life is such a precious and unique value for an individual that it would be foolish to convert it into any other material goods. Since these two concepts, time and life, are so inextricably linked that on the scale of a single human existence, they practically mean the same thing. It follows that free time means free life. Free time is the time we can spend according to our own will. The greatest wealth a person has is the time that remains from life, after deducting all the hours filled with obligations to society and the necessary efforts to ensure one's material existence. The ideal of freedom would therefore be a situation in which a person controls all of their time. Sneer was consistently approaching this ideal. He was exempt from public obligations under the laws in Argoland. His class did not predispose him to receive mandatory employment. His personal initiative and talent, however, allowed him to minimize the effort required to secure the means for pleasant free time, or in other words, free life. Sneer didn't consider it improper that he was doing better and living more comfortably in this world than others of his class. According to the principles of the social system in which he was born and lived, the idea of maximum comfort and freedom with minimum effort and obligations was a forward-looking goal, a state envisioned for the future for citizens of all classes. Sneer believed that he was merely one step, well, maybe two steps ahead of social development, outpacing the average four, who was also heading in the same direction, though more slowly. And as is well known, history respects those who are ahead of their time, even if they do not enjoy the recognition of their contemporaries. A side gust rocked the boat more forcefully. Sneer, lying on his back, instinctively spread his arms to avoid falling into the cold water of the lake. His hand brushed against the sun-warm body of the girl he had almost forgotten about, while lost in his thoughts. In truth, the girl was an unnecessary prop on the yacht. Sneer hadn't intended to bring anyone along on today's trip. The passage of happy time is sometimes best experienced alone. Sneer had had enough of people's company, especially that of girls, back there, on land in the colorful, noisy jungle of Argoland, in crowded bars, on the streets, in hotel rooms. It was only out of habit that he had waved her over when he saw the eager look in the girl's eyes as she watched him unhook the boat from the buoy in the yacht basin at noon. He regretted the gesture almost immediately, but it was too late. The girl quickly stuffed her beach bag into the storage compartment, made a graceful dive from the quay into the water, and emerged seconds later by the yacht's side. She was a fairly attractive specimen, young, no more than 20, with beautifully tanned skin and fairly full curves. But Sneer had known too many like her to be particularly excited about this one, who had been wandering alone around the marina. Fortunately, she didn't turn out to be an annoying passenger, although, without any encouragement from Sneer, she had removed the top part of her swimsuit as soon as the boat passed the breakwater, probably considering it the minimum repayment owed to the provider of the trip. Afterward, while sunbathing on the yacht's bow right next to Sneer, she didn't interrupt his thoughts, except perhaps with the interesting shape of her large bust when it entered his field of vision during larger tilts. From the few sentences they exchanged during the several hours of lazy drifting on the water, Sneer learned that the girl's name was Grace, that she was studying historical sciences, and that she specialized in the history of ethical thought in the modern era. Presenting his own rather original and bold ethical views to a student half his age seemed inappropriate to Sneer. Conversation on other topics didn't seem to flow either, and soon Sneer was lost in his thoughts again. The contemplation of pure, untainted time absorbed him so completely that it was only the accidental touch of the girl's arm that reminded him he was not alone on the boat. The girl took this touch as an invitation for further intimacy and responded by squeezing his hand. But Sneer didn't follow through. "We're heading back," he said coolly. "I'm getting a bit hungry." He regretted this admission immediately because the girl, completely unabashed, asked where they would go for dinner. Sneer wasn't stingy. He even liked paying handsomely for dinner with an attractive young girl in a good restaurant. It added to his allure in the eyes of his peers and was part of the cost of self-promotion. However, he knew how it would end. The girl was clearly accustomed to playing fair, and she was eager to repay him. Considering her student income, that repayment could only take one specific form. But today, Sneer wasn't in the mood for female company in a hotel room. "Well," he muttered, turning a key in his hand, seemingly by accident, so she could see the class symbol. "We'll stop somewhere along the boulevard." She wasn't put off by his fourth class. Quite the contrary. "Here I thought you were at least a 2. I've never seen a 4 who rents a yacht for 6 hours, she said with a smile, and Sneer only now noticed that the girl had wonderful gray-green eyes. "You must be a very resourceful fourth if you can afford such expenses." She seemed prepared for any possible development in her relationship with a newly met man because, as she pulled out worn jeans and a skimpy knitted blouse from her beach bag on the shore, a toothbrush fell out. "For me," she said while dressing on the quay, "class doesn't matter. With my major, I could become a teacher. Well, maybe a TV journalist, but that would require a very high class. So I'd most like to get a 4 and have plenty of time." Sneer muttered mockingly. "When you're a pretty and young girl, a 4th and a bit of nerve are all you need." "I've never had big ambitions," she said with a shrug. Then, studying Sneer's face closely, added, "It seems to me that you don't like me very much. You probably prefer intellectuals." Sneer sensed a note of disappointment in her voice, and since he had a soft heart, he put his arm around her, and they walked together toward the city center. He had known from the start that it would end this way, As a 4, he couldn't even use the excuse of needing to get up early for work. The girl was, all in all, quite decent, and perhaps she really didn't have the points for dinner. Sneer well remembered his own financial struggles as a student, and he had always been very sympathetic toward the youth, especially the female kind.
Philip woke up.
Especially the female kind.
Philip woke up much later than usual, instinctively glanced at his watch, and immediately broke into a cold sweat. It always happened like this when he realized that nothing could save him from being late to work. A wave of mild nausea accompanied the thought of having to explain himself once again to the HR. Philip's position wasn't the best, and there were increasingly frequent rumors about layoffs and the difficulty people like him were having in finding work. When he finished his studies, there were no problems with that. Even some 4s were being called to employment. Now, even at the 3 offered no security. His internal sense of time told him that today was not a day off. His mind was working sluggishly, his head felt unusually heavy. Only after a while, when he had already imagined himself sneaking fearfully into the HR office and had almost concocted a completely original excuse for his tardiness, did he suddenly remember that he could calmly turn his face to the cabin wall and doze off for a few more minutes, those few minutes that are the most delightful part of sleep when you can, with your eyes tightly shut, recall the most interesting episodes of the dream you just had. Philip had been on vacation for a few days. Although he was spending it on the spot, here in Argaland, since traveling anywhere was beyond his financial means, it was still pleasant. He could sleep as long as he wanted and then spend the entire day wandering around the city, visiting districts he hadn't been to in years, strolling at noon along the shores of Lake Tibbigan and casting envious glances at those who rented splendid sailboats and motorboats to cruise around with beautifully tanned girls. The knowledge that he wouldn't have to face his boss today allowed Philip to sink back into his half-dreams. The unpleasant physical sensation subsided, the muscles in his stomach relaxed, and only a slight pressure in his temples disrupted the pleasure of the moment. What could this slight headache mean? Philip tried to recall the events of the previous evening, but sleep overtook him again, filling the gap in his memory with fantastic visions. There must have been some beer. A lot of beer, he thought to himself before he completely succumbed to the nap. Around 9 o'clock, he woke up for good, transitioning from sleep to wakefulness as abruptly as a submerged ball pops back to the surface of the water. He tried with all his might to cling to the dream's thread, but the dream rejected him decisively and irrevocably. He came to with a strange feeling of regret and disappointment that he hadn't been able to finish the beautiful story in which he had been the main character, experiencing it with extraordinary realism. It's always like this, he thought with a grudge against fate, lying with his eyes closed. The dream escapes at the most interesting moment, and even though you know it's just a dream, you unsuccessfully try to prolong it for just one more moment, and it never works. And then, even if you fall asleep again, you dream of something entirely different. Philip's dream had really been beautiful. He was replaying it now, savoring its content so much that he didn't even feel the lingering headache. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked around the room with clarity. His clothes were neatly arranged on the chair, his shoes lined up perfectly. Yes, there must have been a lot of beer. Only beer brought out such meticulousness in Philip. It was a habit from his student days when his father would complain about him drinking beer with friends and coming home late. The neatly arranged clothes were meant to show that Philip was perfectly sober. Now his father no longer paid attention to those, albeit rare, evening returns of his adult son from the bar, but the reflex remained, stronger the more mugs Philip had emptied. But it was real. He propped himself up on his elbow and, rubbing his forehead with his hand, laboriously tried to separate truth from the dreams. That man, that machine. In an instant, he remembered everything. There wasn't much, but how wonderful the reality had been, whose remnants returned to him in his dreams. Yesterday? Yesterday? So he was coming home after spending the whole day at the beach, where he had surreptitiously watched the shapely silhouettes of passing girls through half-closed eyelids. The academic holidays had begun, the beach was full of students, joyful, relaxed after the tensions of the summer exam session, exposing to the sun and wind everything that could be uncovered, and Philip, shielding his fair, freckled arms with a shirt, covered in an unsightly pinkish tan, dreamed of being one of those tall, dark-haired guys who sailed yachts across the bay. Or, at least being able to rent boats, even just once every few days, for an hour or two. He knew it was completely unrealistic, with his earnings, in his modest position. In his imagination, he devised ways to achieve higher income and a better position at work, then again imagined various extraordinary events that would bring him unexpected gains. He knew perfectly well that nothing like that could happen. First, because no one had ever made a fortune lying on a beach and inventing the most unrealistic scenarios for their future. And second, he realized this, it was usually his lack of courage that prevented him from putting any of his ideas into action. Philip was afraid of everything, even what everyday life brought. In this otherwise safe world, he was afraid to speak up loudly, for fear that someone might accidentally hear his voice rising above the average level of noise from the collective of which he was a part. He was afraid of the HR manager, which was the cause of his morning nausea when he had to mentally craft a convincing story explaining why he was a few minutes late for work, a story entirely different from all the ones he had invented before. Philip often hated himself for his fear. Many times he resolved that one day he would bravely admit that he had simply overslept, but he remained afraid, despite that awareness and those resolutions. On the beach, too, he acutely felt this lack of courage. He couldn't bring himself to join the students playing ball, to strike up a conversation with one of the girls. He felt small, insignificant, unworthy of anyone's interest. If only I had a one. Or at least a two, he thought, seeing himself in his dreams at the helm of a motorboat, with the key hanging casually on a lanyard by his swim trunks, so that everyone could see who they were dealing with. He believed that even a two made an impression, something his three could never achieve. When the sun hid behind the tall buildings surrounding the beach along the bay, he got dressed and wandered the streets aimlessly, hoping that one of the extraordinary adventures he had imagined would occur, an adventure that would bring a change to his life. Beer provided a semblance of such a change. Used in larger quantities, it allowed him to forget his fears for a while. After a few mugs, he felt like he did when he was a student. He fondly remembered his student key, which only contained a modest amount of his stipend, paid entirely in red points. That key, with the empty space where the class designation should have been, seemed like a key to a truly happy life. It offered potentially unlimited possibilities. The empty space could, in theory, be filled with the symbol of the highest class, and the empty registers of his accounts could be filled with round sums of green and yellow points. Back then, as a student, he hadn't appreciated the wonderful potential of the student key. He dreamed of finishing his studies as quickly as possible, obtaining a class, of course a high one, there was no doubt about that at the time, and having numerous points in the pleasant colors of green and yellow. How much would he give now for that blissful sense of confidence? In the tests, he had barely earned a 3, and that was the beginning of his fears. The rest was slowly brought on by the awareness of constantly teetering on the line that separated the actively employed from the reserves. Today, a 3 no longer provided any job security, and you could get fewer and fewer things with green points. The few yellow points he received each month disappeared in no time. "I'd tell the boss what I think of him," he justified himself as he passed a bar window, "but then he'd take the first opportunity to fire me." And then? He knew what that meant. No job, no yellow points. You couldn't do much with just greens and reds. Recently, even the vending machines with decent beer had been switched to yellow points. With greens, you could only get some disgusting, bitter-tasting liquid, probably synthetic. Setting aside even luxuries like a sandwich with tenderloin or those wonderful sailboats on Lake Tibbigan, the lack of yellows prevented him from enjoying the normal, human pleasures that Argoland offered to its residents who earned yellow points. How could you invite a girl to a bar on the beach without yellows? If she wanted to eat something, to drink something, you couldn't very well offer her a cheese sandwich or mint tea, the only things available for green points in the exclusive bars by the marina. It would probably be the first and last date. Yes, having a 2 would give Philip the necessary margin of safety for his well-being. A 2 guaranteed stability, and it would be a long time before even those with a 2 would have to worry about not having a job. While entertaining these thoughts, Philip found himself inside the bar, right in front of the machine with imported beer. With determination, he placed a mug under the dispenser and inserted his key into the slot. To hell with those few measly yellows. I'll never save up enough in 100 years to afford even the smallest of the things I dream of, he justified himself as he watched the amber liquid fill the glass. He drank greedily, in large gulps, then filled the mug again and sat down at the counter, next to the slot machine. A small, round-faced, and quite balding man stood in front of the machine, watching the flashing lighted signs that invited people to play. "Try your luck, multiply your points," Philip read. The bald man glanced sideways at Philip, clearly looking for a way to start a conversation. 30 for 1, he said, half to himself. "If I had a few yellows. I saw a guy today put down a 10 and win 300. Yellows?" Philip was interested. He was betting yellows, so he won yellows. "It doesn't happen often, but I'd bet 2 if I had some." "Why don't you play with greens?" Philip suggested, slowly sipping his beer. "Nah. Why tempt fate? I'll save that chance for when I get a few yellows." 10 yellows. Philip calculated, that's as much as I earn in a month. Hesitantly, he reached for his key, examined it carefully as if seeing it for the first time. The grey digits indicating the time ticked by in the slow rhythm of passing seconds. With the fingers of his right hand, he grasped the head of the key and, with the index finger of his left, touched the yellow dot on the plate. The yellow digits lit up in the indicator window. Well, you've saved up quite a bit," the bald man said, peering over Philip's shoulder. 50 yellows, that's something." He looked closely at the key and added, "You're thrifty. It's not easy to save up 50 yellows with only 3. If I were you, I'd bet a few. Points attract points." "I'll give it a try," Philip mumbled, although he was reluctant to take the risk. "But only with 1 point." He inserted the key into the slot, pressed the button, and pulled the lever. "Well, look at that," the bald man exclaimed. "You won 3 for 1. Not bad. You should bet again." "Oh, what the hell?" Philip muttered and bet 3 points. From there, it was like a dream. The machine started ringing and flashing lights. 100 for 1, some nearby spectator cheered, and the other bar customers turned their heads toward the machine. Philip stared at the yellow digits on the counter as if to make sure they wouldn't disappear, as often happened in dreams of a big win. 300 yellows. He repeated feverishly in his mind. 2.5 years of work. In the past 5 years, he had managed to save just 50. 300 yellows was a fortune for such a young man. But Philip was fully aware that even the biggest fortune disappears without a trace if it's not backed by regular income. He had already managed to spend 10 in a single afternoon twice and knew it was no big deal. A few people present in the bar were now gathered around him, looking with admiration and envy first at him, then at the machine, which was still buzzing and flashing with the sign, "Fortune favors the bold, believe it and try more often." "Well, my friend, I think I've earned at least 1 mug," the bald man suggested, climbing onto a bar stool. "Even 2. Philip smiled, and then thought that it would be appropriate to celebrate this extraordinary event. He walked over to the beer machine and immediately filled a dozen mugs. "Help yourselves," he said to the onlookers surrounding the slot machine. "Beer for everyone." A collective murmur of appreciation was his response. Everyone drank to the success of the lucky player, and Philip felt very pleased, especially since the entire treat cost him just 1 yellow point, the one he had intended to lose when he started the game. By the 3rd mug, he was already on a first-name basis with the bald man, who said his name was Carl, treated Philip very warmly, and didn't seem like a freeloader. In fact, it was Philip who kept urging him to have more mugs, until Carl started restraining him from being too extravagant. What happened later, Philip recalled with some difficulty. Sitting on the couch, he tried to organize the facts. Then he reached into the pocket of his jacket, which was hanging on the back of the chair, and pulled out his key. Everything matched. Of the 354 yellow points he had at the time of cashing out his winnings, just under 7 were missing. He had spent almost 2 in the bar, and the remaining 5. He reached into his pocket again and felt a rectangular card. "Carl Pron, Hotel Cosmos, Argaland, TI." He read and turned the card over, where a shaky, handwritten note said, "Tuesday 2 p.m. Instinctively, he glanced at the numbers on his key. It was Tuesday 9:10 a.m. So it's all true, he wondered. Unless that Carl guy is just a scammer. But even if... I haven't invested much. What's 5 yellows? Just yesterday, he wouldn't have thought this way, converting that amount into motorboat rides or car rentals. Now everything will change, he thought, recalling the fragments of conversation with Carl that had stuck most in his memory. Who was that unassuming man, quite polite and polished, but looking like a fur at most? Could he really help Philip? He must have been a good psychologist, judging by how accurately he guessed the needs of a young man after spending just 3 hours with him over beer. I know a guy, he said out of nowhere when they were already somewhat friendly, who can grant any class. Philip was a little surprised, although he had heard that there were such people. On the other hand, it was widely known that classification was strictly controlled by the system, and no one had any influence over it. How do they do it? He asked, leaning confidentially toward Carl's ear. Trade secret, Carl smiled. But if you wanted to, it could be arranged. It wouldn't be bad, Philip mumbled, blushing slightly, and took 2 sips from his mug. You won't get far with 03. I know, damn it. Think it over. What's there to think about? Exactly. There's nothing to think about. But it costs a lot. How much? Well, who knows? A professional would charge a couple hundred. Yellows? A good specialist prefers to work for yellows. Unless, converting at the highest rate, that means, well, about 15 for 1, that would be 3,000 reds. Or 800 greens. Damn, that's a lot, Philip was saddened, but then he remembered the win and brightened up. He filled 2 more mugs. 200, but it's hard to get in touch with a good professional. They're cautious, they don't take risks. You won't reach one on your own, they won't talk to you if someone doesn't recommend you. And it's not worth dealing with any hack. There are plenty of those around the testing stations, they tout their services and then disappear with the deposit. Or they don't lift a finger, just pretend to do something, and if someone happens to pass without their help, they show up to claim the fee. I'm warning you about those who approach you on the street. Could you introduce me? If you wish, I could try. I can't promise anything as the best rarely take on smaller jobs. They wait for more challenging operations. They can afford it, do 1 or 2 lifts a month, and that's enough. Every job comes with the same risk of getting caught, so they prefer the better paying ones. Please arrange a meeting with a good professional, Philip said, already quite tipsy. If you want. But I have to get a commission out of it. Of course. You have to earn too, Philip agreed. Sure. You have to live off something when you don't have a good class. I usually take 20% for the contact. If you give me 5 for expenses, I'll try to give you an answer tomorrow. That's when Carl gave Philip the business card. It inspired confidence. You could only get such cards if you had paid for the hotel a month in advance. At the Cosmos, that must have meant a cost of 50 yellows. Carl didn't look like someone who could afford such luxuries. He didn't hide his lack of points and kept mentioning that he was barely making ends meet, but evidently, he sometimes had larger sums coming in. Philip, of course, didn't ask what he did besides mediating between lifters and their clients. Maybe Carl was a lifter himself, one for smaller, easy cases? Whatever, Philip thought. I don't think he's just trying to swindle me out of those 5 points. Carl really wasn't pushy and made a decent impression. The 5 points Philip transferred to his key when they left the bar were treated as a down payment on the commission. The rest was to be received after the whole deal was finalized. Everything seemed pretty clear, at least last night when the beer buzzed in his head, and the world seemed simpler and more cheerful. Now, in the morning, as he recalled the conversation with Carl, Philip began to feel his usual everyday fears again, slightly alleviated by the knowledge that he had 300 and something yellow points on his key. 200 plus 40 for Carl, he calculated while in the shower. A staggering sum. But it would have disappeared without a trace anyway. He once again remembered his father's words, repeated many times when Philip was a student, and later when he was a student, the only thing that guarantees security in today's world is a high class. It doesn't matter how many points you have on your key. The most important thing is that you work, and work well, because what matters most is what you get monthly. Philip didn't quite agree with his father's assessment of the issue. Reality often contradicted those maxims. Philip knew many young people for whom a low class and lack of work didn't prevent them from spending yellow points by the hundreds. However, he also understood that the income of these yellow youths, as they were commonly called, came from allowances from highly positioned dads, zeros, or from other, unclear sources. Philip's parents only had threes, which didn't allow for a very lavish lifestyle. As a student, Philip received at most 1, sometimes 2 yellows a month from them, and that had to suffice for all the pleasures not available for reds from the student stipend and the few greens he occasionally earned from odd jobs. The vision of a higher class, a better position, and at least 30 yellows a month improved his mood and gave him courage. Soon, he stopped worrying about the costs the planned operation would entail. After all, those points had fallen into his lap as if from heaven. As for whether he could handle the work as a 2, he wasn't worried at all. He was convinced that he fully deserved the second intelligence class. Carl woke up the second intelligence class. Carl woke up well after 9. The girl was already gone, evidently slipping away quietly while he was still asleep. He had paid her the night before she went with him to the cabin. She had cost exactly the 5 points he had been paid by that lucky young man at the bar. He got up and looked around the hotel cabin. Good thing I paid for this cabin in advance, he thought with a sigh. He checked his key. It had a few green points on it, just enough to get by for the next few days. He didn't have any red points left at all. Usually, he exchanged them immediately with dealers for green points at the current black market rate. In his circles, it wasn't considered good form to eat in cheap joints or stay in budget accommodations. Damn it, he cursed inwardly as he pocketed the key. Why did I get myself tangled up in this mess? Until recently, he had no financial problems from doing minor lifting jobs. But ever since he had been persuaded to participate in a certain shady venture, he had to abandon his usual activities. He was tempted to quietly earn a bit from lifting. He'd gladly create a 4 or even at 5 for those few yellow points. It was always better than nothing. But he knew he couldn't risk it now. He had to appear as a respectable citizen and couldn't afford any suspicious activities. After all, that's what he had been paid those 200 yellow points for, and he expected to receive much more. The points had been spent in less than a week. A luxury hotel, decent restaurants, girls who charged 5 or more points. This was what the people whose plans he didn't even try to understand demanded. When he agreed to work with them, he knew the deal was particularly shady, but he consoled himself with the thought that his previous line of work also brushed up against criminality daily, although the risks were associated with much smaller profits. They promised him thousands, so he agreed without much hesitation. With his actual class, he couldn't expect big profits from lifting. 5s and 6s weren't the kind of clientele you could make a fortune from. They hoarded their yellow points, buying them at exorbitant rates, and then it was hard for them to part with each one. Especially now, when a 4 didn't guarantee real employment prospects, few were investing in upgrading to that class for just a few extra greens. Small-time lifting at the lower level is coming to an end, he said to himself, combing the sparse strands of hair over the balding crown of his round head as he looked in the mirror. Only the big sharks, the high-level specialists, will remain on the market. Making a zeros probably costs around 1,000 yellows, which could let you live carefree for quite a while. And the competition isn't that fierce. How many lifters with a real 0 can there be in Argaland? 3, 4? He suddenly remembered Philip, the 5 points he had spent on the girl, and the possibility of earning another 35 yellows. He glanced at his watch. It was almost 10. Perfect time to catch one of them in town, he thought, finishing his morning routine. The phone rang. Carl picked up the receiver and listened intently for a minute to the instructions given in a female voice. "Okay. I'll be there at 1, he said and hung up. He felt a strange thrill. So, it is happening. He would have to get to work, which in other words meant sticking his neck out for those who promised to pay thousands. He felt uncertain, sat down in the chair by the table with the phone, and nervously tapped the keys of the device without lifting the receiver. He had a strong urge to call the contact number he'd been given and say that he was backing out of the deal. But he knew it would be pointless. He knew too much, and besides, he didn't have a single point left from what he had been paid up front. There was no way out. Carl pulled out his key from his pocket and examined it closely, as if the thin, rectangular plastic card with its small window displaying time and ending in a flat circular grip was something he had just seen for the first time in his life. Until now, he hadn't even tried to understand exactly how the key worked, just as he had never wondered about the workings of a phone or a calculator. He suspected that no one in the country, except maybe a few egghead zeros, knew or understood what happened inside that Teflon chip, which served simultaneously as an ID, a credit card, a watch, a calculator, a diploma, an intelligence class certificate, and who knows what else. Involuntarily, he began to recall what he had ever heard about the construction and properties of the key. Something about semiconductors, integrated components, cylindrical domains, dipoles, liquid crystals. No, this was too advanced for Carl, and yet there were some clever people, probably zeros too, who had cracked this complicated device. Carl knew that you weren't supposed to mess with the inside of the key. A damaged or broken key always meant a lot of trouble and the loss of your entire account balance. Sometimes even a reassessment of your class. The loss of points wasn't a threat to him. He could likely defend his formal, low class without much difficulty. A few years of lifting had allowed him to easily pass any test for a 4. But Carl had never intended nor had the inclination to look inside a key because he knew he wouldn't see anything interesting. He looked at the plastic card with its round fingerprint identifier, which made the key a strictly personal item, with a certain sentiment and a bit of regret. He knew he would have to part with this familiar object today, receiving in return another, crafted by the mysterious schemers who didn't want to take risk trying out their own product. "This is a marvelous thing," advertised the guy who had roped Carl into the job a week ago. Remember the story of the magic tablecloth, or the one about the purse that would produce gold coins whenever you shook it? Well, this is supposed to be something like that. Carl couldn't imagine how that could be possible. A fake key? Sure, there had been some cleverly made fakes, but they usually worked only to operate simple beer vending machines or metro turnstiles. But a regular key, with every feature? He clearly remembered various experiments he had conducted with friends when they got their first student keys. Someone else's key inserted into a machine would immediately trigger wild alarm sirens, and there was no question of getting anything beyond your account balance. The machine would always respond with a red message showing how many and what kind of points were needed to fulfill the customer's wish. Carl knew the basics of point transactions. He had even studied, though not very diligently, economics. So he knew that there were different types of machines: vending, cash, accounting. All of them operated on the keys held by citizens. The condition for operating the machines was the match between the holder's fingerprints and those encoded in the key, and of course, the right amount of points. He had never managed to cheat a machine and believed it was impossible. Some people had tried, sometimes with makeshift devices. But you could also get caught for a stupid pack of cigarettes. There must be some weak point in the control system, some Achilles heel, allowing you to trick the bank, Carl mused, staring absent-mindedly at the flashing digits of the clock. And those smarties seemed to have found a way to add something extra to the account and the key. He knew full well that simply falsifying the record in the key, even if it were possible, would solve nothing. The system was too smart to tolerate such naive deceptions. Who would dare experiment with their own key anyway? To do that, you'd need to know the internal code of the machines, and that changed automatically from time to time. One wrong magnetic impulse could completely distort the record in the key's memory, and you'd end up with some nonsense and an immediate arrest. Carl remembered an old friend, a skilled handyman, who had gotten into trouble with the police trying to mess with the magnetization of his key. He sighed heavily and lazily got up from the chair. "Let's hope these are professionals, not some amateur bunglers," he muttered to himself. At 10:30, he left the cabin. As he closed the door behind him, he suddenly stopped. Damn, he thought, the lock on the door works with the key that paid for the room. When they give me the new key, it might no longer fit. But then he remembered that the new key should be full of yellow points, so he could partially cancel the reservation and retrieve the remaining points from the reception machine after deducting handling fees. He brightened up at the thought, as this way he could get back over 30 yellows, which also meant the possibility of having breakfast in a luxurious hotel bar, where only yellows were accepted. When I get this new key, I can test it right away at the reception machine, he thought, as he collected his points and headed toward the bar. I'll get myself an even better cabin. It's a pretty good idea, this bottomless purse, he began to think with appreciation about his employers. As long as I don't get myself into trouble. In front of the bar, he noticed a green uniform. Instinctively, he turned his face in the opposite direction and headed toward the chairs set up in the lobby. He sat with his back to the policeman and watched him for a moment in the mirror-paneled wall. He could feel his pulse pounding in his temples, hear it in both ears, and his hands were sweaty. Nerves, hell with it, he scolded himself. The policeman was looking into the bar, where the girls, those same ones who always hang around looking for generous guests, were moving about in front of the machines. The policeman was probably there to use his keen eye to separate the familiar regulars of the hotel bar from those who had come by chance in search of someone to pay for their breakfast. Carl saw him disappear into the bar for a moment and then come out with two young girls, probably teenagers. They left meekly. The policeman looked around once more, and then slowly headed toward the exit. He's probably getting points from the local girls for eliminating unfair competition, Carl thought as he entered the bar. I guess one must make do. He was angry at himself for being disturbed by the sight of one calm cop who was probably moonlighting during his duty hours. What are you afraid of, you old fool? He chided himself. There's no reason yet. You have your own, legal, most honest key in your pocket. Moreover, with a minimal amount of points, which in this society is the best proof of your honesty. He got up from the chair and lazily walked into the bar. The girls, dressed as colorfully as mannequins from the best clothing stores that only accepted yellow points, perched on high stools around the walls. A few of them turned their faces, sweeping Carl with sharp, assessing glances, but evidently, he didn't seem wealthy enough in yellows. I'll have to dress it more expensively, he thought absent-mindedly, if I'm going to stay here longer. He understood what the men who were going to give him the fake key to test had in mind. Here, in a decent, rather expensive hotel, people spending significant amounts of yellow points didn't raise suspicions. It would be difficult to test the unlimited capabilities of the key in low-grade hotels and cheap places where most of the machines operated on greens. Carl looked around the bar. Besides the brightly dressed and noisy like parrots girls, there were quite a few men sitting here, whose professions could easily and without risk of error be considered illegal. He noticed two lifters he only knew by sight, but that wasn't enough to talk to them about Philip. In the corner, he saw a familiar, old keymaker, but he thought it wasn't a good idea to socialize with people of that trade right now. So, he headed to the opposite corner, inserted his key into the machine, took a tray of sandwiches from the dispenser, glanced at the yellow digits that appeared in the window, and cursed under his breath. For sandwiches cost nearly 1 yellow. He examined them. 2 were with black caviar. I'll have to get used to it, he thought. You'll have to accept such expenses without batting an eye. And better not to look at the price at all. He heard, or maybe sensed, someone behind him. He cautiously turned his head to survey the situation out of the corner of his eye. It was just one of the girls. Do you like caviar? She asked. He looked her over and gave a half smile. Want some? He offered her the tray. I've had enough. She sat down next to him and chewed in silence for a moment. Salty, she said. When he returned a moment later with 2 cans of 9 down, she was finishing the second sandwich. Will you leave something for me? He asked dryly. Eat, she pointed to the tray. Are you looking for someone? Maybe I can replace her? I don't think so. I need a good lifter. I don't know any, she mumbled cautiously and opened the drink can. Let's say. I see 2 here, but they don't know me. What are you trying to get? A 5, she asked sarcastically, squinting her eyes. You owe me for 2 sandwiches, he said coldly. Sorry. That was a stupid joke. Yes, it was. Do I look like a 6 to you? Well, so what are you trying to get? 2, but not for myself. Do you know Sneer? I do, Carl perked up. He'd be perfect. He was here half an hour ago, with some girl. Where did he go? I don't know. He paid for her, then left alone. I think he lives here. He probably went for a walk to the center. He usually strolls around this time. Thanks. I'll look for him. Want anything else? I'd like something to drink. What should I tell him if he comes back? Nothing. I'll find him myself. Carl jumped off the stool and brought the girl a glass of cognac. It cost him half a yellow, but the information was worth it. I just need to find him and get him to agree, he thought, walking down the street and scanning the passers-by. He glanced at his key. It was 5 minutes past 11. He remembered the scheduled meeting and quickened his pace, still keeping an eye out for Sneer. At this point, it wasn't even about the remaining 35 yellows from Philip. He wouldn't need them in the near future, and after that, he would have as many as he wanted. If everything went well. Now it was purely about professional honesty. Besides, he felt a bit of sympathy for that young, somewhat timid guy. As usual, the bar was crowded and noisy before noon, but almost no one stayed longer than it took to drink a coffee or a glass of beer. Sneer waited a few minutes until his usual spot in the corner was free, then he sat on the high stool and dipped his mustache into the foam. As he swallowed the first sip of good Pilsner for the day, he slowly began to calm down. His racing pulse returned to normal. A bit of alcohol restored clarity to his thoughts. Here, amidst the murmur of overlapping conversations, the clinking of glasses, and the gurgle of dispensers pouring drinks, he felt awesome. Here, he was safe, well hidden among the constantly changing faces, right in the heart of the city. Like a small, smart snake in a tropical jungle, using its mimicry abilities, he slipped through, unnoticed by both enemies and those who allowed him to exist. He always drank his morning beer here, secure in the knowledge that he could easily have a second, third, or even fourth if he wished. Usually, though, he never drank more than 2. He respected his clear, sharp mind, to which he partly owed that beer, too much to obscure it with excessive alcohol. However, the awareness of the potential to get completely drunk if he desired gave him a particular satisfaction. This awareness was one of the main elements contributing to his sense of security in this bar, in this city, and indeed, on this planet. Occasionally, with perfectly timed slowness, he would turn his head at the sound of the buzzer signaling to some customer that their monthly limit, whether for beer or something else, had been reached with the previous dose. Sometimes, when he was in an especially good mood, and the customer struck him as likable, Sneer would slowly slide off his high stool in the corner. Having a secure spot in the corner was also part of his sense of security. He liked having his back and one flank covered, so he would slide off that stool, gently push aside the wannabe drinker, who usually stared dumbfounded at the machine, then insert his key into the slot and order 2 large beers. He would reliably receive them, whether it was Monday or Saturday, it made no difference, and nonchalantly hand one over to the surprised guests or, clinking one mug against the other, propose some ridiculous and over-the-top toast. Today, he wasn't in the right mood for such moves. By the 4th pitcher, he realized that even the beer didn't even taste good. He already felt a slight buzz in his head, and the voices around him began to blend into a homogeneous hum. He put down the half-empty glass and stared blankly through the window at the stream of passers-by flowing past the bar. He was irritated, distracted, and furious in the worst possible way, furious at himself. It's much easier to endure even the greatest displeasure when you can blame anyone else but yourself. Like a complete idiot. Like a regular sixer, he thought, scolding himself with disgust. How could I let that happen, get caught in such a primitive way, fall for such a trick? Ever since he had practiced his profession, or rather, his activity, he knew well that from time to time someone, somewhere, got caught for this or for other reasons. But up until now, those were rare cases. Among his colleagues in the trade, various legends and anecdotes circulated about such incidents. A slip-up was always something people talked about for a long time afterward. And here, just like that, a stupid, idiotic mistake. Sneer went over the entire morning in his mind once again, if you could call the morning the time between 10, when he got out of bed, and noon. The day had started normally. He woke up in a mid-range lodging cabin, for in his trade having a permanent residence was inadvisable, and staying in the luxury hotels could arouse suspicion. Then he wandered aimlessly around the city center, staring at shop windows and legs of passing girls. He stopped by the barber point, shaved at the machine, and took an electro-massage to give his 40-year-old physiognomy the look of a 30-year-old. He didn't really have anything to do today. The last client had paid their dues to the letter. This meant he could afford at least a month of idleness, but Sneer didn't like taking long breaks. Not out of greed though, but out of passion. This kind of work gave him not just the means to live comfortably and decently, but also a particular type of emotional adventure, a genuine thrill, which was hard to come by in this orderly and almost perfectly organized world. So, in short, he went out for a walk before noon, to drink his usual beer at the corner of North Avenue and Saturn Roundabout. Then he was supposed to meet someone who owed him a few dozen points. In other words, nothing serious, no dangerous undertakings. He was walking relaxed, calm, clean as a whistle, and suddenly, unexpectedly, that guy, it was undoubtedly Sneer's fault. He was simply too relaxed, too carefree, too friendly toward the world and people, and for a moment, he forgot that among those friendly people, there could always be some scumbag, a sneak, an undercover agent, a rat, And anyway, there was no reason for him to have stopped in front of the display showcasing the latest models of micro-informatics gadgets. What did he, a four, care about micro-whatevers? In that one fatal moment, he got lost in thought, distracted, didn't keep an eye on his subconscious, allowed it to rise to the surface, bubble up through the calm, dense layer he surrounded himself with and which made him feel so good. How did that jerk sense that moment of distraction? It could have been pure coincidence, but Sneer knew that such coincidences almost never happen. After all, you don't randomly approach the first passerby and ask such an innocent-sounding question. It was undoubtedly a setup, but why was it aimed at him specifically? Did he make some mistake? Maybe it was the result of a client's betrayal? No. Sneer had always been very careful. He treated his clients properly and never took on dubious cases. He never threatened, blackmailed, or extorted. At most, he would withdraw from a deal, sometimes allow delays in collecting his fee, or even waive off some minor debts. It was hard to imagine that any client would rat him out for personal reasons. He had all of them in the palm of his hand, and besides, each one knew that sooner or later they might need to use the contacts they had established with a top-notch professional again. Such a connection was very valuable for those who, thanks to specialists like Sneer, managed to rise above the level of their own heads. And yet there must have been some betrayal, an anonymous tip-off, or something like that. Maybe someone from the industry. Competition? That too seemed unlikely. There was practically no competition, there were plenty of customers and those kinds of services were always in high demand. Sneer considered himself part of the elite in his profession. He only took on high-profile cases. He could afford it. Low volume, high fees, never any cheap mass work, no shoddy jobs for the poor. He didn't take on easy cases, none of that 5 to 4 or even 4 to 3. He usually operated between a 3 and a 1. 1 or 2 cases a month, and that was enough. There was no need to risk too often, to expose yourself, to fall into routine. Sneer preferred to work on each case individually, slowly, with care and creativity. He was proud of the fact that he rarely repeated the same tricks. He saw himself as an artist, not just a craftsman. Today's incident had completely thrown him off balance. He didn't go to the meeting with the debtor, didn't finish his last glass of beer. Who knows what will come of this, he thought, still brooding over the event from an hour ago. What can he do with it? He didn't say a word, just looked at the key, wrote something down, thanked me politely, and left. Maybe I should have followed him, offered something. Sneer could have easily bought off a whole bunch of such small-time agent brats, but any attempt to bribe one of them with the key would be tantamount to admitting something. And then you wouldn't know what they might do. Maybe the official process would be better than blackmail. I had it too good, things were going too well, he mused, leaving the bar. Something like this always happens at the most unexpected moment and from the direction you least expect. He looked around instinctively, as if afraid they were already coming for him, though he knew perfectly well that was not possible. They'll definitely summon me for verification now, he thought as he walked along the edge of the street, not even glancing at the legs of passing girls. Goodbye, sweet life. They'll stick me with a 3, no doubt. To hell with 3. He corrected himself after a moment. It'll be good if they don't find out the whole truth. He knew the investigation methods too well to hope he could keep his secret. It was one thing to deal with a regular test, and completely another to cope with a verification of a known suspicious case. I wonder what they'll make me do, he wondered, already considering the worst-case scenario. He imagined it quite vividly. He grimaced at the thought of getting up every day at 7, running to one of those horrible offices for a few hours, or worse still. I'd work like a dog, not even earning half of what I have now. No, there's no way, damn it. I can't let that happen. But what annoyed him most was that he got caught so stupidly, him, a 0, and moreover, in his own opinion and that of his peers in the trade, one of the best lifters in the entire metropolis. To get caught, and that so casually, not while performing his professional duties, that reeked of shame, casting a shadow over the entire lifter clan. He walked the streets, seeing and hearing nothing around him. He searched his memory for that one fatal moment when he made the mistake, for now, he no longer doubted that he must have made it. That cop had simply been waiting for him there. He had clearly staked out Sneer's normal, daily route, like hunters of old by the path the game used to take to the watering hole. Sneer had to admit that the trick was effective, though stupidly simple. Could it be that the police had finally decided to crack down on lifters, and Sneer was the first victim of their new methods? Why me, he asked himself, quite pointlessly, and to console himself, he answered, because I'm someone who counts, not some petty thief. If they started with those at the bottom, they might succeed in numbers, but they'd only catch the small fry, and the bigger fish would be warned. By catching someone like me, they hope to intimidate the rest. Someone nudged his shoulder. He turned around, perhaps a bit too nervously, but without slowing his pace. I've got something for you, said a chubby, balding man in a low voice, shuffling a step behind Sneer. He knew him. Yes, it was that, what's his name? Prom? No, Pron. A small-time lifter from the lower classes, pulling up some 5s and 6s. A nobody, Sneer usually didn't associate with such types. But this one sometimes brought good prospects. I've got a job, 3 to 2. I do it myself, but it's a bit too high for me, and a piece of cake for you. Promising guy. How much? Sneer asked mechanically, but immediately remembered that he didn't care, at least not now. 200. In yellows? In bright yellows. Not bad. But I won't take it. 200 was indeed a lot, especially all in yellows. Sneer imagined the endless line of mugs filled with amber liquid that he could get for it. What do you mean? Pron stopped in his tracks, then scurried to keep up with Sneer, who was still moving steadily forward, and grabbed his elbow. What's wrong with you? Taking a vacation? Oh, give it a rest, for God's sake, Sneer hesitated. They got me, and they'll probably take me any moment now, he added after a moment. You? The tone in which this was said and the roundness of Pron's wide eyes tickled Sneer's vanity. For a moment, he felt gratitude toward the unpleasant man for that reaction of astonishment, clearly suggesting that Sneer's slip-up was something the man couldn't even fathom. Me? Sneer confirmed with a gesture that said, so what? Even the best can slip up. On the job? If only. In a foolish accident, on the street. One too clever answer to a dumb question. And you call that a slip-up? Pron shrugged dismissively. He wrote me up. So what? What do you mean, so what? It's obvious. When I report to have my key recoded, they'll send me for verification, and they'll grill me so hard that. You've got plenty of time for that, at least until the end of the month. We'll figure something out. You can't figure anything out. It's too late, Sneer sighed with resignation. Late-ish, but not too late. Could have been worse, Prawn said cheerfully. I've had all sorts of trouble myself, and thank God I've been doing well in this business for 7 years. Who wrote you up? Some young guy. Undercover. The most effective solution is already gone, then. What? To knock him off, on the spot. You probably didn't even follow him? There it was. That's the difference between low-class punks and the elite, to which Sneer belonged. For the former, knocking off was an obvious solution, something that wouldn't even cross Sneer's mind. It had always been that way. Back in the days of banks and safes, no serious, reputable safecracker ever touched wet work, while any petty crook had no remorse to resort to cutthroating. 2 weeks is plenty of time. I'll figure something out for you, while you can do me a small favor, take that 200 job. Honestly, he's already advanced me a few points as a deposit because I promised to set him up with the best specialist. I was counting on you. You know me. I've never let you down, right? So, what do you say? Oh, what the hell? Give him to me. I'll be in the lobby of Cosmos in an hour, Sneer agreed. Thanks. He'll be there at 2. And I'll think about your issue. We've got to help each other if they're starting to sniff around. Think, my friend. With your 4th-class brain, you won't come up with much. And it wouldn't hurt me to have some savings for tough times. What's on the key is mine. Even if they verify and reclassify, they still have to transfer everything, down to the last point. Unless they prove lifting. Then it's worse, much worse. But they don't have any evidence. At most, they'll reprimand me for deliberately and knowingly concealing my real class. Or maybe not even that, there doesn't seem to be any law against that. Prawn turned into the next side street. Watching him go, Sneer wondered what class this little hustler really had. In the lifter's code of etiquette, asking about such matters was a major faux pas. Sneer slowly made his way in the direction of the Hotel Cosmos. He wasn't supposed to meet the client for another hour. It was part of the professional ritual. The client shouldn't get the impression that the lifter was ready to serve at any moment. As a result, he wasn't quite sure what he would do with this hour. As he wandered through the side streets of the downtown area, Sneer suddenly spotted a familiar face. It was an old friend, probably from their university days. A good friend, even. Despite the other's initial reluctance, they were soon sitting together in a small bistro on the corner. Sneer felt the need to talk to someone, to distract himself from the dark thoughts of the day. It was only then that his friend revealed the reason for his earlier resistance. I don't have any yellows on me, he admitted honestly in front of the beer machine. Don't worry about it. I'm the one inviting, Sneer smiled. They sat down with their pitchers at a table in the corner. Sneer looked at his friend warmly, memories of the good times nearly 20 years ago coming back to him. How are things with you, Matt? He asked, but he immediately regretted the trivial small talk. You don't ask that kind of question to someone who just admitted to not having yellow points for a beer. You can see. Not great. Matt replied bluntly, but without making any tragic grimaces, which made Sneer like him even more. I just got back from a test. I didn't make it. What were you aiming for? I was going for a 3, but... Why on earth would you want a 3? To get a job. I finally want to do something. Sneer shook his head in silence. That some people don't have more serious problems, he thought. So, you're not doing anything? Nothing. And you? I've got a 4 too. But, as you can see, I'm not complaining. Matt stared into his pitcher. Do you understand any of this? He suddenly asked in a low voice, looking around. Because I'm lost. Sneer didn't like discussing politics, especially in public places. But his friend clearly needed support. Maybe even more than Sneer himself on this lousy day. Everything's fine, Matt, Sneer said. It's how it was meant to be, according to the plan. That most people do nothing? That's always been the goal. Since ancient times, people have tried to offload physical labor onto animals, onto machines. Then mental effort onto computers, information systems. And it almost worked. If someone still has to manage and improve things, it should be the best. There's nothing left for the rest to do. That damned classification, Matt muttered. Is it necessary? Listen. Sneer leaned back comfortably and lit a cigarette. If the official press articles don't convince you, I'll explain it more simply. There are a few fundamental traits that an ideal society should have. Of course, you can never actually achieve perfection. But you should get as close to it as possible. The first thing is equal chance. So, universal access to education. We've met that requirement. We have universal higher education. In the past, they used to say, you need a title, the rest doesn't matter. Whoever had the title had better chances. Those without it felt that this lack determined all their failures. That source of social frustration was eliminated. Universal higher education was introduced. Mandatory, and if it was to be mandatory, everyone had to be able to complete it. Making it possible means adjusting the level of requirements to the level of the students. Now no one can say they weren't given a chance. What next? The second tricky issue is earnings. They try different methods. Giving according to need is an unattainable ideal. Needs are unlimited, growing as they are satisfied. And the means to meet them are always finite and limited. Giving according to work is a good principle. But it can only be fully applied when everyone has work. You can also give everyone equally. That sounds not bad, but it's not entirely fair, and it causes various unwanted disincentives. In our society, a special cocktail of these different distribution principles is implemented, along with differentiated requirements. We demand more from citizens the higher their level of intellectual potential, abilities, and mental activity. Since everyone has equal education, the only method to determine that level of intellectual usefulness is universal classification using a system of tests. Hence, 7 classes of usefulness, from 0 to 6. Anyone can be called to work, although, as we know, in practice only those between 0 and 3 are needed. The distribution of goods is more complicated, but you must admit, it's been handled quite cleverly. According to the principle, everyone equally, everyone, regardless of class, receives the same amount of red points per month. It doesn't matter whether they work or not, because that's beyond their control. According to the principle of to each according to their abilities, citizens receive additional green points. The higher their intellectual class, the more they get. This creates an incentive to improve one's abilities, to achieve higher classes, and thus increase their potential usefulness to society. The number of green points doesn't depend on whether you work or not. What's rewarded is the readiness and appropriate level of work potential. And finally, those who do work are additionally rewarded, according to the principle of to each according to their work, with yellow points. They must have some incentive to be productive. So, in short, that's our perfect socio-economic system. No one is left without means of subsistence, even if there's no work for them and if they weren't sufficiently gifted with mental prowess. You've presented it nicely, Matt said bitterly. But you should also add that with red points, you can only get the basic necessities, essential clothing, the simplest food, and modest housing. Agreed, and rightly so, Sneer interjected ironically. Additionally, everyone, depending on their class, gets more or fewer green points, which can be used to buy slightly more refined items, natural fabrics, real ham. And those who work efficiently can buy various luxuries with their yellow points, including good beer. Don't you think everything's as it should? Matt looked at Sneer, still unable to tell if he was defending the system with conviction or mocking it. And what do you think? He asked directly. I find it comfortable, Sneer said, finishing his beer. I don't understand how you have yellows if you don't work, Matt suddenly remarked. Such a question was only acceptable among very close friends, but Sneer didn't take offense. You know you can privately exchange green for yellow? At the black market rate? Of course. Sometimes even reds for yellows, although that's very expensive. But ew, that's not allowed. Nor is it forbidden. Nobody cares. There are legal accounting machines where you can transfer any number of any points from one key to another. But Matt hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. You don't buy yellow points on the black market, do you? You guessed it. Sneer laughed. You've got to have 0 here. He pointed to his head. And here, he added, pulling out his key, a 4 at most. That's all I can tell you because you're not a snitch. How do you know? Matt smiled. Because you don't have money for beer. Ha, you're right. That's a pretty convincing criterion, Matt laughed bitterly. Only informers are always busy, regardless of their class. The police must have informants in all circles. But sometimes an undercover agent just pretends to be a 6. He even has a key with a 6, but he's really much higher. You have a 4, Matt muttered. No, no. Sneer patted his friend's hand reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm quite on the other side. I've got my own troubles right now. But when I get through them, I'll do something for you. What can you do? As a 4, I won't get any job. That's my concern, Matt. Okay. If it's clean, I'll be grateful. Just no dealings with the police. I told you, I'm on the other side. I believe you deserve a better class than a 4, so according to my conscience, it'll be a clean matter. Let me tell you something. Matt hesitated, then fell silent for a moment, staring at the table. I really have at least a 2. I even had it once. But there was a situation. They offered me something, I refused, and now I'm having difficulties. In short, you didn't want to snitch? When was this? About 3 years ago. My key was stolen. I reported the loss. It was found after a while, but it was tampered with. They accused me of trying to hack the key and hinted they'd cover it up under certain conditions. They even promised to rank me a class higher. I said I didn't want either a 1 or that job. Then they ran a verification on me, and I dropped to a 4. Interesting. Sneer shook his head in disbelief. I've never come across something like that. The tests are usually conducted by a machine. The staff doesn't interfere. Under normal circumstances, that's true. Sneer fell silent, deep in thought. If such things do happen, the world starts to look a bit more grim. I always thought that this world was governed by a decent, computer-objective order. The authorities don't deal with individual citizens. They focus on the processes concerning the collective, not the individual. Everything I've experienced confirmed that view. I've been taking advantage of that situation for years. But apparently, sometimes it's like in your case. That means a violation of personal freedom. The established social order in Argaland has always guaranteed freedom to individuals. Freedom! Matt scoffed, almost choking on his beer. Is this freedom? Man, what world are you living in? Are you blinded by yellows, or what? I don't know what you do for a living, but you should see the simple relationship between order and freedom. They can't coexist. If freedom is a real fact, then order is only apparent, and vice versa. It's the same situation as with equality and fairness, which you mentioned. An equal distribution will never be fair, and vice versa. Think about it. There's something to that, Matt. As I said, I find the current situation comfortable. At least it has been until now. I understand it's not comfortable for everyone. That's even obvious. I have a unique occupation. You could say that my profession is a pathological outgrowth of Argaland's social system. Or maybe it's a logical necessity of this system. He fell silent, looking around the small pub. At the next table, 3 tipsy men were having an animated conversation. It didn't take long to be sure they were 6s. On the other side, a young man was sitting alone, nodding over his mug. Sneer caught his sharp gaze, too alert for someone who was drunk. What do you do? Matt asked quietly. If you can say. I can. But not here, Sneer murmured, not taking his eyes off the guy at the next table. As soon as I sort out my problems, I'll do something for you. 3 years is a long time. Maybe they won't bother you anymore. I tried to get a 3 today. It seemed like the test was deliberately rigged. All the results were judged by stricter criteria. We'll figure out what can be done. I have a few important people here and there who owe me a bit. If we can't convince the machine, we'll try to convince its operators. Write me your phone number. The pharmacy was located on a... Write me your phone number. The pharmacy was located on a side street, empty and shaded by the towering walls of neighboring skyscrapers. A sign on the glass entrance door read, "Sorry, closed. Power outage." Carl pushed the door. It wasn't locked. Inside the store, he noticed 2 people, the girl working a machine that had its back cover opened and a man standing in front of another automaton. "We're closed, sir," the girl muttered, glancing briefly at Carl without stopping her work on the machine circuits. "I really need Atra Super double-edged razor blades," Carl said. "All right." The girl walked over to the entrance, locked the door, lowered the window blinds, and then disappeared into the back of the store. Only then did the man standing in front of the cosmetics machine turn toward Carl. The upper half of his face was hidden behind large sunglasses, and the lower half was covered by a thick, bushy beard. "Hello, Prawn," he said, raising a hand in a friendly greeting. "Sit down and listen." Carl sat on a cushioned stool while the bearded man remained standing, leaning against a machine filled with colorful boxes and bottles visible behind the glass dispensers. He was silent for a minute, studying Carl from behind his glasses. "The matter is simple, Prawn," the man finally said, smiling only with his lips, barely visible between his thick beard and mustache. "I have a key here, personalized for you. It has your account number and all your personal data, and the fingerprint sensor is calibrated to your fingers. It's a duplicate of your legal key, and you can use it just like your own. However, there are a few restrictions. You need to listen carefully and remember the details, and most importantly, understand the principles of this experiment." Carl swallowed and nodded twice to indicate that he was ready to pay maximum attention. "I won't explain the technical details because you wouldn't understand them anyway, and besides, you don't need to know. You've studied economics, so I'll use banking and finance terms that shouldn't be unfamiliar to you. As you know, there are 2 groups of machines designed for point transactions using keys. The first group includes machines for small transactions, like those selling newspapers, cigarettes, as well as metro turnstiles, movie theaters, and so on. In short, these are machines where small amounts of points are spent, with no risk of significant abuse. This group also includes accounting machines, where points from one citizen's key can be transferred to another's. Here too, there's no possibility of abuse to the detriment of society because no goods are handed over into private hands. All machines in this group operate very simply. When you make a purchase, you insert your key into the machine slot, and it reads the points register recorded on the key. In other words, it checks whether you have the balance to complete the transaction. The moment you touch the appropriate sensor on the machine's panel, requesting a specific item, the machine deducts the amount from the corresponding register on your key, records this transaction in another auxiliary register on your key, and adds the identification number of the machine where the purchase was made. Remember, because this is very important, the machine does not contact the bank. It doesn't verify the point balance on your key with the balance recorded in the bank. It assumes that the balance on the key is accurate. Also important, the machine does not record the key number involved in the transaction. So the only trace of the purchase is on your key, where the points are moved from the main register to current transactions, along with the machine's number where you made the purchase. Similarly, with personal transactions, the donor's key shows a decrease in the main register. The amount transferred appears as an expense in the current transactions register, along with the recipient's key number. The recipient's key records the income and the donor's number. Is this clear to you? Of course, I know all of this. Carl confirmed eagerly. Very good. So, tell me, how does a similar operation work in the second group of machines, the ones with more expensive goods? Forgive me for testing you, but this matter requires basic knowledge, so you understand. Carl cleared his throat. Well, those machines are directly connected to the bank. When I insert the key into the slot, the machine reads the main register and checks if it matches the balance recorded at the bank. If there's been a change on the key since the last check, like receiving some points privately or buying cigarettes, which the bank hasn't recorded yet, then the bank's computer checks the auxiliary register on my key, records the transactions on my account, and updates the balance. If, however, a deposit has been made to my account at the bank which hasn't been recorded on the key yet, for example, a monthly payout, then the bank updates my key, which is in the machine. This way, the key's balance and the bank's account are reconciled and confirmed. Only then can I select and receive the goods from the machine. Excellent, praised the bearded man. And you're only a 4? Actually, I'm probably closer to a 3, Carl smiled. Ah. I see, the man smiled back. Do you lift? A little, yes. But lately, as instructed, I haven't been doing any of that. All right. So, getting back to our key banking operations. Once you've made a purchase, the vending machine, note this detail, the machine itself, not the bank, deducts the amount from the main register on your key and records it in the current transactions register on the key along with its identification number. This happens because a purchase operation may involve several items. From the same machine, you might take several different things or multiple copies of the same thing. The networks are already overloaded, so until the shopping operation is completed, there's no point in sending each item separately to the bank. Now comes the final step, you pull the key out of the machine slot. At that moment, during the movement of the key in the slot, the new balance of your account, the amount spent, and the machine number where you made the purchase are sent to the bank. After removing the key, you now have a new amount on the main register of the key, and the same record is at the bank, while the current transactions register on the key is empty. That's how it works with your legal key. But in this one that we've made for you, the bearded man smiled broadly, a small modification has been made. The main register's balance does indeed change with each payment operation, and the amount spent and the machine number are recorded in the current transactions register, but this balance is unstable. After a few microseconds, and this is our invention, the current transactions register is reset, and the main register returns to a fixed value, previously programmed. The machine number where the transaction took place also disappears from the key. Do you understand? We added a tiny integrated element to the key, a microcalculator, which performs this additional operation between the time the vending machine deducts the amount and when you remove the key from the machine. This way, the bank receives information that the customer changed their mind, didn't buy anything, and pulled the key out of the slot. If you follow all the operations step by step, considering this small change, you'll see what wonderful, almost magical properties our excellent key has. Not only does it always contain the same number of points, but it also keeps the bank record in the same state, regardless of purchases made. The expense operations and the machine numbers where you bought things aren't recorded anywhere. You can draw as much as you want. It's really like that fairy tale about the magic purse. Carl nodded in admiration. Exactly. The analogy is even more accurate than you think. Do you remember how it was in that tale? The person who had the purse could take as much as they wanted, but they weren't allowed to give even a penny to another person, or the purse would stop providing for its owner. It's similar here. If you wanted, for example, to give someone 100 yellows as a gift, then... I understand. Carl nodded. Although the accounting machine will record it on the recipient's key along with my key number, the gift entry and the recipient's number will disappear from my key before I remove it from the machine. The next time both keys are used in a vending machine, the bank will compare the two accounts and find that one gained while the other didn't lose. You really are a 3, the bearded man laughed. You're a sharp guy. Of course, you can't give away points that don't exist. Such an operation would result in the immediate freeze of both accounts and the need to present both keys for inspection. And that's something we can't allow. The same would happen if you were to receive points from someone else. Then they would lose, and you wouldn't gain, and the bank would eventually catch this discrepancy. And what about payments made directly into the bank account? There can't be any payments. That's why we needed someone who doesn't work and doesn't receive yellows. Our modification only affects the yellow registers on the key. The yellow balance in the bank and on the key must always be the same and constant. What amount? That depends solely on us. It could be, for example, 1,000 yellows. You can use this key completely freely, like a legal one, for red and green points. Only the yellow points are affected by our modification and the resulting prohibitions on unauthorized operations. So, buy whatever you want, without limits, but don't give anyone a yellow, and don't take any yellows from anyone. And, by God, don't work or earn yellow points. Exactly. The most expensive single purchase can't exceed the amount set on the key's main register. And how much will that be? Carl asked hesitantly. In his fantasies, he already saw himself at the helm of his yacht or behind the wheel of his own car. Although with enough yellows, he could rent both daily by the hour, it wasn't the same as owning them. Only a few could afford their own yachts and motorboats. Prices were intentionally high to avoid overcrowding on roads and lakes, especially at parking lots and docks. It'll be enough for you, the bearded man smiled. You'll see when you get it. Now take your key and come here. Carl followed the bearded man to a small accounting machine in the corner. It was a settlement machine. We first need to completely empty your bank account. Our new key has zeros everywhere, except of course in the main yellow register, where a fixed amount is permanently recorded, like that repeatedly sold dog from the old joke, which always returns to its owner. We need to make sure that the same amount of yellows is on your bank account. We'll use your legal key for this. Insert it here, into the submission slot. It'll be easiest if you transfer all the points you have in all registers, green and red included, to me. The bearded man inserted his key into the receiving slot. Carl hesitated for a moment. It felt foolish to give away everything to the last point. However, he overcame this instinctive caution. After all, they had given him so many yellows to spend over the past week that it was hard to suspect them of scheming for a few miserable points that were left. He quickly checked the key's register balances and entered the appropriate amounts on the red, green, and yellow keyboards of the machine. There, it's done. You're as naked as a newborn, the bearded man said benevolently. Now check to see if there have been no transfers in the bank to or from your account, since that could cause trouble. But first, let me confirm what I received. They inserted their key sequentially into the nearest vending machine, which responded to Carl's key with 3 rows of zeros, red, green, and yellow, in the windows. Hey, Sandy, the bearded man called toward the back room. Come over here with the key. The girl emerged from behind the machines at the back of the store, approached the settlement machine, inserted her key into the slot, and typed something on the yellow keyboard. Carl looked and widened his eyes in disbelief. He froze, holding the key in his hand. Well, put the key here, she laughed loudly. Cat got your tongue? He inserted the key into the machine, and after a moment, he confirmed that he wasn't seeing things, 10,000 yellows. Now insert it into the vending machine again so the bank can record it on your account, the bearded man said. And here is your new one. It also has 10,000 yellows on it. Were those points real? Carl whispered, watching Sandy leave the store. What do you think? Of course they're real. There's no room for tricks here, the bearded man laughed. The bank must know where the 10,000 on your account came from. That girl is a prostitute. They tend to have such amounts, and no one is surprised by it. We deposited those 10,000 into her account in small sums over the past year. They come from the accounts of many different men, so everything looks legit, and you could be, for example, her friend with whom she deposited her savings. Lately, there have been more cases of forced purchases by gangs of youngsters, sixes, and students. They catch a woman with a lot of points alone and, under the threat of a razor blade, lead her to some remote vending machine with alcoholic drinks, where they force her to buy large quantities of liquor for them. Prostitutes are often their victims, so they usually try not to keep large sums on their own keys. So, as you can see, everything looks very plausible, and I've become a pimp in the process. Carl grimaced. For 10,000. What? Simply. That's your fee. When we finish our experiment, you'll get your legal key back, and those 10,000 will remain in your account. You'll be able to use them as you wish. Not counting what you'll spend from our ever-full key during the test. So, having such a key means you need to have quite a few yellows to start with. And what? Don't you know that points attract points? If you gave such a key to a beggar, it wouldn't do him any good. Maybe he'd scrape together some reds and greens, exchange them for a few yellows, and what then? He could at most operate within the limits of a dozen or, let's say, 100 yellows. He could make tiny purchases, drink good liquor, but he would never be able to buy himself a yacht or a villa because that requires thousands in the account. Points do like points, Carl agreed, but in that case, if you have so many yellows, why the hell do you need keys at all? Do you want to sell them? Nonsense. We don't need to sell them if we have them at our disposal. Distributing them would quickly lead to the discovery of the scheme. We make them solely for our people. We've simply formed a team, a kind of cooperative, to craft such keys. Then we'll part ways, each going their own way, living quietly and carefree. Until someone slips, Carl muttered. The bearded man focused his dark sunglasses on him. That's exactly why we're paying you. So many points aren't given for nothing. You'll be our test balloon. If there's a flaw somewhere, if we've overlooked something, you'll be the one who gets caught, not us. You'll have to manage on your own. They won't reach us, even if they discover the properties of this key. I understand, Carl nodded. They exchanged keys. The bearded man pocketed Carl's key. Now, try it out, he said. Where? Oh, why not in that machine just over there? Buy yourself Matra Super Blades. And shave your face. A man with such wealth must look elegant. Carl bought a pack of blades, a razor, and shaving cream. Then he checked the yellow point on his new key. It still showed 10,000 yellows. 10 years of luxury living, he thought. Or 10 years in prison for key fraud. Paragraph 784. What should I do? He asked, seeing that the bearded man was removing the closed sign from the store door. Live, normally, like a wealthy man. Without any scams or tricks. Just remember not to take or give any yellows. Pay prostitutes with greens or give them gifts. How long will this last? We'll see. We'll contact you. The bearded man left first, leaving Carl with his new, magical key in hand. They've got me by the throat. They can always pull some trick with my real key, and the police will come after me. But I've got them too. No, that wasn't true. Within moments, he realized that he didn't have them at all, except for a fake key. His clients had vanished like smoke, and he, not wanting to die in the jungle of Argoland, had to use that key. It was nearly impossible to survive a single day without a key, he knew that. The jungle, damn it, he thought about Argoland and its inhabitants. He suddenly remembered, out of nowhere, the well-known method of tiger hunting from adventure movies, tying a bleating, defenseless lamb to a tree while the hunters lie in wait, hidden in the bushes. Maybe it wasn't that bad for him, but he felt that before they hunted down their tiger, he, Carl Prawn, might be devoured quite by accident, and no one would even bat an eye. Having parted ways with Matt, Sneer thought to himself how fortunate it is for society that there are still those who have the ambition and unhealthy drive to work. Once alone with his thoughts, that earlier matter resurfaced. The unease and uncertainty returned. Up until now, he hadn't allowed himself to consider the worst possibility. Despite appearances, a lifter's life isn't as sweet and carefree as it might seem. The ideal situation for this activity is having a fourth class of intellect. This ensures a decent income while still not implying employment. Another matter is the actual intellectual level. Of course, it's best to be a 0. Sneer had achieved both of these ideals. He was undoubtedly a 0, he knew that. He had secured his fourth-class status long ago and prudently avoided climbing any higher. Having an understated class wasn't a crime. It's difficult to prove that someone outsmarted the testing computer. At most, a re-evaluation under particularly strict supervision might be ordered. Besides, the authorities weren't particularly interested in tracking down such cases, as recently even not all thirds were assigned a job, nor were there many who wanted to hide their higher level. Quite the opposite, everyone wanted to perform as well as possible on the tests, as it brought obvious benefits. For Sneer, being assigned to the proper class would mean having to work and the definitive end of lifting. But that wasn't the worst of it. If they proved he was involved in this activity, his situation would be dire. Lifting was a serious crime. No, that's impossible. They can't prove it. They can only catch someone red-handed, he reassured himself as he entered the hotel lobby. It was cool and pleasant here. Sneer settled into an armchair near a window. He watched people coming and going. He reached into his pocket and took out his key. He turned the plastic card in his hands, staring absent-mindedly at the white fur glowing in the window whenever his finger touched the appropriate sensor on its surface. "Excuse me," he heard a timid voice above him. He looked up. Standing before him was a young man, a blonde with short-cropped straw-colored hair and rosy skin. His blue eyes were curiously fixed on Sneer. A few steps behind him, Pron was waiting. When Sneer looked in his direction, Pron slightly nodded and then walked toward the elevator. Could that liftering really be living in a hotel like this? Sneer thought, disapprovingly watching him go. A mistake. But that's his problem. All right, he muttered to the still-standing young man, indicating the chair next to him. Sit down. A touch of disdain in his voice, the swift switch to the informal you with a client, all of it was part of a practiced ritual. It was meant to immediately establish the right distance and respect. It was also a form of moral compensation for the lifter, an extra fee for selling his own personality. I tried it too, but the young man began, lowering his gaze. He sat stiffly in the chair, his hands gripping the armrests. What do you do? Sneer asked indifferently. I'm a junior programmer. With a 3, I have no chance of getting anything more. You want to be a programmer? Well, maybe, the blonde blushed to the tips of his ears. In short, you're aiming as high as possible. You have ambition, boy. Nothing to be ashamed of. Sneer patted him on the knee. I'll help you jump that threshold. After that, you'll have to manage on your own. The blonde raised his eyes and smiled shyly. It was clear he was already grateful for just the promise. Could any of them rat me out? Sneer thought. They practically love me. Let's go upstairs. We can talk in peace in the cabin. Ah, one more thing. He stopped in front of the settlement machine and inserted his key into the receiving slot. He typed 100 on the keypad and pressed the yellow button. Half up front, the rest after it's done, he said. The young man reached for his key. A tiny, barely noticeable moment of hesitation. Sneer smiled. He knew it well. Almost all clients experience that moment the same way. The young man inserted his key into the relevant slot. The numbers in the window confirmed the transfer of 100 yellow points to Sneer's key. Do you have any questions? Sneer let it hang with a hint of irony. No, the young man stammered. But I'll tell you anyway, Sneer laughed. We play fair. In case of failure, I refund every point. But that never happens, at least not with me. 200 yellow points might seem like a steep price, but a good lift takes a lot of effort and risk. For an artist like Sneer, a 3-2 case was nothing extraordinary. He'd even done a 1-0 a few times. He avoided such high classes, but sometimes the gambler in him took over. Fooling the testers was a bit like gambling. It was a duel between a concealed 0 and others who systematically worked to prevent anyone from inflating their class. An ambitious lifter, clutching his modest, though stuffed with yellow points, key with a 4, sometimes wanted to confirm his true class for himself. Making a 0 was just such a confirmation, an ultimate test for the lifter who daily loaned to his highest class intellect to less capable clients. But you shouldn't overstrain the string. Besides, 1-0 operations were rare. They were also costly. Such a job could set a lifter up financially for half a year. And it was worth it for the clients too. With a 0, they could reach for the best positions. If they liked to work, of course. Or, if they had what's called good connections. Sneer believed that those connections were important too. It didn't matter that objective computers decided on job assignments. Sneer already had several victories over objective testing computers in his portfolio. Apparently, in the past, he recalled, stretched out on the bed in the hotel cabin after the client had left, people like me were called ghostwriters. They'd stand in for others at various exams, write dissertations and scientific papers for them. Why couldn't or wouldn't they do it themselves, instead of boosting others up? Clearly, in the long run, it was more profitable. Just like it is for me. Having traced the genealogy of his profession and planted its roots in ancient times, he felt a bit more confident the lifter's trade wouldn't die out, given such long and rich traditions. He concluded that he might have overreacted to the incident with the undercover agent earlier. The provocation he fell for didn't necessarily target him as a lifter. It could have just as easily been a routine key check. There had been talk recently of counterfeit ones appearing. Maybe it was simply a random check of passers-by. But that question was clearly level 2, like something straight out of a test. And he, Sneer, had answered it without thinking, instinctively, with professional skill, to a random stranger. He, a supposed 4. Maybe it was about the keys after all. They're checking their authenticity. Sneer had the most genuine key in the world, without any modifications, magnetic alterations, nothing like that. It was a decent, legal key of a 4th-class intellectual, presented for routine check and recoding every month and never questioned by the authorities or vending, cash, or settlement machines. And if it had a lot of yellow points on it? No one's ever been beheaded for that. That's a personal matter. It's allowed, damn it, to occasionally receive something as a gift from well-meaning friends. He caught himself mentally preparing a defense speech, so he quickly turned his thoughts to another topic. He needed to come up with a plan for that young man. In a situation that wasn't entirely clear, as long as it wasn't known what the police wanted, Sneer decided not to take personal risks. He arranged to meet the young man this evening at one of the testing stations far from the city center. He knew that the best time to act was late at night, when the technical staff were tired, watching TV, and not paying as much attention to the customers. He reviewed all the lifting methods he'd already tried in practice and decided that the pill method would be best in this case. He reached into the jacket pocket hanging on the chair, took out the equipment, and checked its operation. It was 4 o'clock. There was still plenty of time before his meeting with the client. Sneer lay with his hands behind his head. Something was missing for him to feel completely satisfied. Only after a long moment did he realize that since the breakfast he had eaten in the hotel bar that morning, he hadn't had anything in his mouth except beer all day. He rolled off the bed, threw his jacket over his shoulders, and looked around the room. He never left anything in hotel cabins, even when stepping out for a moment. That was also a professional habit. A good lifter carries his entire work setup in his pockets. Besides the most important tool, the head, which he always kept on his shoulders. He took the elevator down to the bar, inserted his key into the machine, and ordered sandwiches with caviar and orange juice. He stood for a moment, waiting for his order to be fulfilled. He looked at the machine's panel and froze. The window displayed the message, "Key invalid." Nothing like this had happened to him in 10 years. Once, he had missed the key recoding deadline, but that was a mere formality and was resolved within half an hour. He removed the key from the machine and turned it in his hands. The same number. His key. What had happened? Could it be that undercover agent? No, he only wrote down the number. And besides, the key had been working all day afterward. There could be only one explanation. The key had been flagged at the central office, and from this moment on, Sneer wouldn't get a drop of beer or a slice of dry bread until he reported to the nearest control station. This was how they forced him to report immediately. After all, how long could one last in such a situation in the middle of the city? Damn it, I can't go there, he thought, pocketing the faulty key. He remembered Pron. He approached the reception desk and asked about him. Yes, he had a cabin here, he was in. Sneer called Pron and asked him to come down. They blocked my key, he said. Lend me a few yellows. All right. Thanks for taking care of that young man's case. What do you want to get? Sneer repeated his order, took everything on a tray, and headed for the elevator. He was furious that he, the king of lifters, had to ask for a loan from such a ragtag, such a creature. But he kept up appearances. Only in the elevator did he realize that with an invalid key, he wouldn't be able to access his previously rented cabin. Again, he had to ask Pron for help, this time for a place to stay. All right, come on, the small-time crook invited him. I'll try to find out something about your situation right away. I've already talked to someone about it. Sneer sat on the edge of the bed, devouring sandwiches while Pron made a phone call. It's sorted, he said, putting down the receiver. Go to the station at Astronaut Square at 8 this evening. There will be a suitable expert waiting for you. He'll help you. It'll cost a bit, though. Carl cleared his throat. Well, those machines are directly connected to the bank. When I insert the key into the slot, the machine reads the main register and checks if it matches the balance recorded at the bank. If there's been a change on the key since the last check, like receiving some points privately or buying cigarettes, which the bank hasn't recorded yet, then the bank's computer checks the auxiliary register on my key, records the transactions on my account, and updates the balance. If, however, a deposit has been made to my account at the bank which hasn't been recorded on the key yet, for example, a monthly payout, then the bank updates my key, which is in the machine. This way, the key's balance and the bank's account are reconciled and confirmed. Only then can I select and receive the goods from the machine. Excellent, praised the bearded man. And you're only a 4? Actually, I'm probably closer to a 3, Carl smiled. Ah. I see, the man smiled back. Do you lift? A little, yes. But lately, as instructed, I haven't been doing any of that. Some damn prototype. What a day, damn it. What do they want from me? Of course, you may, but, together, with me, the robot replied to his question. Sneer took his jacket and headed for the door. The Aristomat, like a dog on a leash, followed him on its 8 spidery legs. It moved quite nimbly and didn't hinder the detainee's movement. How the hell did they find me here? Sneer thought as he left the room. Could it be? Oh, damn, wait. Hey, you, stilt cop, or whatever you're called. Sneer didn't hold back his words. No one could accuse him of insulting an officer in the form of this creature. Who were you actually supposed to arrest? Citizen Carl Pron, the Aristomat recited. Sneer breathed a sigh of relief. Then let me go, damn it. I'm not Pron. The room number matches. Please insert your key into my control slot. Sneer hurriedly pulled out his key from his pocket. This key is invalid, the robot declared. But it's encoded with my registry number. Mine, not this Pron's. I have no instructions for such a situation. Please accompany me to headquarters. Sneer realized he wouldn't win against this thing. He was starting to feel pressed for time. He estimated the length of the chain. It was over 1.5 meters long. Whatever I do, they won't prove it was me. They won't bother Pron either because he wasn't here, he thought. He took the elevator down and walked through the side streets toward the testing station where he was supposed to meet his client today. The few passers-by at this hour glanced at him with strange smiles. The Aristomat trotted at his side. A kid loudly informed his mother, "Mom, look, some guy is walking a robot on a leash." Sneer already knew what he would do. He slowly descended the stairs to the subway platform. The platform was empty. He looked at the information board. The next train was due in 3 minutes. Sneer, with his electronic ball and chain, or rather, handcuff, stood at the edge of the low platform. In a moment, only 1 meter of chain hung from his wrist. He ran for safety a few streets further, then stopped at a vehicle service station and asked to borrow some pliers. A minute later, only a stylish bracelet adorned his right wrist. The chain wasn't very sturdy. The Aristomat's designers had relied on electric shocks. However, lifters specialized in outsmarting designers. The young man was pale and nervous. Sneer was giving him final instructions. When you've registered and are walking down the corridor to the testing cabin, swallow the white pill and press the green one into your left ear. There are no cameras in the corridor, so no one should notice. Then, once you're in the cabin, sit in the chair, put on the helmet with the headphones, and start the tester. I've already explained how it works. When the question reaches your ear, the green pill will pick it up and transmit it to the white one, which you'll have in your stomach. The white pill acts like a crystalline laser, emitting X-ray radiation modulated by the signal from the green pill. The cabin is shielded, so radio frequency waves can't get out. However, X-ray frequencies pass through without issue because the structure of the building itself is quite light, but you must sit in a way so that your stomach is aligned with the vent in the wall. Adjust the chair accordingly. I'll be on the other side of the wall and will immediately receive the signal. You'll hear my answer in your left ear. I'll speak slowly. Repeat each word exactly. Don't rush, the time limit is sufficient. Oh, and remember that they might be watching you during the test, so act completely normal and relaxed. That's all. He patted the young man on the shoulder, flipped a switch in his pocket, put a tiny earpiece into his ear, and walked off toward the square lined with privet bushes that ran along the wall of the exam station. 20 minutes later, it was all over. Sneer heard the ceremonial "Please exit the cabin" through his earpiece and knew it had worked. The questions weren't difficult. Without waiting for the client, with whom he had arranged to meet the next day to collect the remainder of the fee, his disabled key made transferring funds impossible. Sneer headed toward Astronaut Square. He wasn't familiar with the station there, had never worked there before, having usually updated his key in the city center. As usual in such places, a lot of odd individuals were milling about in front of the building. Undercover agents and hustlers, roughly equal in number, coexisted peacefully and didn't get in each other's way as long as nothing was happening. Small-time lifters, color changers, key makers. Sneer pulled his sleeve over his unfortunate new bracelet. It had an annoying clasp that couldn't be opened without a key, and he didn't have a hacksaw on him. 12 reds for 1 yellow, croaked a rough-looking guy as he passed Sneer. I'd buy at that price myself, he muttered without turning his head. He knew that recently, yellows were reaching up to 15 reds. I'll do a 4-3 for 100 greens, guaranteed. Using the latest method, boasted a lifter, not taking his eyes off a nearby advertising pillar. He didn't look any better than a fiver himself. A key for the esteemed gentleman? A nice 4, maybe a 3? Quality work, fits any finger. Dirt cheap. Some keymaker was persistently advertising his wares. Or maybe a pick for alcohol vending machines? Sneer, a young man in a light green windbreaker, muttered, half questioningly. Yes, Sneer looked up and slowed his pace. From Prawn. You want to keep your 4, right? The same condescending tone and sense of superiority that Sneer often displayed when dealing with his own clients. I'll sort it out for you, continued the green-clad man. No mistake. Sneer grimaced in distaste. Damn it, what have I come down to? Being a client to such a scumbag, he thought, but then forced a smile. How much? He asked matter-of-factly. 500 yellows. Or 2 grand in greens. Did you fall off a bull? Sneer growled, but quickly added more politely, Mister? That's the rate. What, doesn't add up? What's your class? An honest 4. Not even half a class higher. I'm a 0, understand? And I charge 150 for a 3-2. But I do 0 to 4, that's a tough job too. If someone needs a formal 4, they can't do it without me. Your 0 won't help you. And I, even under hypnosis, won't be better than a 4. But damn it, Sneer snapped impatiently, lifting is one thing, but this. It's now called downing. A fairly new specialty. Ever since they started checking for lift suspects, downers are in high demand. If they zero you out, it's game over. They'll push you into brain work for a few yellows, and there'll be no time for lifting or enjoying life. The downer fell silent as an undercover agent took an interest in their prolonged conversation. They moved aside toward the park. "So, what's it going to be?" asked the downer. "Make up your mind. Time is points. How will you do it? By a setup? Or by insert? Not your concern. Every trade has its secrets. 400. For you, fine. You're Pron's pal, so why not? Damn, some pal." Sneer bit his lip. "I've fallen into strange company." He was furious. So many points. And that he, Sneer, had to humbly haggle with this punk. He, a 0. They'll grab Pron any moment now. If he's not already sitting, he said casually. "How do you know?" "They got me in his cabin. By mistake." "Cops?" "No, some small electric critter." Sneer pulled back his cuff and showed the bracelet. "That's all that's left of it." "I've seen that new invention," said the downer. "It won't catch on." "Oh, just one more thing, a small advance. 200 up front, the rest later." "But I've got a bad key, didn't Pron tell you?" "No machine will make a transfer, they've all been flagged through the power line." "No problem. I know a fence nearby. He's got a homemade settlement machine, battery-powered. He'll do it for 10. So? Are we going?" Sneer silently nodded. The downer led the way. "This is it," he said, stopping in front of the door to a high-rise apartment building. "Wait a minute." Sneer looked around the street, lined with gloomy, concrete blocks with monotonous facades. On the trampled patches of grass between the buildings, children were playing, even though it was quite late. Apparently, their parents must have been busy with some important matters. According to statistics, Sneer thought only 18% of adult citizens are employed. The rest are 4th, 5th, and 6th class folks who don't have suitable jobs. Theoretically, no one has serious material problems. Even those with large families. And yet all these reserves are constantly occupied with something. Most often, providing shady services to higher classes, for yellows, of course. After a few minutes, the downer's light green windbreaker appeared in the dark rectangle of the doorway. Sneer followed him into a hallway with walls covered in crude graffiti. Across one wall was a huge slogan, "Don't waste yellows on arses. You'll get shit for reds." On the other side, Sneer read, "Even if you have the highest class, without points the last word was smudged." The fence lived in a double cabin on the ground floor. When they entered, he was conducting a transaction with 2 decently dressed young men. Sneer noticed that each of them had several keys. "They're emptying other people's keys," the downer whispered. "This machine ignores the fingerprint identifier signal. You can transfer all the points from someone else's key to your own." "How?" Sneer asked, surprised. "Isn't it known where those points came from? All it takes is for the owner to report the theft." "They won't report it. They're in the morgue. These guys are hospital hyenas. They collaborate with the public hospital staff. When a patient dies, they grab the points from his key before the hospital reports the death. You know the procedure. When a guy dies, Syscom blocks his account and waits for the inheritance department's instructions. After inheritance rights are established, the deceased's points go to the heir's accounts. As long as there's no report, the account is active, but the guy is already dead. If you transfer the points to someone's account during this time, he won't contest the transfer, and there's a legal presumption that he made the transfer with a warm hand. You know, of course, that the fingerprint sensor also checks skin temperature and pulse in the thumb. Sneer knew this well because he had often used that setup-o method in his practice. It involved using thin, almost invisible gloves with artificial fingerprints matching the client's. They allowed someone to impersonate another person during identity verification at a testing machine. It was important that the glove's outer surface temperature was within the average skin temperature range of a hand. That's why, before entering the exam station, you had to wear an additional glove with a heater and thermostat, which was removed just before identification. This method, however, required prior preparation of the glove, with the client's consent and participation, as they had to visit a specialist known as a handmaster to have it fitted. It costs quite a few yellows, usually around 50, and added to the lifter's fee, so Sneer only used this method as a last resort. The vultures had just finished their machinations with the keys of the deceased, who were momentarily between heaven and earth. 3 more customers were already waiting behind Sneer. 210 for you, said the downer, inserting the key into a primitive-looking device. Sneer inserted his key into the other slot. The machine worked without a hitch. The transfer went smoothly, as Sneer could immediately verify on his keys counter. "He's a talented guy," said the downer as they left. "Probably a 0 or at least first class. But officially, he's on a pension. The hospital guys tweaked something in the medical computer and got him full disability. In return, he does the occasional transfer from the deceased for them." "And from the living? Doesn't that happen?" "Oh, it does, but that's a different sort. The hyenas don't deal with that, and the hospital staff doesn't get involved. Only vampires do that. They're the ones who can get into a hospital ward by simulating a severe condition through the use of certain chemical substances and drugs. They steal keys from other patients and pass them to accomplices, who empty them and then return them unnoticed to the owner. But it's high risk and low reward. Most patients in public hospitals are 5th or 6th class. How much can you suck out of one of them? A few greens." Sneer listened to these explanations with growing disgust. While he had previously carried out his profession with a certain sense of distaste that he carefully hid from himself, he was now beginning to realize that lifting was a kind of noble game compared to the machinations taking place in the lower layers of Argoland's criminal underworld. The downer took Sneer's key and disappeared into the exam station. Sneer sat on a bench near the entrance to the building, observing the individuals milling about and playing a guessing game about their professions. Undercover agents were the easiest to spot. They moved rather nervously, looking around carefully and avoiding unlit areas. Point traders wandered slowly, approaching passers-by as if casually and throwing a few brief words in a ventriloquist's voice, such as "maybe yellows for greens," or "got something to offer?" Lifters, or rather, as the low-qualified, shady representatives of the profession that were contemptuously called escalators, tried to entice potential clients with flowery promises of upgrading them from a 6th to a 5th class. The downer had been gone for a good 40 minutes when suddenly, as if blown away, all the leisurely strolling hustlers disappeared from the square in front of the exam station, leaving the undercover agents disoriented, exposed, unidentified. Only after a moment did Sneer notice the cause of the panic, a small grey van with mesh-covered windows that emerged from one of the side streets and headed toward the station building. The vehicle stopped in front of the entrance. 2 civilians and 1 uniformed police officer entered the station. They emerged exactly 2 minutes later. Sneer spotted the downer's light green jacket among them. "Damn it all to hell," he swore, spitting in frustration. "What a cursed day!" He instinctively reached into his pocket, where he usually carried his key. "I have to report the theft of my key immediately," he thought, standing up from the bench. "I hope that fool knows what to say in such cases." He headed for the phone booth to call the police station. It was the only thing he could do now, for free. The buzz didn't bode well. Ban picked up the receiver hesitantly. "In vigil, listening." "No, I'm listening." It was the boss himself. "Well, Chief, do you have one yet?" "We had one." "I mean, temporarily, he's disappeared," Ban stammered, nervously twisting the phone cord with his free hand. "What do you mean, disappeared?" "I don't know yet. He was there after 4, and since then, no trace." "To my office, with the report." Ban sighed heavily and hung up the receiver. He gestured to the technician who had been listening in on the conversation. "Bring the printouts, all of them, from yesterday." The technician gathered 4 stacks of wide paper tape folded accordion style from the table, placed them all in a cardboard box, and Ban tucked it under his arm as he trudged to the boss's office. "I don't understand at all," he began as soon as he entered. All right. Show me." "Which one?" "The one who disappeared." Ban selected the appropriate tape from the box and spread it out on the boss's desk. Here, at 10:06, he bought 4 ham rolls and 2 coffees at the Cosmos Hotel bar. Then he transferred 8 yellows to someone's key, a student, first time he dealt with her. We checked her account too, no other transfers from his key. That doesn't matter. Go on, the boss urged, sliding the tape forward. Here, at 10:50, he bought cigarettes from a machine at the corner of Tibbigan Avenue and 14th Street, Ban mumbled. Then, yes, he went to a bar, 2 beers, another bar, 2 more beers. But he was alone, getting those beers within a few minutes. He must have sat there for quite a while because the next record is from the Metro gate at the station right next to the bar. Then, a few small purchases, still in the center, another beer, but with someone else this time, taking 2 portions at once. We don't know who it was. Anyway, none of the other monitored individuals. They were all elsewhere at the time. And finally, a transfer. Unconfirmed on his account, because he didn't use his key after the young one transferred 100 to him. Probably as an advance? Seems like it. Because then, around 7 in the evening, that young man's key was verified as a 2. Where was this? At exam station number 7. But I repeat, that first transfer was never confirmed. Our subject hasn't used his key since 4 in the afternoon. That's impossible. It's 9 o'clock. What about at the hotel? He hasn't returned. The room's prepaid, but there's no one there. He was killed, lost his key, or a block, the boss exclaimed, pleased with his own insight. Did you check if his key was blocked? No. There's no information on the printout. I'm not talking about a bank account block, but a key block. In such cases, the blocking signal goes to all machines through the power grid. You should know this. The bank has nothing to do with it. A key block is imposed by the class control service and an account block by the banking service. 2 separate departments. Check it immediately. A few minutes later, Ban returned with the confirmation. The boss was triumphant. See? You have to think of everything. Those idiots at class control had something on him. They put a block on his key and screwed up your whole trap. Now you're chasing shadows. Maybe he'll report to control to get it unblocked. So, what are you waiting for? Notify all exam stations. Ban rushed out again, returning after a quarter of an hour. We've got him, he crowed happily, causing the boss to jump in his chair. He reported for verification. I told them to stall him as long as possible, even though he's already been through control. They promised to delay giving him his key back until the police patrol is there. They were just randomly checking for someone with a lowered class. They stumbled upon him completely by accident, just bad luck. But also a lesson for the future, the boss said sententiously. We need to anticipate such cases. What's his name? Adicheri's son. Known as Sneer. From the information we have on him, there's not much. A 4th-class citizen, undefined occupation, large income from private individuals. Now there's no doubt he's a high-class lifter. He received large transfers from several people who now hold 0 class and occupy high executive positions. That's no longer our department's concern, the boss reminded him. I just need a good 0 class citizen, a real 0, not some angular circle. You'll find that easily among lifters. They're incredibly intelligent bastards. He'll definitely be good, Chief. The phone on the desk rang. The boss picked up the receiver. Ban saw his face slowly redden, which was a sign of fury in the boss. A moment later, the receiver clattered onto the cradle, and the boss's fist slammed the desk. Damn it, he roared. They identified him. He's not a 0 class at all, and not even Sneer. He just had his key. He was making him a 4th class. He's just an ordinary 4th class downer. Downer? Ban was surprised. What? Don't you know what that means? Do you know anything at all? I'll transfer you to the municipal department, I swear. Ban dragged himself back to his office, full of dark thoughts. We have to start from scratch. Damn it all to hell, he thought bitterly. And who messed it up? colleagues from another department. But it's nothing. The boss is in a hurry to get that zero-class citizen. He probably got orders from above. He'll get another one, and everything will calm down again. The method of live catching was well developed and usually worked flawlessly. It had to work because it was based on statistics. To identify and catch a good lifter with a concealed zero class, all you had to do was select a few hundred young, ambitious people with aspirations for at least a 2. Then you would select a few hundred small-time hustlers operating in the same district. After that, you would send the appropriate instructions to Syscom, bank control of beer vending machines in all district bars with gambling machines, if in the same bar, within a short time frame, a young, ambitious person and a hustler both ordered beer, and if that ambitious person played the machine, Syscom would let them win. The hustler wouldn't miss the chance to make some money, and the young, reasonable person wouldn't waste hundreds of yellows but would try to use them to benefit their future. In 90% of such chance encounters with a rigged win, the young person would find their way to a good lifter through the hustler. You only had to track the steps of the lucky player, and sooner or later, their yellow points would end up in the account of the person you were ultimately after. The society of the automation era was becoming one big machine itself, operating almost flawlessly. You insert 300 yellows, a zero-class lifter pops out. There was no need to play around with detailed surveillance, maintaining files, or tracking everyone individually. Every citizen left a trail of colorful points on their path, in a shop, in a bar machine, in a cinema, at the metro gate, on a prostitute's key. Instead of tracking a citizen, you just had to review the bank record of their expenses. If they're spending, they're alive. If they're alive, they must spend, bleeding points like a wounded animal until they all drain out. That's the whole point, to always have at least a few, even if only reds, because otherwise, they'll disappear from sight. This was the answer to Sneer's doubts, sown by an old colleague in his highly intelligent but lazy mind, the existence of lifters and downers, lifted zeros and down fourth-class citizens, intelligent prostitutes, and intellectuals selling their honesty and honor like prostitutes. All of this was normal, even necessary components of this reality, and one might even say, indispensable elements for its functioning, for that strictly controlled order. Because in the world of Argoland, it was the order that was real. It was freedom that was an illusion. As Karl Pron left the Hotel Cosmos, he felt a sense of self-admiration for his noble character. He saw himself as a benefactor, a Samaritan, a guardian angel, and a beacon of light in the disgusting swamp of universal greed and ruthlessness that he now considered Argoland and its surroundings to be. If it weren't for the pure waters of Lake Tybingen, you wouldn't find a single square meter in all of Argoland where some filth isn't festering. He recalled a fragment from a sermon by a certain preacher he sometimes listened to on Sunday mornings. Karl Pron's attitude toward religion could be described as cautious. He was one of those the preacher referred to as believers just in case. Besides people like Karl, this preacher also distinguished between sincere believers, non-believers, or atheists, and anti-theists. The characteristic feature of the latter group, according to the pastor, was that they considered it their ideological duty to eat pork cutlets every Friday, even if the doctor recommended a different diet, to demonstrate their opposition to the one whose existence they did not believe in. Due to his cautious worldview, Karl did not avoid opportunities to perform good deeds, especially when they didn't cost him any points or require much effort. He rightly believed it was always better to have people around him who owed him something. Although he was too pragmatic to harbor illusions about human gratitude, he nonetheless, being an economist by education, had unwavering faith in statistics. By providing small favors to as many people as possible, he counted on the fact that among them, there would be some, statistically scattered like raisins in a cake, who, having received a favor, would feel morally obligated to reciprocate. The rest he wrote off as a loss from the start, without regretting the effort spent on them or holding any grudges against them. A certain percentage of those treated kindly would occasionally come through in times of need, and these he would add to his list of closer acquaintances. This method wasn't Karl's invention. While studying the history of commerce, he had read old textbooks on customer psychology from the old days when stores with human staff still existed. The ironclad rule that every person entering a store, even if just seeking shelter from the rain, was a potential customer and must be treated equally to someone making large purchases, was now bearing fruit in Karl's dealings. Thanks to this, he prospered fairly well, engaging in various ventures. The last 7 years of lifting had indeed depleted his once substantial financial reserves, but this was due to the objective circumstances and nature of the profession. Lifting required a spectacular facade, expensive hotels, decent restaurants, an elegant appearance. When one had, as Karl Pron did, a low actual class, the costs consumed the lion's share of the not-so-high fees. However, this profession provided a status in the community that no other could. No one questioned why a lifter had only a 4th class. There was an assumption that, in fact, they had a much higher class, which they concealed for professional reasons. For an ambitious 3rd-class citizen, this was a highly valuable perception. Karl didn't believe in hell. In his view, a being as full of goodness as the creator of this world couldn't possibly be a meticulous, petty accountant, recording every human misstep, much like Siscom recorded every point spent by a citizen. According to the ethical rules Karl had devised for his own use, what mattered was the final balance of good and bad deeds, which, if balanced, gave a person a decent overall impression in the eyes of the creator. For a long time, or so it seemed to him now, Karl had felt an unfulfilled inclination to do good for others. It was just that until now, he had never had the means. All the points, those officially allotted and those earned, immediately evaporated, slipping through his fingers before he could encounter a needy friend. As a result, it was more often Karl who needed support in the form of a few borrowed points. But since this morning, everything had somehow changed, reversed. From the completely selfless, except for the information obtained, treat for the girl, to arranging the best lifter for Philip, entirely for free, not counting the silly 5 yellow advance, to feeding the hungry sneer, Karl's activities today formed one glorious series of good deeds. He tried to forget that even if he wanted to, he couldn't collect the rest of the commission from Philip or settle with Sneer for the sandwiches because his new key wouldn't allow it. In light of this fact, Karl's philanthropy might have seemed somewhat forced. Nevertheless, wasn't he doing all this out of the goodness of his heart? He felt the urge to once again affirm his sense of goodness, which so radically softened, indeed, practically erased, the guilt of participating in a crime unparalleled in the criminal chronicles of Argoland. The opportunity presented itself immediately around the corner of 7th Street. 2 small children, a dark-skinned boy and a petite, blonde girl, were staring longingly at a vending machine filled with sweets and chewing gum. Karl inserted his key into the machine and scattered an armful of colorful packages at the feet of the awestruck children. Good deeds involved known or unknown people, but always specific and identifiable ones. A criminal scheme with a key, aimed at an anonymous, faceless mass enigmatically referred to as the public, didn't harm anyone directly. This difference in the audience of his actions allowed Karl to conclude that the balance of his deeds was positive. He was fully aware that somewhere, at the upper levels of economic management, this minor deficit of goods in relation to points would eventually come to light. But by then, he, Karl Pron, would already be a normal, law-abiding citizen with a 4th class and a wealth of yellow points on his legitimate key. Full of such optimistic predictions, proud of his sincere love for his fellow humans, and ready to continue serving them out of pure goodwill, Karl stopped in front of the bank pavilion on Tibbigan Avenue, just past the intersection with 9th Street, to carry out a transaction that a sane Argolandian would only undertake when there was no other choice, converting a certain number of yellow points into green ones. Such a conversion was legally possible only at face value, point for point. You could get green and red for yellow, and red for green. The official machines didn't work the other way around. Given the highly diverse black market value of points of different colors, the bank exchange was obviously nonsensical, and no one ever used it. However, the official exchange rate, equal for all colors of points, had some socio-ideological significance. The income of a 0-class citizen, expressed in points, without specifying the quantities of each color, was on average only 4 times greater than that of a 6th-class citizen. This effectively masked the true income disparity between different intellectual classes, maintaining, at least in statistics, the myth of relative material equality among citizens. In reality, considering the market value of yellow and green points, a 0-class citizen earned several times more than a 6th-class citizen. Although the latter received enough to live comfortably at a decent level without needing additional income, the knowledge that others were much better off kept many awake at night. Converting yellow to green or red, if someone was forced to do so, for example, due to a lack of red points to pay rent in a cheap apartment block, was usually done not at the bank but outside the bank, with one of the ever-present traders known as color changers or, colloquially, chameleons. Given the limitations of his new key, Carl couldn't deal with a professional chameleon outside the bank, nor could he carry out a simple one-for-one exchange of yellow for green at the bank machine because, as he had figured out, such a transaction would result in the birth of a certain amount of green on his account without depleting the yellow. Such points of unknown origin would expose the illegitimate key. Carl devised another way. Outside the bank, besides the traders, there were also people looking to get some yellow points for a specific purchase. After just a few minutes, he found a young woman trying to acquire 200 yellows. Carl talked with her for a bit and they went together to a nearby store, distinguished by bright yellow draperies in the display windows. They both left satisfied, Carl with 800 greens on his key, and the woman with a beautiful, genuine mink fur coat. 800 wasn't enough, so Carl had to conduct similar transactions 2 more times, followed by the angry glares of color changers who watched him poach their customers by offering better exchange rates. After gathering 1,500 greens, he quietly slipped away from the increasingly furious chameleons. He needed the points to settle a certain private debt. The whole matter was rather pitiful, and Carl was cursing himself for getting involved. He had kept this story hidden from the people he was currently working with because he feared they might desert him if they knew. Just thinking about the shady deal he had made, driven by an urgent financial need, made Carl blush and break out in goosebumps. He, Carl Pron, a respectable lifter, had, 2 weeks ago, regrettably crossed paths with a vampire. It was the first and, as he had just promised himself, the last time. That miserable 6th-class citizen had approached him over a beer and completely bamboozled him, promising 500 greens for a small favor. Pron knew the guy by sight, but he had no idea what this creature was actually up to. Out of his innate kindness toward people, Carl promised his help, and besides, when you don't have points, any deal seems good. Carl believed the matter was easy and his role safe. On the agreed day, he went to the hospital, checked out the still-living dead man, chatted with the vampire in the same room, then left with the key stolen by the vampire, transferred 2,000 greens to his account at a fence, and returned the key. The vampire was supposed to stay for another week to see the matter through. Then they were to meet and settle accounts. The 6th-class citizen had gone silent for the next 10 days, and the points had slipped through Carl's fingers. And what if the guy didn't die? Carl had been fretting about it for a week. Today, the vampire finally called. He demanded a meeting, spoke in half-sentences, and seemed agitated about something. Carl preferred not to think about what would happen if the robbed patient suddenly recovered and discovered the state of his key. The first thing the police do in such cases is identify the person to whose benefit the points were transferred. I hope that idiot picked the right patient, Carl consoled himself as he headed towards the metro station to meet with the vampire. 2 plainclothes detectives stood before the commissioner in a posture full of contrition. The chief was furious, and it was hard to deny that he had every right to be. "It's not our fault, Commissioner," one of the detectives muttered. "The forensic technology department forced that damn device on us to test." "You should have kept an eye on it," the commissioner snapped. "They assured us that the detainee couldn't escape. The arrestomat emits a continuous control signal." "Damn it!" The commissioner cast a furious glance at the wreckage of the arrestomat lying on the floor. "How could you not foresee such a simple trick?" "Attempting to get rid of the arrestomat is an offense punishable by a hefty fine or imprisonment," said the second detective. "But in this case, we don't even have proof. There must have been a mistake. The device didn't identify the guy. It probably wasn't Carl Pron." "What do you mean?" the commissioner bristled. "Then who was it?" "Someone with an invalid key. The arrestomat wasn't programmed for that scenario, so it didn't record the number." "Well, there you go. Another mistake by the engineers. Make sure to include that in your report." "And this Pron, as I understand, slipped out of your sight?" "Unfortunately, yes. But, I repeat, it's not our fault. We sent the arrestomat to the hotel and went to the hospital ourselves. We weren't allowed to personally detain the suspect without any evidence. The arrestomat is a legal maneuver that allows us to have the guy in custody without restricting his freedom. But you let the vampire escape. We have a few suspects, without any solid evidence. All we know is that someone poisoned a patient after draining all the points from his key. The only real lead is this prawn. Now we need to find him and lock him up, the commissioner fumed. There's still no solid basis, Chief. The owner of the key is dead. The transfer was made 10 days before his death. There's a public transaction machine in the hospital. Any lawyer could easily argue that Prawn could have legally carried out the transaction with Brisky's involvement. It's common for patients in the hospital to transfer their points to a friend or family member to handle some business. In this case, the patient didn't have any close relatives, so, well, yes, the commissioner scratched his head. What do we know about this Prawn? We have extracts from his account for the past 2 weeks. One of the inspectors spread out paper tapes on the desk. A week ago, he received 200 yellow points from some third-class citizen and spent almost every last point. He was staying at the Cosmos Hotel, not hiding at all, in fact, flaunting his yellow points. This morning, for example, he ordered sandwiches with caviar and expensive cognac. Around noon, he returned the remaining points to the person who gave him the 200. And then he received 10,000 from the key of a well-off girl. That's likely a deposit. They often do that, added the second inspector. And then, around 5 in the evening, he received a few hundred green points from a woman. In other words, no leads, the commissioner said irritably. Well, maybe just this, since receiving the large transfer, he hasn't spent a single point all day. It must really be that girl's deposit. The hotel is paid for in advance, but he himself has vanished. Another vampire slipping through our fingers. Tough luck, boys. Keep a constant watch on Prawn's account. He'll have to make a move, spend some points, return to the hotel. Unless, one of the detectives began. Unless what? Do you think the vampire he was working with has already covered their tracks? The commissioner guessed. That's entirely possible. Only Prawn, if he's indeed a partner, could give up the vampire if cornered. And this is a capital case, so. You're right. If there's no activity on Prawn's account within the next week, we can write him off and start looking for a body, the commissioner agreed. I think there will be activity, despite everything. He had 10,000 on his key. I don't believe a murderer wouldn't try to recover that. How? They know methods we can't even imagine yet. With that kind of money, it's worth some innovation. For example, they could skin the dead man's fingers or create a fingerprint glove. Then transfer those points to 10 different keys belonging to people with perfect alibis. Better yet, to keys belonging to various prostitutes or seemingly upstanding citizens. The trail would blur, branch out, and good luck finding it. In any case, the commissioner decided, don't waste time. We've got a few other scumbags to catch in public hospitals. And we'll wait on this Prawn. If he doesn't show himself in a few days, we'll pass his case to the missing persons section. The phone rang on the commissioner's desk. He listened for a while, then said helplessly, and what can I do about it? Even if he's lying, we'll never catch it. Unless we find the vampire and force a confession out of him, but that's even harder. Anyone could have done the poisoning, patient, nurse, visitor. Oh, one more thing, who did that damn arrestament try to detain, then? Yes, I understand. With Prawn? Let him go to hell. The commissioner hung up and looked at the agents. Well, there's your dead man. He's reported to the police himself. Cunning fox. Even if he had a hand in that hospital affair, we won't be able to prove a thing now. Of course, he knew Brisky, and of course, he took his savings for safekeeping. The deceased was afraid of being robbed. That last part is undeniably plausible. Things have been going badly in the city hospitals lately, one of the detectives said, and it's hard to accuse a guy who spends 200 yellow points in a few days and has 10,000 on his account of wanting to rob an old man of a few greens, added the other. On the other hand, it might be worth investigating where a fourth-class citizen gets the money for such expenses. That's the Revenue Control Department's job. Let's not do their work, we've got enough problems of our own, the commissioner cut in. By the way, we found out who dismantled the arrestomat. He goes by the name Sneer. Unless Pron made up that alias, but I don't think he'd lie, knowing he's a suspect. Let's check out this Sneer guy. The shadows of the tall buildings lining Tybingen Avenue had already reached the edge of the lake. A weak but cool breeze blew from the water, gently swaying the colorful sails on the calm surface of the bay. Carl stood by the lake, his hands resting on the railing that separated the boulevard promenade from the beach. He had been standing there for half an hour, afraid to turn back toward the city. It seemed to him that danger lurked there, recognition, exposure, capture. The lake was something neutral, uninvolved in dark machinations. It was clean, peaceful, joyful. Of course, there were occasional stories of bodies found in the lake, victims of the criminal underworld's reckonings. But more often than not, the lake would wash the corpses ashore or onto the shallows near the beach, as if it wanted to disassociate itself from the dirty affairs taking place on land. For the first time in his life, Carl was truly afraid of the city. As he made his way to the lake, where the crowd of beachgoers had already thinned at this hour, he slipped along the walls of buildings, hiding his face from the random glances of passers-by. He had never felt such fear before. The crowd had always been a nameless, shifting mass to him. He never noticed individuals in it, except for close acquaintances, and only when he wanted to. Now, he saw every face, every pair of eyes that glanced at him. He sized up each person he passed with quick looks and felt as if at least every third passerby had the sharp eyes of an undercover inspector. He couldn't forgive himself for his own stupidity. How could he have gotten involved with such a shady character? What a hopelessly foolish rookie! Couldn't he have lasted a few more days on hospital food? He was in a rush for a few measly greens. It was obvious from the start that he was a bungler and a novice. An experienced player would have waited patiently, perhaps discreetly nudging fate along. But this one, no, he must have administered something nasty that caused telltale symptoms. No, Carl hadn't expected this. He had entered into the partnership in good faith. The situation had seemed as clear and clean as the tear of an innocent maiden. The patient was a lonely, terminally ill man. His points would have ended up in the public treasury anyway. But murder? Carl shuddered at the thought of an investigation in which he would be the prime suspect, even though he hadn't laid a finger on the deceased. With an endless source of points at his disposal, Carl could still end up in deep trouble over a stupid 500 greens, which he had grabbed in a moment of weakness. The prospect of getting caught now, just as the gates of paradise seemed to be opening for him, plunged Carl into the depths of despair. 7 years of lifting, and no serious trouble with the authorities. A clean police record, and now this? He thought bitterly, instinctively pulling his head down between his shoulders whenever he heard the footsteps of a passerby on the boulevard behind him. I wonder what the penalty is for being an accomplice? But to be treated as just an accomplice, they first have to catch the main culprit. Carl dreaded the interrogation. He knew what happened to informants in Argoland. Turning in the vampire might not be worth it at all. Sooner or later, Carl's body would be found in some canal or on the edge of the beach. On the other hand, he also feared what the fake key operators would do when they realized their miraculous prototype could fall into the hands of the authorities along with Carl. Carl knew he might also end up with a quiet burial in Lake Tybingen, and that before he was even detained. At least I'm in a better situation than Sneer. I've got an active key, one that doesn't leave traces on my account. The police have no solid evidence. The transfer to my account from the deceased's key is just circumstantial. Wait a minute. I know the patient's name, I've seen him, I know a few things about him. Why not bluff? Or anything is better than waiting and hiding, the uncertainty dragging on for the next few days. Even if I hide, they'll find me and nab me soon, and then the conversation will be completely different. He felt completely freed from any obligations to the scumbag who had unscrupulously dragged him into this mess. If one of us has to get into trouble, I'm less deserving of it. He decided and turned to face the city. Avoiding passers-by, he walked along the boulevard, then turned onto 6th Street and reached Tybingen Avenue exactly at 7 o'clock as the large clock on the side of the Automation Management building played its melodious chime. At this hour, traffic had already slowed, and people-filled entertainment venues, bars, and theaters. Here, in the center, all the prime society of Argoland gathered in the evening, the yellow classes, from 0 to 3, and citizens of other classes who had some yellows to lose. Carl paused for a moment in front of the entrance to the building known as the Argoland Tower. This building, one of the tallest in the world, housed numerous offices, a large multi-branch department store, and near the very top, an exclusive restaurant. As he passed the tower, Carl remembered he hadn't had dinner yet. I always promise myself a fancy dinner at the tower once I managed to save up 1,000 yellows, he recalled and sighed. I never thought there could be problems when you have unlimited credit. He passed the tower with the resolve to return soon if his desperate plan succeeded. As he entered the lobby of the police headquarters, there were several people already waiting. Carl quickly scanned their faces. Fortunately, he didn't recognize anyone. He approached the duty officer and expressed his desire to make a statement. After a moment, he was led to a small cubicle in the back of the office. "Please, take a seat," the chubby officer in a casually unbuttoned uniform said with a smile, sitting behind a console. "My name is Carl Pron, 4th class," Carl said, placing his key on the desk. The inspector absent-mindedly inserted the key into the identifier and glanced at the computer terminal screen, hidden from Carl's view. Then he looked at Carl's face. "The detectives from the investigative brigade have been looking for you," he said, still smiling politely. "I figured it might be about the same matter." Carl tried not to lose his composure, though he felt a bit nervous inside. "Just today, I learned that an elderly man named Brisky passed away in the hospital." The inspector's right hand typed something on the keyboard of the computer terminal. Yes, please continue, I'm listening," he said encouragingly, glancing at the screen. "Ben Brisky, that's correct. I knew him a little. I mean, we met a few times at the North Pier, beyond the peninsula. You know, it's a good fishing spot, and I sometimes like to sit by the water. That's how we knew each other, you understand." The inspector nodded and smiled understandingly. Perhaps he was a fisherman himself. "So about 2 weeks ago, when I was out fishing, someone mentioned that Brisky was in the 3rd hospital. I thought I might visit him. Who knows if he has any family? The guy was, you know, fairly likable. But I couldn't find time to visit the hospital right away. Finally, I dropped by after a few days, just by chance. Brisky was in bad shape. On top of that, he had this notion that someone among his hospital companions was after his savings. He asked me to take all his greens. I agreed, just to calm him down. So now, I'd like to return those points. I just don't know to whom." The inspector pondered for a moment, looking at the screen. "You can deposit them into the police account. The duty officer will direct you to the appropriate payment machine. Also, could you provide your current address? We might need you as a witness." "A witness?" Carl feigned surprise. "Yes. The homicide department was looking for you this afternoon. Your statement partially clears up some doubts, but—" "What happened?" "Brisky was poisoned." "In the hospital?" "That's shocking." "How could that happen?" Carl exclaimed. "They overdosed him on meds." No, the officer smiled. "In any case, the investigation is ongoing. We'll clarify everything soon." "So, where are you staying?" "For now, at the Hotel Cosmos. If I change my address, I'll notify you." "Very well. Thank you for coming in." "You can kiss my ass now," Carl thought as he stood up. "I've confessed everything, and that's all I know. I returned the points, and no one can prove anything. I can sleep soundly." "Oh, one more thing," the chubby inspector stopped him. "When they tried to locate you at the hotel, someone else was in your room." "Who was that?" "In my room?" Carl feigned deep thought, buying himself time for a quick analysis of the situation. If the police found someone there, it's clear who it was. "A few people visited me today. Maybe it was the girl I left in the room when I went out to the city this morning?" "This was in the afternoon," the officer prompted. "Oh. Then it could only have been." Instead of me, they nabbed Sneer. What rotten luck. I hope he doesn't think I sick the cops on him. Carl fretted. A colleague of mine. He was tired and dozed off in my room. Name? Well, who knows? They call him Sneer. All right. The officer typed something on the terminal keyboard again and looked at the screen. Yes. That's all. Thank you. May I have my key back? Oh, of course. Here you go. The officer handed Carl his key, turned off the recorder, and smiled pleasantly as he bid him farewell. It wasn't until he was back on the street that Carl breathed deeply. As long as that idiot doesn't snitch, I'm in the clear, he thought. If they had even a shred of evidence, they wouldn't have let me go so easily. He patted the key in his pocket and headed toward the tower. It was well past 11 when Sneer rose from the bench and started walking towards the city center. The evening chill seeped through his stylish jacket and the trendiest white shirt, now slightly soiled after a day of wandering through the dusty streets of the city. The subway turnstile was unforgiving, despite Sneer's attempts at all the tricks he'd honed back in his student days. It seemed that since then, the control mechanisms had been improved so that no one could abuse the city's transportation system without proper payment. He had to walk to the areas where he might chance upon someone he knew. Dear sir, the helpless policeman on duty at the telephone in the police headquarters had tried to persuade him when Sneer reported the loss of his key. What can I do for you? I already have about 10 similar reports. Tomorrow I'll receive a list of all keys recovered or found tonight. Please call back in the morning. I can last until tomorrow, but what if they won't be willing to return it? Sneer wondered as he passed by the 24-hour stores with food vending machines and automatic eateries. Who knows what that young fool confessed? He comforted himself with the thought that the Downer's arrest might only have been due to getting caught using someone else's key. That would be the best-case scenario. Professional ethics, at least in the lifting profession, dictated that an unlucky operator should protect the client by taking all the blame. He should admit that he found a stray key and tried to use it on his own initiative. It would be hard to prove anything against the client, especially if the client had reported the loss. But what if the Downer was arrested instead of Sneer, just as Sneer had been mistaken for Prawn? What a damn string of coincidences! Sneer thought angrily, touching the metal bracelet still clamped around his wrist. They must have wanted something from me. The exam stations must have received orders to detain me if I showed up for verification. Worse yet, it's not even about that damned arrestomat. It probably didn't even register my number. It seems that a blocked key might not allow data to be read by a usual machine. Only a detailed identifier at the exam station could access the data from such a key. And it did, compared it with the blacklist, and concluded that the police should be notified. The kid got caught because of me, not the other way around. Tough luck, that's his professional risk. That's why he earns his 400. The worst part is that I still don't know what they want from me. Whatever it is, they'll also count the attempt to use the Downer against me, and who knows if they won't connect it to my line of work. They'd have to be idiots not to know who primarily needs Downers, and if I don't get rid of this damn bracelet, I'll also get in trouble for that police imp. Sneer was acutely aware of what losing his key meant. But having never been in such a predicament before, he hadn't realized how unpleasant it could be up close. What a cunning system of coercion! He fumed, winding through side streets toward the city center. How easy it is to bring anyone back into line who steps even an inch outside the assigned framework. As long as you behave, respect all the stupid and sensible administrative regulations, don't rebel, work when you're told, and don't protest when you're laid off, as long as you're a docile sheep in this pen, you get at least the minimum needed for survival. But just try to stick out. Without a key, you'll die alone among millions of people chasing their own interests. The world of Argoland was now revealing its other face to him, or rather its underside, which he had known about but never seen from this perspective, always having been on top of this society. Feeling increasingly hungry and exhausted, he longed for the old, good times he knew from history when you could snatch a wallet full of banknotes from someone's pocket or cut off a purse full of gold coins hanging at their side. Or at least steal a few apples from a stall. Today, everything is guarded by infallible, vigilant electronics and automation. You can steal your neighbor's key, but it won't do you much good. When you try to use it, every machine will shout out that you're a thief. Outside the city center, the streets were rather empty at this hour. Sneer was not well acquainted with the district, so he wandered somewhat blindly between the similar-looking residential blocks, heading, as if toward a lighthouse, toward the brightly lit top of the Lagerland Tower, visible through the gaps in the streets leading toward the center. Up there, on the 125th floor, all sorts of scoundrels are sitting and gorging on juicy steaks, he sighed, recalling the excellent cuisine of the restaurant at the top of the skyscraper. At the street corner, in front of the entrance to a small, empty bar, he almost bumped into a gaunt, disheveled girl. She quickly stepped aside, hiding in the shadow between two illuminated bistro windows. Sneer entered the bar. Behind the thick glass panes of the buffet display, appetizing cold and hot snacks were visible. The drink machines beckoned with colorful, enticing advertisements. He swallowed his saliva and instinctively reached into his pocket, but he knew well that there was no way to trick the food machines. Unless he ran his fingertips along the edge of one of the dispenser doors. The gap was too narrow to pry open the door that separated a hungry man from the delicious dishes. The weakest point was the glass, but Sneer didn't fancy picking shards out of his food. Frustrated, he punched the glass. "Careful," came a slightly hoarse voice behind him. He turned around. The skinny girl was standing in the doorway. In the bright light, he could see her unattractive, washed-out face and feverishly shining eyes. "Don't even try," she said, pointing to the machines. "They've installed safeguards. Look!" She stretched out her narrow, bony hands towards Sneer, covered with scars from recent scratches. He looked at her questioningly. "They've put in aerosol containers. When you break the glass, the machine sprays you with some stinging stuff that'll have you scratching for 3 hours till you bleed. It soaks through even gloves and clothing. I was lucky it only got on my hands." They stood facing each other in silence for a moment. "I thought you had points. A guy dressed so nicely, here. This is a cheap spot for reds and greens. Yellows don't come here. But you don't have any either? I've lost my key. Too bad. I thought I could make a buck. I can't get into my cabin. I didn't pay last month's rent, so they locked me out. Now I pay day by day, a little at a time, whatever I can scrape together. When the debt goes down, sometimes I manage to open the door and sleep at home. But sooner or later, I have to go out, get something to eat. And when I come back, I have to pay again to get the door to open. And so, day by day. And my key is empty." "There's still plenty of time until the end of the month," Sneer observed. He hadn't expected anyone in this city to be in such a critical situation. The monthly point allocation ensured a basic level of existence, even for sixth-class citizens. Right at the start of the month, that bastard comes and takes everything, down to the last red, the girl sighed. "Husband?" "Not exactly. But he still beats me when I don't want to transfer points." "Have you tried filing a complaint with the police?" "The police?" "He works for them. They need him and won't hurt him. He's out all night, hardly ever stays with me, doesn't care that the rent isn't paid. I can't help you." Sneer spread his hands. "I don't even know where I'll sleep tonight." "I'll manage," the girl smiled. "If not today, tomorrow I'll find someone with a few points. As long as you've got a key, there's hope, as they say. It's worse when you don't even have a key. That's when the real hell begins. I know, my key was stolen once. Lately, they say it's happening more often. Before you get a new one, you can die from all the bureaucracy." Still lost in the girl's lamentations, Sneer quickened his pace to reach the familiar, friendly, unpopulated areas of downtown more quickly. To shorten the route, he turned off the main street, which curved in a broad arc on an overpass over low, old houses. He ventured into the narrow streets of the old district and soon regretted not sticking to the well-lit thoroughfare. "Hey, mister," he heard a thin, childish voice behind him. He glanced over his shoulder. A small boy, no more than 10 years old, was following him at a few paces distance. "What do you want?" Sneer glanced around surreptitiously. "Buy me some chocolate. There's a machine just around the corner." "Well, you see," Sneer smiled kindly at the boy, "it so happens that my key was just stolen." The boy stood before him, silent with a perplexed expression. Clearly, he hadn't been given instructions for this scenario. "Well, why don't you want to buy a kid some chocolate?" said someone hidden in the dark doorway of a building. "Do I have to teach you some manners?" A tall, broad-shouldered young man emerged from the dark doorway. Behind him came two more, shorter and less imposing, but armed with thin metal rods. "I told you I don't have a key," Sneer growled, taking a step toward them. "Don't believe me? Go ahead, search me." The big guy approached him hesitantly. "No tricks," he warned uncertainly. It was obvious he lacked experience. He patted down Sneer, who stood calmly, checking all his pockets. "He's clean," he said to his buddies. "Let it go." "He might be a cop," one of them advised. "I know all the plainclothes cops around here," the tall one muttered. "Who are you?" "I won't tell you, kid," Sneer said through gritted teeth, "because you die of shock." The guy hesitated for a moment, but then took 2 steps back. Okay, he said, conciliatory. "No issue." Sneer turned on his heel and, without looking back, walked away at a steady pace toward the nearest cross street. Only when he saw a police car parked at the curb in the distance did he breathe a little easier. "I got lucky." Rookie squeezers knew very well who, besides some undercover cops, could be strolling without a key through the streets of Argoland at night. If Sneer had had a key on him, the encounter would have undoubtedly led to some forced purchases. Squeezers usually didn't physically harm a passerby who paid in store machines for the goods they ordered. They typically settled for a few bottles of alcohol, a few cans of beer, maybe a small snack. Considering the state of the victim's account, they didn't overly exploit it. They relied on moderation to ensure their safety and impunity. A mildly robbed client often refrained from filing a police report, aware of the futility of such complaints. The squeezer never forced any transfers to his account, and every trace of the encounter vanished as they disappeared around the corner. Only a refusal to benefit the squeezers usually ended in a more or less severe beating to serve as a warning to others. Even in such cases, identifying the attackers was very difficult, as they operated far from their regular places of living, where they usually enjoyed a good reputation among neighbors and local policemen. "I'd rather lose a few points than be without a key," Sneer thought. Good thing they backed off. They could have beaten me out of frustration for getting nothing. He had taken a risky gamble, but it paid off. The suggestion worked, and fear sprouted in their 6th-class brains. A well-dressed guy strolling without a key through side streets could very well be a flayer. Sneer himself felt an unpleasant chill down his spine at the thought of encountering a real flayer. He didn't know anyone who had survived such an encounter. Flayers were sometimes mentioned in police reports, and that's how their exploits were known to the general public. Flaying was a crime that didn't find acceptance even among the most degenerate criminals of Argoland. A flayer was a degenerate thug who could kill a person with one punch and then, using a special technique known only to them, precisely strip the skin off the victim's hands like taking off a glove. A flayer didn't carry his own key. He'd go out dressed in a fine evening suit. He usually had one night to drain the victim's key before the police learned of the murder and blocked the account. There wasn't time to make a fingerprint glove. Besides, no respectable handmaster would create a glove from a dead man's hand, and a flayer doesn't like to involve anyone else. Using the victim's skin as a glove, he would spend the night living it up in the best establishments, arousing no suspicion, be it not for some mistake. The possibility of using someone else's key usually ended the next day, but by then, the flayer would be fast asleep in his hideout, gathering strength for the next night's outing to find a new victim. The criminal was so perfectly anonymous that no flayer had yet been caught in Argoland. Sneer had heard of cases where people with minimal account balances fell victim to flaying. The criminal didn't check the key before the attack, he likely chose his victim based on appearances. Thus, not having a key didn't protect one from this type of thug. As he reached the southern part of downtown, where police patrols more diligently swept the streets of suspicious night wanderers, Sneer felt safer. The policemen were now his allies and protectors. He had properly reported the loss of his key. They could verify it any time at headquarters. And the proof of his identity, fingerprints of his hand, was, like every citizen's, registered in the central Syscom database. He breathed a sigh of relief as he entered familiar territory, where nothing bad should happen to him, day or night. This was where he had spent almost his entire adult life, where he felt confident and safe. Dragging his aching legs, he cursed the city's vastness. Argaland, spreading along the western and southwestern shores of the lake, had gradually absorbed the former suburbs and several old, run-down towns within a radius of tens of kilometers. Now it was a monstrous conglomeration of former urban districts, suburban areas of low-rise buildings, and numerous residential estates of gloomy, monotonously identical apartment blocks encircling the downtown area. Beyond the city's limits, there was nothing. That is, nothing from the point of view of the city's inhabitants. For hundreds of kilometers, vast agricultural lands and livestock farms stretched, operated by robotic equipment requiring the supervision of only a few specialists. Here and there among the fields were strange structures, fully automated processing plants, factories almost entirely hidden underground so as not to occupy valuable farmland. The people living in the city didn't think about these areas daily. They didn't see them as the source of everything they consumed every day in the city. To the average Argaland citizen, the outlying areas might as well not exist. Few people thought beyond the city limits, even though everyone had learned about these things during their higher education. But this knowledge, mostly irrelevant to their daily lives, quickly faded from their minds, and many couldn't say much more than that certain food products or everyday items came from the appropriate machine or warehouse. In a situation where almost every citizen spent their entire life within the city limits, preoccupied with the legal or illegal accumulation of points, it was hard to blame them for such an attitude. Matters of goods production might interest only some overly intellectualized zeros, the same people who invented all those clever machines that eliminated the need for human labor in fields or factories. The most important thing was that for their points, everyone could get what they needed and that there was still enough left over to export to other cities, from where they received various imported delicacies and luxury items available for yellow points to those who knew how to earn them. The network of roads and railways converging on the city served only to bring goods into the city and remove waste for processing or destruction at energy production facilities. The city was a giant, living organism, a monstrous polyp sprawled across a vast area, sucking everything it could from it. Somewhere far away, scattered across the continent, were similar cities. So similar that no one had any sufficiently important reasons to visit them. Especially since it would cost a staggering number of points. The old, historical reasons for population migration, the desire for an easier life, better earnings, ceased to exist when global unification of economic principles and the introduction of a uniform intellectual classification were implemented. Theoretically, one could register in any city, but the associated lengthy formalities and fees were a significant barrier to population movement. The global economic system equalized the standard of living for the world's inhabitants so effectively that citizens of a particular class lived the same way everywhere. Since industrial and agricultural production had become fully mechanized, smaller centers, towns, villages, settlements near large industrial plants disappeared. The population in areas outside the major cities proved completely unnecessary. The land was needed for cultivation. Former residents of smaller towns were absorbed by the large cities, swelling the ranks of reserves for whom there was no work in the cities either. But here, one could live even without working. Here were the machines, warehouses, cultural and entertainment institutions, and housing blocks. For some of the unemployed, like Sneer, the metropolis offered fertile ground for developing illegal yet lucrative service businesses, which supplemented the relatively modest income from government subsidies. However, to achieve such additional income, one needed more than just a key, it required brains, as Sneer used to say. Most of the non-working population, ranging from 4th to 6th class, as well as some 3rd-class citizens with less useful professional skills, accepted their material status based on their intellectual ranking without protest. The uniform allocation of red points provided a decent coverage of daily needs, and a certain amount of green points, distributed proportionally to rank, except for students, who received only red points, allowed for the enjoyment of the city's additional pleasures. Thus, everyone was not only materially secure, but also had a continuous hope of improving their situation by cultivating their intellect. This hope was, honestly speaking, quite illusory, but only those who had risen slightly above the rest, reaching the middle class, were aware of this. The requirements for candidates for work positions constantly moved ahead faster than people could improve their intellectual class. Some would forever be left behind, hitting the roof of their abilities. Others, for whom even the wall of official ethics was no obstacle, would breach the barrier of possibilities with the help of specialists like Sneer. Overall, it was unclear whether it was due to the rapid increase of complexity of technical devices and social issue that fewer and fewer people could meet the demands of management and supervision, or whether the general intellectual level of society was declining so quickly that the authorities, to maintain morale, had to quietly lower the classification criteria, resulting in today's third or second class being not as intelligent as their counterparts from previous generations. Seemingly, everything in this system functioned according to the original assumptions. Automation of production processes and commercial operations was introduced to free people from physical and mental labor, ensuring them prosperity and comfort. The ultimate goal of this process would be a state where no one worked, but everyone benefited from the products of automated systems. Initially, it was believed that this goal would be reached in some unimaginably distant future. Urbanization was accepted as an inevitable byproduct of the implemented program. The employment issue was expected to be solved by shortening the working day and increasing shift work. Yet this quickly proved to be utopia. In theoretical discussions, reality was confused with the wishful thinking of idealistic demagogues. Too much emphasis was placed on the vaguely understood axiom of the equality of all people. But what does it mean that one person is equal to another? A person is a multidimensional being. Which of their qualities should we consider representative for comparison? Neither physical nor mental abilities, nor material or spiritual needs, are standardized or can be standardized. The introduction of universally mandatory higher education, intended to equalize opportunities and chances, only revealed the undeniable differences in intellectual levels and abilities. The classification system became necessary to determine who was capable of meeting the demands of a complex society. Employing people with mediocre abilities in serious job positions would be absurd. It eventually turned out that it was much simpler and cheaper to provide them with a livelihood without employment than to create fictitious job positions. During the implementation of the new economic system, many long-standing, socially accepted, inaccurate, or outright wrong beliefs were debunked. For example, it turned out that contrary to the belief held since the early days of capitalism, people did not demand work for its own sake. Work had always been a certain slogan, a symbolic term that meant the same as another symbolic term, money. Both concepts signified the same thing, the sum of goods that a worker expects to own. When demanding work, a worker expects to receive, naturally, pay. In times when there was no other way for large numbers of working people, honest and sincerely committed to their social roles, to obtain money, theorists detached from real life formulated the doctrine that the working masses needed only work because they couldn't live without it. But, in reality, every person is somewhat lazy, to a greater or lesser degree, just as they can be better or worse, smarter or dumber. It is their natural, human right, which testifies to their humanity. Some even argue that laziness played a creative role in shaping human civilization. If not for the laziness of our ancestors, wanting to achieve the same with less effort, we wouldn't have even the simplest of machines today. Throughout the long history of human societies, various reformers have experimented with guaranteeing work without pay. However, such attempts generally ended in failure, usually revealing that a working person does not consider the resources they use for basic physical reproduction, for housing, clothing, and other personal costs, to be adequate compensation. On the other hand, the opposite experiment does not lead to disaster, giving a person only pay results in them finding work on their own, as corresponding to their level of laziness. Generally, activity proves to be proportional to the individual's intellectual level. In extreme cases, a well-fed anthropoid ape shows no inclination to organize work for itself, engaging solely in purely recreational activities. It should be noted that history has also demonstrated the superficiality of another judgment, dating back to antiquity, which claimed that the people needed only bread and circuses. Many later rulers learned that when given only bread, the people would immediately demand butter and ham, ignoring even the most attractive circuses. The system prevailing in the community of Argoland was not contrary to natural laws. Work was performed by the most intelligent, by necessity or by choice, operating in both legal and illegal areas of social and economic life, and generally, they did not feel disadvantaged. Those of lower intellectual levels, receiving subsidies, did not demand the opportunity to work off the goods they received. In short, everything appeared to be a relatively stable and fairly just arrangement. At least that's how Sneer, standing somewhat apart from the mainstream of the basic mass of Argoland citizens, interpreted the situation. Until the fateful day today, usually possessing a considerable sum of points on his key, he rarely engaged in musings about the reality that allowed him to exist quite comfortably amid well-known phenomena and processes. Upon reflection, Sneer assessed his current situation as a mishap from which he would have to extricate himself at some cost. It wasn't a catastrophe yet. After all, other people occasionally lose their keys too. The immediate future, however, looked worse. Sneer immediately crossed Pron off the list of people with whom he might seek shelter for the night. Even if the police hadn't arrested him yet, Pron had probably made sure to disappear without a trace, at least for a while. Finding himself in front of the Hotel Cosmos, Sneer decided to check the guest list in the lobby just in case. Sure enough, Pron's cabin was still reserved and paid for, but the guest was absent. At least, that's what the hotel computer's information monitor indicated. Sneer's room was also paid for another 3 days, which in the current situation seemed like a cruel joke. Without a key, there was no way to access his own sleeping cabin. To make matters worse, the sounds of dance music and the aroma of hot dishes wafted from the hotel restaurant. Sneer sat on a couch in the lobby, hungrily eyeing the glass doors of the eatery, behind which men were feasting and drinking amidst the cheerful chatter of women, most of whom were locals' girls. Sneer had seen them here every night. Some, the better-off ones, had rented cabins in the hotel, while others came in from the city. Another profession where a high class only gets in the way, he thought, watching the dancers on the floor. It's hard to work both day and night. Besides, too much intellect probably hinders this profession. Men prefer to feel superior, even in bed. The thought of a bed triggered rather literal associations, and the warmth of the hotel lobby gently enveloped him. With his head resting on the back of the couch, he closed his eyes. Lonely, he suddenly heard a muffled voice behind him, feeling at the same time a light hand on his shoulder. He turned carefully. A girl was standing behind the couch. Slightly bent over, in a light dress buttoned almost to her neck, she didn't look like one of the night residents of the hotel's dining hall. However, he had a feeling he had seen her before, those big, round, blue eyes, that fair face framed by a halo of short but curly, golden hair. "You've got the wrong guy," he smiled. "I'm out of business today." "I know." "You're in trouble," she replied, narrowing her eyes. "How do you know?" "I saw you this afternoon." "That mechanical cop let you go?" "Ah, you saw that," Sneer muttered. "Well, then you know and understand that. This morning," she interrupted him in a whisper, "a guy, small and a bit bald, was asking about you. Or rather, not you specifically, but a specialist in your line of work. I said there was someone like that here and asked if he knew you. He was happy and went looking for you. I don't know if... Did I do something wrong? How do you know what I do?" Sneer was now fully alert, studying the girl carefully, trying once again to remember under what circumstances he might have seen her before. "Don't get upset. If it's my fault you're in trouble, just tell me. I didn't actually say anything about you. He knew you. It's fine. I met him. Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't, but it doesn't really matter. Don't worry about it." Sneer smiled faintly and closed his eyes. He felt the wave of drowsiness returning, overcoming his hunger and thirst. "You look terrible. You should sleep," the girl said. "I should have dinner, sleep." "But that's not going to happen," he snapped impatiently. "I don't have a key." She was silent for a moment, as if she didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "You don't have one at all?" she asked after a moment. "Anyway, it doesn't matter. Come on, I have a cabin. Although, a guy is supposed to come by in the morning who..." Sneer was asleep. She shook his shoulder, then walked away towards the bar for a moment. She returned with a plastic bag and shook the sleeping man again. "Come on," she said. "I got us something to eat. I don't have many yellow points, but I can't stand seeing you suffer." He got up and let himself be led to the elevator and then to a cabin. Only here did he fully wake up, sinking his teeth into a quarter of roasted chicken. A glass of wine restored him completely. The girl seemed to genuinely feel guilty. She thought it was her fault that Sneer had gotten into trouble and wanted to make amends. He was touched by the concern of this stranger, whom he didn't even know by name. "I just happen to know what they call you and what you do," she explained hastily, incoherently. "That guy was looking for a good lifter. You know, the girls here know something about everyone who stays for a few days. They gossip in the bar. And that bald guy treated me to a snack, so I wanted to return the favor." "Was he someone from the police?" "No. He's got his own problems," Sneer said between bites of chicken, "and I got tangled up in his mess. But that's neither your fault nor his." He noticed that the girl was looking at his right wrist. "Oh, you see," he smiled, "I got rid of that little problem. There are other, worse ones left. But that's a whole different story." He placed his hand on hers. "Thank you, anyway. What's your name?" "Alice." "I'm interfering with your work, Alice. I'll go in a moment." "You're not interfering. That guy who holds my points should come by in the morning. You know, I don't keep them on my own key. I don't have to work tonight for points. In fact, I'd love to do something else. If I could earn even a couple hundred yellow points a month honestly, I wouldn't waste my health in that damn bar." "A couple hundred?" Sneer looked at her in surprise. Even a 0 in a managerial position doesn't get that much. She smiled enigmatically. "There are all kinds of zeros. You have no idea how much they differ from each other. I know many of them. They talk to me. I wouldn't even give some of them a second class. They're complete nobodies. I know. I've made a few like that myself." "You got a 0? "Something like that." "Why don't you work?" "For what? 100 yellow points a month?" Sneer grimaced. "I make 4 or 5 times that from lifting, and if a 0 candidate comes along, even more." He wiped his mouth with a napkin and stretched out on the couch. Alice sat beside him. He saw her profile against the dark window. She had a cute, small nose and an appetizingly shaped mouth. Sneer watched her with pleasure. "You've stuffed yourself," he chided himself, "and now you're already eyeing the girl greedily." "Move over," she said. "You've taken up the whole couch." "Remember, I don't have a key," he muttered as she lay beside him. "I like talking to a real 0. But first, you need to sleep," she said, and snuggled up to him. Sneer wouldn't be himself if he could sleep in such circumstances. Alice's closeness had fully awakened him. "You mentioned 0s. That many of them are lifted." "How can you tell?" he asked, looking closely into her eyes. "When you opened the cabin door, I saw a 4 on your key." She hesitated a little but then smiled apologetically. "I lied a little. What I do here, among the girls from the bar, isn't my only job. Or rather, it was, a cover for the large sums flowing into my key. The income control inspectors started taking an interest in me, so I had to pretend to be a girl of, questionable virtue. But I soon found out that this job pays even better than the previous one, and I changed careers." "What did you do before?" "I have a 0 too. I did the same thing you do." "A lifter?" Sneer propped himself up on his elbow to examine this extraordinary phenomenon. No way! For the first time in his life, he was face to face with a female lifter at the 0 level. "You're not kidding this time?" he asked again. "That's why I know you and a few others. Which lifter in Argoland wouldn't know Sneer, a master of our craft?" she said, closing her huge eyes with irises the color of the sky over Tübingen on a clear July day. Sneer couldn't take his eyes off hers, seemingly innocent yet strangely captivating and overwhelming. He had a peculiar feeling he had never experienced before, that this girl could make him do anything she wanted. Her gaze melted away the cold armor, hard yet invisible from the outside, that he had built around himself, preventing emotions from penetrating too deeply into his soul, a soul that he believed was too sensitive to function without sufficient protection in this ruthless, mechanized world. The cynical shell worn by his soul and conscience protected Sneer from excessive compassion for others, from the advances of enterprising girls who, after a successful assault on his senses, hope for similarly easy conquests in the realm of feelings. But moreover, and this was an unintended side effect, that shell obscured Sneer's own interior from himself, allowing him not to delve too deeply into his actions, not to analyze his emotional states and his true relationship with his surroundings. Now, face to face with Alice, Sneer felt increasingly stripped of his protective layer, defenseless, soft as an oyster removed from its shell. "Why don't you just tell me what else you do?" he said in a hoarse whisper, trying to bring his lips closer to her cheek. "Do you hypnotize? Cast spells?" "No," she laughed, pulling her face away from his kiss. "But I can tell fortunes. Give me your left hand." She looked at the inside of his hand for a moment. "I see great changes," she said in a mysterious fortune-teller's voice. "I see a 0 on your key." "You mean the account balance," he laughed. "It's happened before. It's no trick to spend everything down to the last point. I'm talking about your class. You will become a 0, a very important 0. You will carry a great burden on your shoulders. You will know the truth. And when you realize that there is no salvation for the world, when you don't know what to do, when you understand that there is no being in the entire universe who can help you, think of Alice. Never forget Alice." She squeezed his hand and added, now in her usual, playful tone, "You aren't expected to say thanks for the fortune-telling, but you can kiss the fortune-teller." Sneer eagerly took the opportunity. "Do you know the song Dunny Bell used to sing?" she asked as they lay beside each other in the darkness of the cabin, intermittently lit by the colorful reflections of a neon sign outside the window. "The ballad about the stars over Tibbigan?" "I don't think so." "Dunny Bell? Is she the one who was banned from performing on television?" "Yes." "You must listen to that ballad sometime. Promise me you will." "Sure," he muttered sleepily. "Write down the title for me. I remember the recording number. I'll write it down for you. Remember, you have to listen to it." It was already bright outside when Sneer opened his eyes, awakened by gentle tugs at his hair. "Get up. You should leave now," Alice said softly. "It's better if no one sees you here." "Why?" he mumbled, still half asleep. "Please, get up," Alice urged, pushing him toward the bathroom. He splashed water on his face and looked in the mirror at his unshaven cheeks and bloodshot eyes. He dressed quickly. Alice opened the door for him and touched his face gently as they said goodbye. "I'll be back," he said, looking into her eyes. She gave a barely noticeable nod as she closed the cabin door. Sneer descended the stairs carefully. He had slept too little and felt terrible. In the lobby downstairs, he glanced at the clock. It was 7:34 a.m. barbaric time to kick someone out of bed, he thought, collapsing onto a soft couch by the wall, across from the closed doors of the night restaurant. He woke up 8:45. What a girl, was the first thought that ran through his mind. A real 0, a lifter, and on top of that. He couldn't find the right words. Alice had impressed him like no one else before. She had broken through his cold indifference, and that alone was enough to convince him that she was an extraordinary woman. We'd make a great team together. Of course, she'd have to give up that night camouflage, he thought as he left the hotel. He suddenly stopped. Damn! I'm jealous of her, he realized with concern. What's wrong with you, old man? From a nearby phone booth, he called the police and learned that his key had been found and was ready for pickup at the central precinct. He rushed towards the nearby police station but began to reconsider the situation as he went. Maybe it would be better to find the downer first and see how things played out, he thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. The downer could be in custody, and without Pron's help, Sneer had no chance of finding him. Besides, Pron was probably either arrested or in hiding. Sneer felt awful, unshaven, in a dirty shirt, and in a part of the city where he could run into colleagues at any moment. A single day without a key, without his own cabin, without the ability to have breakfast or a morning coffee, it was more than enough to exhaust his patience. Whatever, he decided. If it's a trap, they'll get me eventually, whether it's today or tomorrow. The clock on the municipal automation building chimed 9. Argaland was just beginning its regular daily life. Sneer rarely found himself on the streets at this time. Between 8 and 10, there was little activity. Citizens of the yellow classes had been at their workplaces for at least an hour, or were still sleeping off the night's entertainment if they were on the afternoon shift today. Unemployed citizens and freeloaders like Sneer were just crawling out of bed and hadn't yet filled the bars and pubs. Sneer imagined himself among the throng of people rushing to work before 8, hastily swallowing sandwiches in automated cafeterias, sweating at the mere thought of being late for work. Now, after living less than a day without a key, he no longer blamed them but shuddered at the thought of finding himself in a similar situation. What a ridiculous paradox, he mused. If you were born too smart or bothered to refine your mind, you have to work like a dumb donkey, or else they'll block your key and you'll get nothing. But if you're stupid or pretend to be, society takes care of you. And if you're doing something illegal on top of that, you live happily without problems, even if you're a sixth-class citizen. Alice is right, this world is headed for ruin, running in circles, something's not right here. And yet, this decline has lasted so long that it has the characteristics of a stable condition. If we, here on the inside, can see that something's wrong, it's impossible for the top-tier zeros, who oversee this whole mess, not to see it even more clearly. They must be pretending that everything is going according to plan and heading straight for the intended goal. But why do they act like this, tolerating the situation? Maybe they've gone too far and can't turn back anymore? There's no shortage of evidence that the ideal plan to establish social order and total happiness for humanity is producing unintended side effects that no one anticipated. So why do the authors and executors of this plan strive at all costs to maintain the illusion that everything is unfolding here with their approval and exactly according to the original assumptions? Sneer was convinced that he understood the rules governing Argaland society. He did know them, but only enough to navigate the laws that ruled here. Now, he didn't know why. He felt as if an abyss of ignorance was opening before him, as if questions were arising that he had never asked himself before, and thus had never sought answers to. Until now, his consciousness had contained something like a model of this society, a phenomenological theory that allowed him to explain the interdependencies of things and phenomena without delving into their essence, causes, or goals. He took this world as it was, studied it, and drew from it only positive knowledge, which was useful, directly or indirectly, in earning points. Why was Sneer's mind suddenly demanding deeper resolutions? Where did these doubts and problems come from? Could a few moments of conversation with a randomly encountered girl, a conversation his tired mind hadn't even fully registered, have caused this strange intellectual unease? Or was it simply a day-long lockout from this society? Lockout, what a fitting pun. Sneer thought, that forced him to re-evaluate his established views. He couldn't decide. With his hands in his pockets, he walked along the sidewalk toward the police station, instinctively scanning the street, as if hoping to spot one of the two people he now needed, the Downer or Pron nonsense, he scolded himself. Don't believe in miracles. They're both locked up, as sure as night follows day. Before entering the police building, he remembered the bracelet and pulled down his cuff. He walked in confidently, heading straight for the duty officer, who was yawning behind the desk. Moments later, he had his key back. He examined it carefully. Everything matched, the number, the account balance, and most importantly, the fourth class. The officer didn't say a word, just nodded at Sneer's polite thanks. This is impossible, Sneer thought, already back on the street, as he inserted the key into a cigarette machine. It works. Damn it all if I understand anything. After all the troubles, schemes, and nerve-wracking uncertainty, and they just give him back his functional key as if nothing had happened. Much ado about nothing. Mountains giving birth to a mouse. The trite sayings came unbidden. Either this computerized world of order is, in fact, one indescribably large mess, or this isn't the end of my troubles just yet, he thought, pocketing the key and opening the pack of cigarettes he'd just bought. As he lit one, he glanced around surreptitiously. He didn't notice anyone suspicious within sight, but just in case, he wandered through a few side streets, stopping at vending machines, entering shops and doorways. No one seemed to be following him. He turned back toward the hotel. As he passed one of the small pavilions on a side street, he noticed a group of men laughing as they left a shop. He paused in front of the window, filled with colorful advertisements inviting people inside. A new sex shop, he thought, and was about to move on, but the sound of collective laughter coming from inside intrigued him, so he entered the shop. Inside, it was dimly lit, and soft music played in the background. A group of loafers, who typically hung around the nearby pubs at this hour, surrounded a small podium covered in red plush in the center of the room. People were sipping beer from cans and quietly exchanging comments or jokes. Sneer approached the podium and peered between the heads of the spectators. On the platform, two human figures were moving in a lying position. The red light cast an unnatural hue on the skin of the naked bodies. Sneer watched for a moment as the two figures performed what looked more like acrobatic exercises than normal human sexual activities. Have they even repealed the decency law, he thought, stepping back toward the exit. It used to be forbidden to show such things in public commercial venues. The music abruptly stopped, and blinding white lights flooded the podium. The two figures froze in a bizarre, unnatural pose, entwined with each other. Sneer noticed that under the long hair of the woman bent over the man lying beneath her, there was only a smooth, pink surface with no features, split at the bottom by a red slit of a mouth. "Please take a look at our latest product," said a voice from a speaker above the podium. "We present to you the new model of the universal, perfect sex amount, available in both male and female versions, according to your needs. Our reliable, humanoid machine satisfies all customer needs. It is more perfect than the most skilled living partner. It is inexhaustible in ideas, guaranteed by the extensive program library included for free with every unit. For an additional fee, you can receive subscription-based interchangeable facial images of currently popular and widely recognized film and television personalities. Our machines are powered by high-capacity, low-voltage micro-batteries, guaranteeing uninterrupted operation for 8 hours and full protection against electric shock. Battery charging is done via the city grid using a rectifier included in the price of the set. Operating costs are minimal, durability is guaranteed, and the price is shockingly low. Satisfaction guaranteed. And now, the speaker continued after a moment as the light changed color, please see for yourselves the advantages of our products. Observe the extraordinary performance and precision of the programming of our new sexomats. We draw your attention to the unprecedented fact that both units, male and female, perfectly synchronize their actions for which they are designed, even completely without the involvement of living partners. Soft music flowed from the speaker again, and the two pink, plastic mannequins resumed their mechanical antics, emitting a series of appropriate sounds and grunts. Sneer stood there for a moment longer, feeling a hysterical, uncontrollable laugh welling up inside him, a mocking laugh of some desperate, joyful satisfaction. He ran out, choking on that internal paroxysm of laughter. For several minutes, he stood, doubled over, his forehead pressed against the cool wall of the building, his hands clutching his stomach. His body shook with convulsive spasms of wild laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. "This is it," he choked out in a half-whisper, struggling to control his quivering diaphragm. "This is the full synthesis, the pinnacle of everything, the first harbinger of the final end. This is what we're rushing toward in our hopeless, blind, sheep-like frenzy. Machines for everything. Everything automated. And suddenly we wake up faced with the dilemma, if one machine can copulate with another so efficiently, so elegantly, and in so many ways, then what the hell are people still doing on this planet?" Fred Banfi, an employee of the Revenue Control Department, sat in the cafeteria cherishing his second cup of coffee, his eyes lingering on the pleasing curves of Sally's hips as she bent over the soda machine. The girl was a new maintenance technician for the food machines in the agglomeration administration's cafeteria. She had only been working there for 2 weeks, and there were already whispers that she was the girlfriend of one of the high bosses, though no one was sure which one. Opinions varied, but the fact itself was beyond doubt. Sally had a third-class status, but the number of malfunctioning machines in the cafeteria did not speak well of her qualifications. It was suspected that she wasn't really an electronics technician or a precision mechanic. She did, however, have a perfect figure and was very pretty. If her boyfriend were a high boss in the mass entertainment administration, he'd have no trouble getting her a job as a TV presenter, Banfi thought sarcastically. She'd be just as suited for that work, and she'd earn the highest possible amount of yellows. Her third-class status seems a bit lifted. Actually, it wouldn't be hard to figure out whose girlfriend she is. All it would take is checking if one of the identified lifters recently received 100 or so yellows from a higher-up. Banfi could easily check that within his department. He had access to the accounts of all Argaland residents who earned private income for vaguely defined services rendered to other citizens. But he could only do it out of curiosity, because it would be suicidal to tangle with any of the high bosses, especially some important zero from the upper echelons of administration. After all, what could he possibly do, being just a mere two? He couldn't very well walk up to one of them and simply ask why this young girl, fresh out of school, was earning almost as much yellow as he was, a long-serving employee in a responsible position, and a rank higher than her to boot. "What's bothering you?" he heard a voice behind him. He recognized the voice of Buston, an inspector from the class control department. "Quite the opposite. I'm just enjoying the view," he replied without turning his head, nodding toward the girl's pert backside. "Well, well." Buston smiled. "Don't get your hopes up. You can't afford a treat like that." "I know, and that's exactly what makes me grind my teeth. You just feel powerless in the face of certain practices in our office," Banfi said in a low voice. "My dear friend, don't dwell on it, or you'll give yourself an ulcer," Buston advised, settling down with his coffee next to Banfi, positioning himself so that he could also see Sally's figure. "You know there's nothing you can change or fix here. It gets to me sometimes, too. You run yourself ragged trying to do your job, the regulations are on your side, and then suddenly, at the last minute, you get a call from Central and they tell you to drop everything, leave the guy alone, no explanations needed. Just happened to me a little while ago. I had this guy's key in my hand, an obvious service worker, maybe a lifter or worse. Looked like his class was too low, and he was up to some tricks with a downer. I was going to question him, and then suddenly I get a call, no questioning, return the key through the usual channels, as if it was just lost." "Who was the guy?" "Some guy from downtown. They call him Sneer or something." Banfi barely managed to control the flicker in his eyes. "Doesn't ring a bell," he said with feigned indifference. "He's got significant inflows from various private keys." "Are you going to investigate him further?" "What for? His back is covered from above. Maybe he has someone among the high bosses? You think some of them prefer boys to girls?" Banfi laughed, now completely relaxed. It wouldn't be good if they started digging into this Sneer. They could easily find the record of a transfer of 150 yellows from Banfi's wife's key. Now he regretted not asking someone more distant in the family for that favor. The trick with paying through his wife's key was very primitive and didn't really hide anything. Back then, 2 years ago, he had preferred to keep the matter within the family. "Our legal system ties our hands completely," Buston began to lament the woes of their profession. "Even when you've got a guy practically caught in the act of lifting, there's not much you can prove. Yesterday, an informant brought me one. Nominally a 4th class, but from the conversation, you could tell he was a sly devil. He played the part of a primitive idiot, but he knew the regulations by heart. He didn't admit to anything, so I played him a recording of his conversation with the informant. Under the test station, he was offering 4 to 3 with a guarantee, and he says to me, 'What? It's illegal to give tutoring?' The authorities encourage citizens to improve their intellectual level. So I ask him if he knows that any service activity requires municipal administration approval. Of course, he knows. But, he says, the regulations don't prohibit community service or acts of kindness. I laughed in his face and said, "You're not going to tell me, brother, that you want to lift someone to third class for free, are you?" And he has the nerve to say, "What are you, fake brother, trying to impute?" I was talking about tutoring, not lifting. Besides, there's no rule against expressing and accepting gratitude in any form. If a girl offered me a few pleasant moments in return for raising her intellectual level, would that also be considered illegal service activity? I could see the guy was slick, so I tried another tack. "You're only a fourth class," I said. "So how do you imagine helping someone achieve third class?" And he says, "In my opinion, I'm a third class." It's not a crime to have a good opinion of oneself, is it? And if your tests are crap, that's not my fault. You can raise my class, by all means. A few more greens always come in handy. But I warn you, finding work for me won't be easy, and the employment department will curse you to high heaven. I'm an archaeologist by education. And anyway, please, politely, back the hell off. That's what he said to me, word for word, and walked out, and I couldn't even detain him. "What does an imputer mean?" Banfi asked, intrigued. "No idea," Buston muttered, and the two men lapsed into silence, both engrossed in the sight of Sally's shapely figure as she helplessly struggled with the broken machine. Neither the visit to the bioregeneration clinic, where Sneer took a bath, got a massage, shaved, and changed into clean clothes, nor even the hearty breakfast at the yellowed bar on Tibbigan Avenue could erase the unpleasant memories of the previous day from his mind. He tried hard to restore normalcy, even taking his usual half-hour walk through the downtown streets, but it was difficult to go back to his daily routine after the unexpected and intense events that had swirled around him. Everything seemed to have ended well, and the current situation was no different from how things had been 24 hours ago, before that foolish undercover agent or inspector had unsettled him by demanding to see his key and noting its registration number. And yet, standing in the same spot, in front of the same display window of the large electronics store, Sneer tried to recreate the events of the previous day. Today's window featured different new products, expensive toys for adults, including some new devices for recording three-dimensional, color, and moving holographic images. Yesterday, the display had featured a computer microsystem, something Sneer knew far more about than was appropriate for a fourth-class citizen who supposedly disdained the perverse whims of the zero class. "It's impossible they let me off the hook so easily," Sneer thought, glancing around as if expecting to see the same young man who had approached him yesterday with a question about some nuance in the theory of computer systems organization. His instincts told him that something was still amiss, that there was a missing link in the chain of events that had entangled him. Was it mere coincidence, or was it the deliberate action of some unknown forces? The story involving the key, the arrestomat, and the police seemed to demand a different, more logical conclusion. The ending that had occurred must be only a superficial happy ending, like in a good thriller or crime movie, where the protagonist, thinking the blood-curdling ordeals are over, is in for a few more surprises that shatter the supposed peace and order. And then there was the girl. Sneer didn't even need to close his eyes to see Alice's face. Her voice echoed in his ears over the city's background noise, cutting through even the clatter of the old-fashioned city tram, a relic from the last century that still ran on elevated tracks above the streets of central Argoland. Who was Alice? Had she merely been caught up in the series of events involving Sneer by chance, or had she appeared precisely to entangle him further? No, nonsense. It had all started with the undercover agent. And yet, Pron had found Sneer thanks to Alice's tip. Without that, events would have unfolded differently. But who knows? In this automated environment, a person also becomes a small automaton, not even realizing the extent to which they're controlled by a superior system. Sneer sighed as he walked more confidently down the main street of Argoland. He tried to think about his usual daily affairs, to make plans, to devise new, more sophisticated lifting techniques to use at the next opportunity. But his unruly imagination kept conjuring up the image of the girl who had appeared at his side when he was up to his ears in troubles, and, as if that weren't enough, had completely bewitched him with those blue eyes that were impossible to forget. He suddenly felt an urgent need to see Alice. He quickened his pace, but then stopped and turned into a side street. He entered a women's clothing store, where he filled a bag with various trinkets that he thought would please any girl. Having often been the target of more or less blatant attempts by casual acquaintances to extort expensive gifts from him, he had a good sense of what was appropriate in such matters. The cash sensor at the store's exit, after scanning the bag, deducted over 40 yellows from Sneer's key, which seemed too little to him for gifts for such a wonderful girl. So he also stopped at a store selling imported cosmetics and jewelry, rounding the amount spent up to an even 100. Now, it looked quite respectable. 2 bags of purchases worth 100 yellows should convince even the most demanding Argoland girl of the donor's sincere commitment. "You've completely lost your mind," he scolded himself. "You've never spent more than 10 yellows on a girl at one time." But today was a special day, and he considered Alice someone truly exceptional. Besides, Sneer was still unsure whether the suddenly returned key wouldn't suddenly lose its normal functions. Maybe it had only been returned due to the negligence of a sleepy night duty policeman. With each purchase, he reassured himself that the key was still functioning. Alice! I hope she's still at the hotel. Sneer felt a sudden anxiety. His heart began to beat strangely hard as he rushed into the hotel lobby. What's happening to me? He kept asking himself, hypocritically trying to push away the answer that was forming in his mind. He didn't want to acknowledge the simple truth, the obvious fact that Alice had broken through his previously unshakable rule of not getting involved in women's affairs. He placed the shopping bags on the reception desk and suddenly realized that he didn't know the number of the cabin where he had spent the night. He didn't even know Alice's last name, nor could he remember which floor she lived on. Each of the 60 floors of the building had at least 100 residential cabins. With a trembling hand, he typed the name Alice into the information terminal. The screen lit up with several lines of text. There were several women named Alice living in the hotel. 4th class, Sneer added. All the names disappeared from the screen as if wiped away. In their place appeared a message informing him that there was no, and hadn't been in the past week, any 4th-class woman with that name among the hotel's residents. That's impossible, Sneer thought feverishly. She opened the door with her own key. The room must have been rented in her name. Only after a moment did he realize that the girl could have used a pseudonym or even a completely made-up name. Asking about young women of 4th-class status living in the hotel brought up over 100 names and numbers on the screen. The registration computer was patient, but Sneer gave up at the prospect of checking so many cabins. If she lives here, he thought, gathering his bags and dragging himself toward the elevator, I'll find her eventually, even if it's just in the bar at breakfast. Unless... He suddenly stopped in the elevator entrance, blocking the door mechanism. Are you going in or not? An impatient fellow passenger snapped at him, so Sneer entered the elevator, deep in thought, and pressed the button for the 17th floor, where he had his own cabin, which he hadn't visited since yesterday afternoon. Did it all really happen? He wondered as the elevator passed his 17th floor and continued to the 60th. Did I dream it, or what? There, in the lobby, on the couch. After a moment of reflection, he realized with concern that nothing contradicted this hypothesis. No material evidence confirmed the reality of his encounter with Alice. Had his mind, exhausted by so many events, conjured up the image of a caring, tender girl, the only person in this city who truly cared about Sneer's fate that fateful night? Had he needed someone like that and he dreamed her up? If that was a dream, then I must be going crazy. Sneer thought angrily, pressing the elevator button again to get to his floor. I spent a whole 100 yellows on a dream-induced hallucination. He couldn't believe that Alice wasn't real. He remembered her words too well, her face too vividly. Why had she given him a false name and erased her tracks? After all, she had repeatedly drilled that name into his head, telling him over and over to remember her. It was all too real to be just a dream. I'll find her. If she exists, I have to find her, he decided, throwing the shopping bags onto the bed. He didn't have to wait long for the next twist in yesterday's story. In the cocktail bar downstairs, where he stopped to look for Alice, he encountered another surprise. Prawn and the downer in the green jacket were sitting comfortably by the beer machine, chatting cheerfully with mugs in hand, and looking completely satisfied with life. When Sneer paused in the doorway, Prawn waved at him as if they had scheduled to meet there at that very moment. It seems I owe you something for yesterday, Sneer began, pulling out his key, but Prawn waved his hands in protest. Good heavens, no. Pron objected. It was a friendly favor. There's no question of any debts. I'm buying you a beer for yesterday's trouble in my cabin. He handed Sneer a full mug and pushed a stool toward him. We need to toast this pleasant reunion, he added jovially. We were this close to meeting in the same company, only in a place where they don't serve beer. Yeah, the downer drawled. All's well that ends well. You owe me 200. What do you mean? Sneer looked at him sideways. Simple as that. Do you have your key? I do. Is it working, a 4? Working with 4. Then I did my job, and the points are due. Sneer was silent for a moment, surprised by the young man's brazenness. However, it was hard to find a flaw in his simple reasoning. Fine. A fact is a fact, Sneer finally said. You got the job done, though, damn it, if I understand any of this. How on earth did they let you go? It's simple, the downer laughed. You can't arrest someone without a reason. I was clean as a whistle. I'll pay you your 200 and throw in another 50 if you tell me how you did it. I don't sell trade secrets. I can tell you for free, though, since you won't be able to use this trick in your lifting practice, and you're too high class for downing. Just don't spread it around. All right, Sneer agreed. But let's settle the payments first. Another 200 points left Sneer's key. That's 300 today, he calculated mentally. Not counting minor expenses. It's 10:30 in the morning. At this rate, I'll be broke by evening. They didn't nab you in the end, he asked Pron after they sat down again. I turned myself in. It makes a good impression. Of course, you were also squeaky clean? Sneer smiled. Naturally. But seriously? I'll tell you someday, Pron squinted his slightly bulging eyes, when everything is nicely settled down. Oh, one more thing. Sneer remembered. Yesterday morning, you talked about me with a girl in the bar. That's right. Blonde, big blue eyes. You haven't seen her today? Pron thought for a moment. No. She hasn't been here today. At least not after 9. Are you looking for her? If you see her. Then what? Tell her I'm asking for a call. I live here, at the Cosmos. Pron squirmed on his stool as if he had something else to say but couldn't decide. Listen, Sneer, he finally blurted out. I have to admit, the police know who disabled the arrestomat. They got me, I couldn't weasel out. Believe me, I was sure the cops found you in my cabin. It wasn't until Abba told me today about the arrestomat incident. Damn, Sneer frowned. I knew this would end badly. I need to get rid of this bracelet quickly. You still have it? It won't open. I'll have to go to the handyman's paradise on 4th Avenue and try to cut it off with a metal saw. Let me see how it looks, Pron said with interest. I won't show it to you here. Sneer glanced around the bar, where a few people were sitting in the corners. Did you give them my name? Of course not. Pron was indignant. I only know you as Sneer. That's half the trouble. They won't be able to prove anything. The alias isn't coded into the key. And that stupid device couldn't even confirm my identity. So, what happened at the exam station? The downer, whom Pron had called Abba, set his empty mug on the table. You lifters, he began with a mocking smile, use your intelligence and other people's stupidity in your work. We, on the other hand, try to use our own stupidity and other people's laziness. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit with that stupidity, but a 4th-class citizen isn't officially considered a mental titan, and that's precisely what helps us outsmart the self-important 2nd- and 3rd-class technicians manning the exam station. There are various methods of downing. I don't need to explain it to you, you also apply an individual approach to each case. I'll tell you how I did your 4. It was a pretty simple trick. There's no way to fool the computer that tests the subject under electrohypnosis. So the only option is to fool the operators. The first thing is to choose the right moment. I picked a time when the television was broadcasting an exciting match. The Lagerland Bears were playing against the Green Helmets. As I expected, when I walked into the station, both duty technicians were sitting with goggles on their eyes and headphones on their ears, watching the latest action of our top team. One of the technicians glanced out from under his goggles and half-heartedly asked what I wanted. I gave him your key, and he inserted it into the control slot, looked at the screen, and muttered, "Class control in enhanced mode." To the booth. Now I knew what was going on. Your key had a classification check flagged by the class control department, but with no specific instructions other than to verify that you indeed had a 4. The technician handed me your key and lost interest in me, returning to the game. I went to the test booth, put on the helmet, and inserted my own key into the tester. Mine wasn't blocked, but that doesn't matter to the testing machine, which is supposed to, first of all, verify the fingerprint lines against their image on the key, and secondly, test the subject and assess their mental class. Since the technician had pressed the enhanced control button on his panel, the tester put me under electrohypnosis and gave me a test, which confirmed my real 4. When I left the booth, the technician's console displayed the number 4, indicating a successful test result. I handed the technician your key again. He checked only that it had a 4 on it, inserted it into the transmitter slot, and sent the information to the central registry that the verification had been completed and the key could be unblocked. Devilishly simple. Sneer muttered, impressed. Sure, but you have to think of it, with a 4 of your own. The downer proudly patted his chest. Who would expect that from a 4th-class citizen? What was the operator's oversight? The fact, the downer laughed, that he was watching the game. And also, it's about laziness and routine. Look at it from his perspective. The guy comes in and shows a key with a 4. The operator checks in the system terminal that the key is blocked. Next, he should make sure the key belongs to the guy who brought it. But why bother, thinks the operator, who is eager to watch the game, since in a moment, the testing machine will verify the client's identity and won't test the wrong person. After the test, when the guy returns the key, it has a 4 on it, just like on the control panel. So everything's fine. The test was conducted, it confirmed the 4, and the key can be unblocked. The technician unblocks the key, even though he should technically first check if it's the SAME key that was just verified in the tester. But, first of all, since he already decided to skip the identity check, there's no reason to suddenly become suspicious. And secondly, he's still watching the game with one eye. He's comfortably seated in his chair, with only the system terminal within reach. To reach the control console, he'd have to get up from his chair and walk 3 steps. I'll bet 100 to 1 that he won't do that. He'll unblock the key and return it to the client, cursing silently that the guy had to come in the middle of the match. But what if he did check? It happens sometimes. That's when I activate the backup plan. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Of course, this isn't the right key. A person gets so nervous when going for a test. I completely forgot, this is the key I found right here, in front of the building. Probably another guy, just as absent-minded as I am, lost it and is now worried, so I was going to return it and kept holding it in my hand so I wouldn't forget. And my key, here it is, in my other hand. Of course, this is the one that was just in the testing machine. I hand over my genuine key, and the technician, now extremely annoyed because he's missed a few interesting goal-scoring moments, checks everything carefully. And, indeed, the client isn't lying. He tested his own key, and that one he probably really found. So he unblocks my key, even though it wasn't blocked at all, but that's not evident without an additional check. The unnecessary unblocking simply doesn't change anything on an active key. To check whether my key was actually blocked, the operator would have to switch to another console, which is normally operated by a third technician, who is currently absent because he went to get some beer. And anyway, why would a client come to unblock an unblocked key? Besides, at the start, when the operator checked the key before the test, it was blocked, and he's already forgotten about the supposedly found key as soon as he set it aside, plus the Bears are just scored a goal. Moreover, there's no reason to go through the trouble of checking the found key. If you came in an hour later and asked about the lost item, they would give you the key without checking anything except your fingerprint identity. Except that, in that case, you would owe me 200, not the other way around, Sneer sighed. All right. So now tell me why they grabbed you. It's a strange story. When I had your key back, because everything went perfectly as I expected, the cops suddenly burst in and took me to the station without a word. I had both keys in my pocket, but that wasn't a big deal. I said I found the other one and was verifying my own. They checked the tester's record and everything matched. They held me for a bit, questioned me, but in the end, what could they do? They let me go, not finding any fault. And my key? Didn't they wonder why it was unblocked? Maybe they did, but that's not my business. Do you think the technician who handled me would admit that he unblocked the key without verifying the owner's identity? Rest assured, he would deny even having it in his hands. Sneer shook his head in admiration. It was hard to deny the cleverness of this fourth-class citizen, but on the other hand, all of this still didn't explain why the police had so easily dropped Sneer's case. The block, the arrestomat, the Downer affair, and nothing, no consequences. It was too good to be the end of the series of troubles. How is it that in such a well-organized world, parasites like Prawn or that, what was his name, Abba, can operate freely and with impunity? Sneer pondered on his way to the handyman's paradise. The large tool and materials store, in addition to its commercial sections, offered numerous workshops and studios where enthusiastic hobbyists could pursue their crafts for a few points. There were mechanical, electronic, chemical workshops, recording studios, and photo labs. Most users were young people, but there were also many adults. It was an open secret that most of the tools used by people in illegal trades were made here. Here, they constructed ingenious lockpicks for vending machines, various devices and gadgets for fraudulent point manipulations, and chemical compositions, simulators that shady characters used to get themselves admitted to the city hospital or psychiatric clinic. Sneer also frequently used the workshop cabins at Paradise. Hidden from prying eyes in the privacy of a rented cabin, he would realize his ideas, microscopic transmission devices, those colorful pills so helpful in lifting, original, unique microcircuits assembled from ultra-miniature crystal elements. The ideas and diagrams he sketched on tissue paper napkins in cafes during his days-long wanderings through the clubs of Argaland were transformed here into a finished, brilliantly functioning, one-time use product, each time different, based on a new idea, ahead of the technical thought of the designers who were trying to secure testing machines against fraud. Sneer was a specialist in microelectronics, studying the field with genuine passion and not limiting himself to the narrow specialization required by the university. Thanks to this, he could now easily compete with professionals from several other related fields, who oversaw various functions of the general computer system, known as Syscom for short. The noble idea behind the existence of the Handyman's Paradise Institution was to develop the technical skills of young people. However, like many noble ideas, it produced unintended social side effects that slipped out of the authorities' control. Or did they? Sneer pondered as he entered Paradise. Did the authorities really not understand what was happening here? Or perhaps they tolerated the situation for specific purposes? After all, everyone who used the workshop's facilities paid for it through their key. The bank recorded their expenses for materials and the rental of workspaces. If necessary, it would be easy to reconstruct from the bank records what the key owner was engaged in. Sneer had long been aware of this and wasn't naive enough to buy the materials he needed from the vending machines. He purchased microelectronic components from workers involved in repairing and maintaining machines, without inquiring too much about the origins of these items. This time, he wasn't planning on constructing anything. He just needed a good metal saw. He found an available mechanical cabin, paid with his key, and carefully locked himself inside. From the set of tools, he selected a suitable saw, found a piece of metal to protect his wrist from injury, and rolled up his sleeve. "Damn it," he blurted out as he looked at his right wrist. Instead of the steel cuff, part of the police automaton, his wrist was encircled by a copper bracelet with a smooth, polished surface and a simple clasp that could be easily opened. Sneer set the saw aside and stared at the bracelet for a moment. He unfastened the clasp and removed it from his wrist. It was a torus composed of two curved sections joined by a hinge. When? He thought intensely, trying to understand how this happened. I showed it to the downer last night. And then? Yes. Alice. Only Alice could have swapped the bracelets while he slept in her cabin. But how had she opened that tricky police lock? Could she be working for the police? And why had she done it? What did this copper band signify? Sneer examined the bracelet carefully. On its inner side, a piece of transparent tape held a small slip of paper with a 6-digit number. Next to it, engraved on the smooth metal surface, was the inscription, "Remember me." Lost in thought, Sneer fastened the bracelet back on his wrist. So, it was Alice after all. But what exactly was this girl trying to achieve by ensuring she remained in his memory in such an unusual way? He had a feeling it was somehow connected to their nighttime conversation. What had they talked about? One by one, he recalled her words. Got it. He finally thought, excited. The recording. She mentioned a song, a ballad. The recording number. She promised to write it down. An original method, but it deserves to be checked. On his way to the second floor, where the sound recording studios were located, he bought a blank acoustic disc from a vending machine, a thin disc the size of a small button, capable of holding a 30-minute recording. He placed the disc into the machine and entered the number on the keyboard. After a few seconds, the disc dropped into his waiting hand. Sneer looked around for an available listening station, but all were occupied by young people with headphones, swaying to the rhythm of popular hits. Sneer, a familiar voice called out beside him. He turned to see Matt standing by the recording duplication machine, accompanied by a young man Sneer had never seen before. "Hey, Matt! What are you up to? I know I promised to call you, but forgive me, I had a bit of trouble." "No problem," Matt smiled. "I'm coping." "Are you messing around with recordings?" "Not exactly," Matt seemed slightly embarrassed. His companion gathered a stack of acoustic discs into a box and looked at Matt questioningly. "Go ahead, I'll catch up with you in the evening," Matt said, taking one of the discs from the box. The young man took the box with the remaining discs, and Matt took Sneer by the arm and led him to a corner of the room where a few tables and a row of beverage machines were located. "Today, I'm buying you a drink," Matt said, placing a plastic cup in front of Sneer. "Did you find a job?" "I have a favor to ask," Matt murmured quietly, glancing around cautiously. "If anyone asks about me, you didn't see me here." "Some shady job?" Sneer guessed. Listen to it at home. Matt pressed a sound disc into his hand. "What is it?" A few questions for those who have forgotten how to ask them. A counterbalance to the daily dose of informational gruel we're fed. "Are you playing at conspiracy, Matt?" Sneer remarked rather than asked. "That used to be called underground press." Unfortunately, Matt sighed. Ever since they invented self-decomposing paper, you can't make tangible leaflets anymore. Real, durable paper is completely unavailable now. It's only used for textbooks and works considered classics. Degradable paper is a great invention. You don't have to clean old packaging off the streets, and old newspapers don't pile up. Exactly. It's very convenient for the establishment. After a week, there's no trace of official statements, and they can proclaim something entirely different without blushing. Acoustic recordings are replacing other ways of documenting information, but people have become so accustomed to the informational noise that they immediately let what goes in one ear out the other. It's much more effective to convey something to them in writing, but with paper scarce, we have to record these discs. "Who are you fighting against, Matt?" Sneer smiled indulgently. "What do you mean, who?" "The establishment, of course, those zeros on the council who are making fools of us by creating this insane circus. That would be like fighting against me." "Do you work for the council?" "No. But I live off what you call a circus." "I don't know what you do. But if you live off the situation created by the zeros on the city council, you're simply parasitizing those who have it worse than you in this city. They need me, as long as this perverted social system exists." "That's exactly why I said you're fighting against me," Sneer laughed. "You want to ruin my hunting grounds and scare away the game. You're a despicable cynic. My clients disagree. Every single one of them shows me gratitude. What do you do? Keys, gloves, downing? I lift, and I do it well. I can get you a better class if you want. You said you were on the other side. I thought you were on the same side as me. Then maybe I'm on a third side, Sneer shrugged. I can't cut down the branch I'm sitting on and picking quite tasty fruit from. Matt clenched his fists, visibly losing patience. This world will fall, collapse. Sitting on your branch, you don't see that the roots of this tree are rotting before your eyes. Few people understand the situation. Everyone is blind, only seeing the colorful points before them. We have to somehow resist this beer and television pseudo-culture that's developed here. Haven't you ever wondered why they keep us drunk on beer and feed us cheap mass entertainment? Both contain the same basic ingredient, stupidity. Look at these people. What do they see ahead of them? A life filled with beer and meaningless entertainment programs. They study because they have to. They tinker because they're bored. But all the while, they're aware that neither their knowledge nor their acquired manual skills will ever be used for any meaningful purpose. Man is no longer needed. Of course, Sneer interjected. He's still needed. As a consumer. Without him, everything loses its meaning. It's lost the meaning already. Everything you see around you is just one big circus, a comedy directed by a group of zeros for the entire oblivious populace. It's all one big bluff. Matt insisted. You're exaggerating. Sneer retorted. Not at all. You'll see soon enough. Everyone will, even the dumbest sixth-class citizen in this city will realize they're the target of a pointless manipulation. Listen, Matt. Sneer was growing impatient. Our government is lenient. It puts up with a lot, sometimes turns a blind eye to some shady dealings and less than clean business, but I doubt they'll be lenient toward those who try to stir up some general unrest or widespread dissatisfaction. Because that's where your conspiracy seems to be heading. Never mind that, Sneer. Let's forget this conversation, Matt sighed. Do you know the latest joke about the zeros? I haven't heard it. So, they're going to rename them to ellipses. Why? Because they're flattening out. What do you mean? Oh, come on. Matt shook his head in disbelief. Do you really not get the point? Sneer genuinely didn't understand the joke or the meaning behind all these hints. Matt's gotten himself tangled up in some stupid, juvenile affair, Sneer thought as he walked back toward the hotel. No wonder they reclassified him. I should pull him out of this mess. He's not a stupid guy at heart. I'll get him a third class and some decent job that would keep him busy. He knew he could count on a few fairly influential officials who now held good positions in Argaland's administration thanks to him. Getting a job for a third-class citizen shouldn't be a problem for them, provided that idiot stops conspiring against the order in the agglomeration. Sneer thought irritably about his friend. In truth, Sneer wasn't entirely sure about the reality of Argaland. Maybe Matt was somewhat right, either freedom or order. Or perhaps neither is real. Sneer had a revelation while walking toward the hotel and accidentally witnessing an incident in front of the bank pavilion. Among the usual crowd of peddlers and chameleons wandering there, a small, inconspicuous man was circulating. Sneer noticed that, like the other local schemers, he was discreetly approaching passers-by. He even came up to Sneer, holding a small, plastic acoustic recording disc in his half-open hand. The truth at cost price, the man whispered hoarsely. You pay only as much as for a blank disc. No, thanks, Sneer muttered and continued walking without stopping. Before he had taken more than a few steps, he heard the sound of running feet and the noises of a scuffle. He turned around. 2 plainclothes officers were dragging the small peddler toward a car parked on a side street. The rest of the point traders continued their activities as if nothing had happened. Now I understand. Sneer thought excitedly, watching the event. I know how it works with order in Argaland. We have here simply a perfectly controlled chaos, creating the appearance of both order and freedom. Formulating this seemingly paradoxical principle of Argaland's operation proved unexpectedly fruitful in explaining many phenomena, those he had encountered in this city and those he would experience in the near future. This is the only logical explanation for many apparent absurdities one encounters in daily life. Sneer continued his reflections as he settled into his living cabin. It's hard to believe that an administration with such a precise control and population management system couldn't handle all these negative phenomena, the illegal activities of various schemers and fraudsters. The scene outside the bank indicated that the order service only appeared to ignore some while immediately reacting to the presence of other suspicious individuals. The conclusion is quite clear: some are simply needed by the authorities, their activities are factored into the system's functioning and might even be beneficial to the administration, helping in some way, creating certain specific social or economic situations. Many things look completely different when viewed through the lens of this principle. Take lifting, for example. It may not be so crucial whether a high-ranking administrative officer or a director of an institution holds a 0 class or, say, a 2nd class. However, if class requirements are set, the candidate for the position must obtain that 0 at all costs. Without the help of a lifter, many such candidates would never meet the requirements. And after all, among them, there are, for instance, the sons or cousins of highly placed individuals, protégés of important zeros. Formally, no exceptions can be made for anyone. The bar is set equally high for everyone. A lift-supported 0, in reality a 2, manages more or less well in their position, but no one can formally criticize them for their class. On the other hand, if the relevant control authorities decided to dig into the bank records, they could eventually reveal who and when used a lifter's services. As a result, the lift-supported dignitary is docile and non-controversial in their work environment, easy to manipulate, and subject to certain pressures because they will do anything to prevent anyone from digging into their past and examining their qualifications. A true 0, with intellect in their head, not just on their key, doesn't care about all these pressures and personal arrangements. They can handle things on their own, no one can point out intellectual deficiencies, and verification doesn't threaten reclassification. Such an employee, though genuinely capable and independent in their work, is not a desirable element in the bureaucratic hierarchy of public institutions or research centers. Just like lifters, other professionals must fulfill some role in Argaland that is positive from the authorities' point of view. Take a chameleon, for example. Without them, where would a non-working 4th-class citizen get yellow points to pay a lifter's fee? And so on, and so forth. This entire underground social infrastructure operates with the silent consent of the administration, therefore, in one way or another, in the interest of power. Who knows, maybe even the extortionists, vampires, and flayers are necessary for something. Perhaps the functioning of this society requires that, besides a sense of physical and social security, people are also provided with a bit of a sense of threat. A certain number of bandits, a number planned from the top and maintained at a specific level, may serve the same role as pike in a carp pond. Such a pike eliminates weak, sickly stock, and the rest are forced to stay alert, to move, to flee, developing their muscles instead of growing fat. Quite a neat analogy with that breeding pond. Sneer concluded, lying comfortably with his hands behind his head and within reach of a can of excellent, cool beer. All of Argaland is such a pond of fattened carp. There are bigger and smaller fish, more important and less important. The classification system on one side and this informal substructure on the other force everyone to keep moving so we don't get too fat in body and mind. I got pushed around a bit too, for the principle of it. Apparently, I had gotten too lazy lately, and someone decided I needed to get moving. He remembered the recording discs in his jacket pocket, so he reached for the player he had bought on the way to the hotel. He put the earpiece in his ear, inserted one of the discs into the device, and switched it on. "We're speaking to you, citizen of Argaland, regardless of your class or how many points are on your key," the voice declared with an urgency that demanded attention. "We want to ask a few questions that you don't ask yourself, out of mental laziness or a natural aversion to thinking. We want to disturb the sleepy calm of your mind. Haven't you noticed yet that you're being systematically dumbed down? Can't you feel, can't you see, that every day you become more like the machines that surround you? Why don't you ask who benefits from making you a docile pawn, easily moved on the chessboard of life? Why do you allow self-appointed forces to manipulate your fate in the name of goals you're not allowed to understand? Do you not see that you're being deceived and forced into deceit, that you're participating in a tragic farce, an unworthy parody of social life? Is it enough for you to simply exist, to vegetate like a plant, at the mercy of unknown gardeners? Why do you allow yourself to be imprisoned in the shackles of a perverted social model, one that has no justification in the noble history of our civilization, a model unfit for human beings, who were created to live in freedom? Why has the legacy of centuries of culture and civilization been ruined? The people who control our city, our continent, our entire world should answer these questions. Why do they remain silent? Why do they silence those who ask, instead of providing answers? Ask, all of you, in a loud chorus. Your combined voices cannot be silenced or ignored. Ask, and don't allow yourselves to be fobbed off with evasive generalities. Ask, and demand answers. Sneer muttered to himself. If they start asking questions, it'll probably be about why the price of beer has gone up. He changed the disc in the device, but instead of the expected ballad by Dunny Bell, a male voice announced, "We regret to inform you that the recording you requested has been restricted by the Department of Mass Entertainment as of the 3rd of July of the present year. Its distribution has been halted due to its low artistic value and lack of socio-educational merits. Please select another option from the recording catalog." Damn! Sneer turned off the device. Now, this is a first. A band song? In light of the content of the first recording, this fact seemed intriguing. Sneer thought for a moment, then reached for the phone. "Benny? I have a request," he said. "Could you dig up the recording number 378245 for me?" "Is that you, Sneer?" came the voice on the other end. "What's the recording?" "Dunny Bell." "Listen, old friend," Benny's voice took on an official tone. "I run a respectable business. I find all sorts of strange things, and I don't care what the client needs them for. But that kind of stuff, I don't touch it. Dunny Bell is off limits. She's officially nowhere to be found. She doesn't perform, doesn't record, and they don't even play her old hits on TV anymore. That means something. I don't know what. I'm not into politics. Rumor has it she refused to reveal the author of the lyrics to one of her songs. She stubbornly claims she doesn't know, that the lyrics were slipped to her. That's all I know. Oh, and some say she still performs in some club, a cabaret. A dingy joint where all sorts of outcasts gather. You know what I mean? Kicked out of mass entertainment, those kind of artists. 3rd Street to the left past the shoe warehouse on 17th Cross Street, heading from the lake. The phone is crackling terribly, like someone's working on the line. Thanks, Benny. Sneer hung up, catching the digger's hint. The phone might have been tapped by the police, and Benny clearly considered the conversation to be less than safe. Benny's judgment was reliable. The old expert at finding needed items and information had helped Sneer before in acquiring certain trinkets or obtaining confidential addresses. Officially, Benny dealt in brokering collectible items, old coins from the time of currency circulation, small antiques. He was a trained art historian, with a fairly high class. Sneer never asked which, but due to the lack of a suitable job for him, the authorities were happy to get rid of the problem by issuing Benny a license for small-scale antique trading. Under this guise, Benny had been practicing digging, a highly valued illegal trade, for years. Sneer understood the digger's response perfectly. It meant that he had accepted the order, but at the same time signaled that it was best not to discuss it further over the phone. The last sentences could have been information about where to hear the controversial ballad, but they could just as well have been a cover-up babble for potential eavesdroppers. He glanced at his key. It was only 6 p.m. The day, which had started early, was dragging on miserably, and Sneer subconsciously avoided showing up in public places today, preferring not to leave his cabin at all. Now, however, he felt a bit hungry and bored with inactivity. I need to hit the city, he thought. I have to break this streak of bad luck, do something, earn some points. Life must go on. As he approached the door, someone knocked. Sneer instinctively stepped back. Mindful of yesterday's experience with the arrestomat, he hesitated for a moment, then quickly opened the door and stepped back. A man in a light wool suit, the kind you could only buy in the best downtown stores, stood in the doorway. "May I come in?" he asked with a shy smile. "He's not a cop," Sneer thought. "They don't work alone and aren't this polite." "Please, come in," he said to the stranger. He took a closer look at him in the light coming from the cabin window. The visitor might have been slightly older than Sneer, somewhere around 50. He sat in the armchair without looking around the cabin, which also made a good impression on the host. "I work in the administration," he introduced himself, showing his key, on which Sneer noticed the round symbol of the 0 class, "and I would like to start by apologizing for any inconvenience you might have experienced in the past day." "This must be some mistake," Sneer stammered, sitting on the edge of the couch across from the visitor. "Mr. Adicheri-san, primarily known as Sneer, correct," the visitor confirmed, and without waiting for a reply, continued. "To make our conversation easier, let's agree that I'll do the talking, and you won't confirm or deny anything. Let's assume that I know quite a lot about you, but I have no interest in dealing with the departments concerned with classification, income, employment, public order, or any of those administrative bodies that a citizen, especially one in your profession, would rather avoid. Now, I'll explain that we intend to approach you with a proposal and a request at the same time, Mr. Sneer, if you don't mind me using this informal name by which you are so widely known, also among us." "What do you mean by us?" Sneer interjected cautiously. "Let's just say, generally speaking, within the council of the agglomeration. Knowing certain of your qualities, particularly your high class." "I'm only a 4, Sneer said cautiously. "Please, let me finish," the council official smiled patiently. "We know that you're a 0, and not just any 0. We know several zeros who owe their class and position solely to you. I could show you a list of them, but it's irrelevant. What's more, you're not only highly intelligent, but also cunning and resourceful. It takes a genius in the art of lifting to make a 0 out of someone like well, I won't mention any names, but let's say a certain director of a major institution, who, between you and me, is a complete idiot. As you can see, we fully appreciate your qualifications and skills. I'll lay our cards on the table. We need someone like you. Someone who formally holds the 4th class, who doesn't attract attention, someone who even pretends to be a fool. Please don't take offense. But at the same time, we need someone sharp and intelligent, a specialist in microelectronics. There aren't many like you in Argaland, so don't be surprised that Syscom proposed you as a candidate. In this day and age, anyone who can pushes for high positions, but true 0-class citizens are increasingly rare. Our confidential research shows that among citizens with a formal 0 class, holding key positions in managing the agglomeration, the proportion of those who can barely pretend to be a 0 is alarmingly high. This is, of course, a result of your and your colleagues' activities. But it's not our job to correct these irregularities. To us, you are not a lifter right now, but the person we need. And the task we want to entrust to you is of utmost importance to the interests of the entire agglomeration." The stranger paused for a moment, staring at Sneer, who returned the gaze with a stony expression. "In short, we're offering you a job appropriate for a 4th-class citizen, with the standard salary in yellow points. But to compensate for the losses you would incur from taking on this job, we also offer an additional average of your current income from your current activities. 400 yellows a month," Sneer muttered, as if to himself. "Let's say 5, the visitor smiled. "And if you find our collaboration agreeable, you could achieve even greater benefits. And my other activities? Would I have to give them up?" "Not at all. We're only interested in the time we pay for. Beyond that, you can do whatever you like. We'll even ensure that no one bothers you, of course, as long as you observe certain appearances and rules of the game." "What would I have to do?" "You would become something like a porter or caretaker in a certain scientific facility. We need to know what's going on there. We need to have our person on the inside." "I don't do informant work." Sneer bristled. "You've misunderstood me." The official shook his head and smiled again. His slender, delicate hands played with a gold lighter he had taken from his pocket. "We're not asking for reports. We want someone to genuinely and professionally oversee the activities of a certain scientific facility. You understand, we can't send in someone with a formal zero. The whole matter needs to be handled discreetly, following normal procedures. The employment department must assign an authentic fourth-class citizen there. We're short on actual zeros, let alone someone like you, hidden. And among these scientists, there are all kinds. Sometimes it's hard to tell who's genuine and who's been lifted. They need to be watched. You'll get the details after you agree. The matter is confidential. We can't, of course, pressure you, but I ask on behalf of the Council for your assistance in this matter. We promise our deep gratitude and offer further cooperation with interesting prospects if we find we suit each other. Did the troubles I had yesterday were but an introduction to our conversation today? Sneer quickly glanced at the visitor's face, but he only smiled again. I started with an apology, he reminded him. It was partly a malicious accident, partly the result of the overzealousness or incompetence of lower administrative staff. We had to, of course, check a few things about you, and it was unavoidable to use the help of the appropriate departments of the Agglomeration Council. You know what kind of element works in some offices. The lower the class, the more important they want to appear. That's often where unplanned effects come from. But it won't happen again. You're under our special protection now, and I won't hide that we're very keen on your help. Can I think about it? Of course. Here's my number. Please call in 2 or 3 days. But treat our conversation as confidential. All right, Sneer pocketed the business card. Just one more question. Is a woman, calling herself Alicia, one of your employees or related to my situation in any way? Alicia? The council official pondered for a moment. No. Definitely not. Some trouble? Probably just a coincidence, Sneer smiled. In all the confusion of the past day, I was ready to assign significance to every detail. He escorted the guest to the door, then sat down for a moment to think. What a coincidence! He thought about Alicia. If she's not with them, then how the hell did she know about the proposal that was to be made? She practically predicted it for me by reading my palm. Sneer was a staunch rationalist and didn't believe in any kind of fortune-telling. After the council person left, he spent a long time gathering his thoughts, which were scattered in search of answers to several questions that had arisen during the conversation. The proposal was extremely promising financially, but Sneer was fully aware that no one, anywhere in this world, and especially not in Argaland, pays so well for trivialities. If the offer didn't contain some sort of trap, if it wasn't an attempt to destroy Sneer by the appropriate authorities tasked with eliminating people like him, then it had to be about a matter of great significance. The offer was a continuation of the unusual events that had recently unfolded around Sneer, but was it their natural continuation? Or perhaps all the previous facts should be interpreted as psychological preparation for the visit from this unknown zero. This was actually quite likely. First, Sneer had been shown how unpleasant it was to lose, even briefly, the possibility to use the key. Then, it was demonstrated to him that if the authorities so desired, they could thwart any attempts to save oneself using commonly known methods. In short, he was made to understand that his lack of trouble up to this point was due solely to someone's gracious willingness to turn a blind eye to his activities. And these activities, as the conversation indicated, were perfectly known to the appropriate authorities. Finally, by returning his key, it was shown that the authorities could overlook all of Sneer's past actions, of course, under certain conditions. These conditions were just presented by the unknown person, claiming to represent the council of the agglomeration. Sneer was nevertheless convinced that no honest justice system would find enough evidence to legally punish him. But at the same time, he knew very well how much a constant struggle with the police could hinder, sour, or even make life impossible. In his line of work, too much attention from the authorities would be catastrophic. The proposal, presented in the form of a request, could therefore actually be simple blackmail. Am I really such a brilliant zero that they just had to single me out from everyone else? He sighed, leaving the cabin. If the only true zeros can be found today among the lifters, then that means the whole of Argaland is indeed one big scam and bluff, just as Matt claims. But who the hell is fooling whom here? He walked down the stairs from the 17th floor, deep in thought. He enjoyed taking this route on foot, especially when he wanted to focus on something and isolate himself from his surroundings. The stairs, unlike places like a living cabin, an elevator, or a bar, had the valuable quality of offering a choice of two escape routes, up or down. Sneer was aware of the sad fact that in Argoland, it was impossible to escape from something or someone in general and for real, because sooner or later, like the proverbial goat to the cart, one would have to come to some machine and reveal their current location by inserting the key into its slot. Nevertheless, the staircase was for him a place where a person was between two consecutive controlled points in space, and thus, as if nowhere. This gave him, at least theoretically, a sense of some independence. He was puzzled by people who preferred to crowd into the elevator even when they needed to descend just a few floors. Who's fooling whom if everyone knows they're being fooled? He continued his thoughts, hopping down the stairs on one foot, 2 steps at a time. The zero-class citizens in the council know full well that people obviously lifted to higher classes are working in important positions, but they pretend to believe in their qualifications. So if the whole of Argoland is a farce in which all its citizens participate, then who the hell is the audience of this play? Before he reached the ground floor, he was already close to deciding to accept the offer. He figured it would be an excellent opportunity to get a closer look at the backstage of this farce. Taking on the proposed role could prove to be very instructive. Sneer never missed a chance to learn something new about the world and life. Such knowledge usually paid off in his further activities, and in this case, the studies themselves were to bring a substantial reward in the form of a tidy sum of yellow points. Since he began subconsciously revising his phenomenological theory of how the world works, he noticed many details he hadn't paid attention to before. He had long known quite precisely how the society of which he was a part functioned. The next question, which now imposed itself on him with disturbing force, was why? Why exactly like this? In the general picture, in the atmosphere of this city, he found something strange, though not new, but as if long known, yet accepted without reservations as a normal part of reality, that made him expect a surprising answer to this question. He instinctively felt that the full picture of the world was still missing some element, some information, some fact that would allow a rational explanation of the situation in which everyone was pretending to everyone else that everything was in order. Such a paradox did not explain itself, it required finding some kind of key. Perhaps that key was within reach, perhaps many of the actors in this daily comedy knew it, or maybe it was carefully hidden. Sneer felt more and more that he had to find this key to complete his understanding of the reality around him. He was irritated by the misunderstood allusions, the unclear punchlines of jokes that reached his ears. He was angry with himself that so far, using his cunning solely to profit from the objectively existing situation, he hadn't attempted to gain a deeper understanding of the world. Hell knows whether I'm not just as much of a conceited fool as the pseudo-zeros I've lifted, who, after reaching high-ranking positions, forget who they really are, Sneer thought, resolving to test himself, to confirm his capabilities by setting himself on the task of uncovering the truth. Entering among the zeros connected to the council could be very useful, perhaps even essential, to achieving this goal. Through the glass doors of the hotel's restaurant, where he looked in search of Alice, he noticed Pron's familiar bald head, surrounded by a group of colorful girls. Where does he get the points for such a lifestyle? Sneer thought as he surveyed the loaded table. He sits here from morning till night. Pron spotted him, called out, and, standing up, invited him over with wide gestures. It was clear that he was quite drunk, as he fell back into his chair, struggling to keep his balance. Sneer reluctantly approached the table. "This is my dearest friend." Pron introduced him to the girls, and then, pointing at them in turn, he said miserably, "Help me, old friend. These girls will ruin me completely." "I don't doubt it." Sneer picked up an empty bottle from the table and ostentatiously studied the label for a moment. "You'll go bankrupt. The vending machines will destroy you." "That, actually, is not a concern for me," Pron slurred, waving his key around. "No one can take me down as long as the key." "Oh, Sneer. If only there was a machine somewhere that could turn back time by 20 years, and some health, too." "But whatever. What'll you drink?" "Order anything, it's on me." We the fourth. No one chances us to work," he sang off-key and fell under the table to the chorus of the girls' laughter. Sneer bent over him and, taking advantage of the fact that Pron was clutching the key in his clenched fingers, checked the status of his point registers. He barely held back a whistle of surprise. 10,000. He thought in astonishment. Where does such a lazy bum get so many yellows? Just having that sum should have landed him in jail. Unless he's working for the police. Take care of my colleague, he tossed toward the laughing girls and left. I definitely need to change hotels. I've been here too long and made some unnecessary acquaintances, he thought, walking down the street and looking around for some quiet place to eat. After a moment, he remembered that the main reason he was staying at the Cosmos Hotel was now Alice. For some reason, he expected her to appear, or at least some message from her. It was getting dark. Streetlights and colorful signs lit up the streets. The crowds filling the city center were choosing among hundreds of possibilities for an enjoyable evening. The advertisements invited them to theaters, cinemas, cabarets, and dance clubs. Sneer wasn't in the mood for the noisy company of merry people today. He wanted to sit quietly and think or talk to someone he trusted. The visit from the Zero from the council intertwined in his mind with the figure of Alice. Having dismissed belief in her prophetic abilities, he had to assume that she knew the council's intentions. The simplest explanation could be her conscious and planned participation in the chain of events arranged specifically for Sneer. However, if the orchestrators of this matter knew his personality traits well, they couldn't have been unaware of his skeptical attitude toward fortune-telling and prophecies. Sneer, for example, never used the popular horoscope vending machines in Argaland. It was therefore hard to believe that they would have set up Alice as a person to convince him that what was going to happen was an inevitable fate, already written in the books of destiny. This left the second possibility: Alice knew about the upcoming proposal for Sneer without having anything to do with the council. She was informing him about the future, presenting it as a done deal, while suggesting help or support in some vaguely defined difficulties. What could this mean? In whose name was she addressing him in a playful form of prophecy that was now beginning to come true? If she wasn't associated with the council and wasn't acting on its behalf, then perhaps she was acting against it. The mysterious disappearance of the girl, the strange gift of the copper bracelet, the song number that had been withdrawn from circulation, all of these fit with this hypothesis. Could it be that Alice hoped to recruit Sneer for some cause even before he found himself among the Zeros associated with the highest authority of the agglomeration? Maybe she, or the group she represented, needed a friendly figure on such a high level. Or, perhaps, it's all just a meaningless coincidence. He tried to downplay the situation, creating the illusion that Alice was just an ordinary girl who had favored him purely out of sympathy, without any hidden motives. But at the back of his mind, there was the suspicion that some strange game of hidden forces was being played around him, one that he couldn't understand. He thought that perhaps both the bracelet and the unknown song by Donor Bell might contain further pieces of the puzzle that needed to be solved. For a moment, he stood in front of the window of a large grocery store, staring blankly at the shelves full of colorful packages, baskets of fruit, rows of cans, and bottles. The sight triggered a distant memory from long ago, a vague, choking longing in his throat. Sneer entered the store, chose the largest plastic bag he could find, and, walking along the aisles, filled it to the brim. He paused for a while in front of a small machine offering colorful bags of sweets and packets of chewing gum. He smiled at his memories, taking his time to choose the right button. He put the obtained packet in his pocket, placed the bag on the counter, and inserted his key into the cash register. The amount shown by the register shocked him with its size. Almost the entire bill was in yellows. Dining in restaurants, he had no idea that the prices of basic food items had risen so much since the time he did household shopping at his mother's request. He paid, took the bag, and took the subway toward the Northern District. He knew every alley here, though he hadn't visited this part of the city recently. There were old houses here, remnants from before the Great Reform. They stood stubbornly among the new buildings, though their condition was clearly beyond hope. Unusual, built in the old technology, they could not be renovated using modern machines and materials, so they had been left to their own fate and the care of their inhabitants, mostly older people, retirees who didn't want to move to the new districts, defiantly remaining in their crumbling homes. Sneer entered one of these houses. The staircase timidly hid its shabby walls in the dark. He walked by feel, instinctively finding the steps, subconsciously counting them and instinctively avoiding the chips in their edges. On the landing of the second floor, he stopped in front of brown-painted wooden doors. He touched their surface, took hold of the polished brass knob. He hesitated for several seconds before pressing the doorbell. Heavy footsteps approached slowly behind the door. A low, quiet voice asked, "Who's there?" and then the door opened wide. "Oh, it's you." The face of the old man with white, thick hair lit up with a smile. Sneer stepped across the threshold and found himself in the arms of the old man. "Come in, son. Mom's lying down, she's not feeling too well, but she'll be so happy to see you. We talk about you often. You haven't visited in a long time." "Work, troubles," Sneer smiled. "You know how it is when a person has a fourth class." "Oh, you. His father wagged a finger at him. "You should finally stop fooling around. You can aim for a different lifestyle." They entered a small room where Sneer's mother was lying on a bed. She had changed since the last time he saw her. She was already ill then, but now it seems to have worsened. "I did the shopping, Mom. And with the rest of the points, I bought myself some chewing gum," he said, mimicking a child's voice. "Hello, Mom. You haven't changed a bit since I remember you." "Oh, you liar. Come here, let me see you," she smiled, reaching out to him. "But you're getting older." "But I'm not getting any more serious, Mom," he said, bending over her. She embraced and kissed him, and as he sat on the edge of the bed, he felt strangely distant from everything that had occupied his thoughts before he crossed the threshold of his family home. "Are you still not working?" she asked, holding his hand. "What do you mean?" "I'm working. I'm an artist," he laughed. "You're a lazybones without ambition. You were always a clever boy, but we couldn't root out that laziness in you." "Mom, I really am an artist. Don't you think it's a true art to make a genius out of a fool? Besides, I think I'll start doing something else soon. I have an interesting offer. I'll be able to earn enough that there'll be plenty for me, and I'll also be able to get you both a new apartment." "We don't need anything," his father said. "We have everything necessary. But Mom needs a good doctor. I'll send a friend of mine over. And besides, I wanted to talk to you, Dad. Go talk in the kitchen. You probably haven't had dinner, grab something," his mother said. They went into the small kitchen. His father made tea, sliced bread. Sneer felt as if time had turned back 30 years. He was once again a little boy, not understanding many things, stumbling over strange, ever new, surprising problems that arose before him in this complicated world. Just a few days ago, he was convinced that he knew this world in all its symptoms. Today, he felt like that 10-year-old little Eddie again, asking his father about the difference between a yellow point and a red one. "Dad," he said, looking into his father's grey eyes, who was stirring the tea with an old-fashioned silver spoon and smiling at him from behind his glasses. "Do you remember what everything was like before?" "Before what?" "Well, before they introduced universal automation. It happened kind of suddenly. Studying history in school, I always had the impression that an awful lot of momentous events were crammed into a fairly short period of time. Because after all, international agreements, the discovery of the method of matter annihilation, economic unification, classification, urbanization, automation, all of this happened almost simultaneously. That was precisely the basis of the comprehensive program of the Great Reform." His father smiled. "The plans were developed very precisely." "Who developed them?" "Well, scholars, of course. From all over the world." "Exactly. How did it happen that the great powers, which were so distrustful of each other before, which amassed incredible military potential to defend themselves against one another, suddenly entered into harmonious, exemplary cooperation? How on earth did politicians and diplomats, usually inflexible toward the opposing side, reconcile so easily? Reason prevailed." "No, Dad. That's impossible." "Sure, here in Argoland and probably in other agglomerations too, it happens that a stubborn two suddenly enlightens and becomes a one. But there's always a lifter behind it. I don't believe that all the political leaders suddenly, all at once, got wiser. Not all of them. Not all of them, son. Only a few. Those who didn't want to wise up disappeared from the political scene. Now, this is something I wasn't taught in history lessons. But that's how it was. Truth be told, in the Global Supervisory Council that was formed at that time, very few of the former leaders from individual countries Saturday. New people appeared, people who thought differently. There were even quite a few clashes and conflicts, but in the end, reason prevailed, people did get wiser. I just can't imagine such a metamorphosis. Politicians sometimes change their views, but the stimulus for this is rarely a rational argument or consideration for the interests of humanity. Most often, the stimulus is simply the fear for their own position or for their own skin. What could those who suddenly got wiser have been afraid of? Who and what threatened them to force them into harmonious cooperation in a divided world? His father smiled over his glass. He looked into Sneer's eyes for a moment, then said with a strange, ironic tone in his voice, "Don't trouble yourself with such inquiries. That was a long time ago, son. If the present wants to hide something from people, history, after decades, has no chance of uncovering the truth. Instead, it finds only artifacts, intricately woven legends modifying the truth, fabricated for the benefit of society at the time and so deeply implanted in the consciousness of generations that they become a substitute truth, which no one has an interest in overturning after years. On the contrary, it could shake the foundations of a reality that has been built up over the years." So you do think that history doesn't provide us with full knowledge of the events preceding the Great Reform? I might have been born before the Reform, but from the very beginning, as far back as I can remember, no one was sure what had actually happened, what had caused the sudden shift in world politics and economics. Officially, as you know, it was explained by the discovery of the revolutionary method for obtaining cheap energy in practically unlimited quantities. But even then, various rumors and speculations circulated. There was talk of some mafia, of a group of scholar terrorists blackmailing political leaders and forcing them into agreement under the threat of total annihilation. But to this day, no one has confirmed nor denied this officially. The fact is that some well-known politicians suddenly disappeared from the scene at that time. Later on, this continued happening every now and then, especially to those who criticized the accepted directions and solutions. I didn't like everything, either. What's more, now I see that people who thought like me at the time had a lot of reasons. But what could they do? I myself, being only a 3 my whole life, worked honestly on the modest task assigned to me, trusting that more capable zeros were doing the thinking for us. Criticism of the reforms was frowned upon. Not only well-known politicians disappeared without a trace. Many ordinary citizens, who in a too bold manner pointed out mistakes or sowing doubts in the results of the social or technical undertakings, shared their fate. At best, they suddenly fell to the 6th class, losing all prospects in life. Nowadays, you rarely hear about such incidents. Besides, most people, especially the younger generations born after the reform, have accepted the world as they found it, placing themselves in better or worse positions within it. Everyone is more concerned with arranging their lives comfortably for their few decades of existence than with probing it in search of some abstract truth. Almost no one thinks about the possibility of improving this world. Exactly. Could it be that this world is the best possible one? Sneer interjected. More importantly, it is homogeneous, uniform in terms of living conditions. And since it's the only possible world, it's impossible to judge whether it's good or bad. It is what it is. There's no scale for comparison. Do you think it's more worthwhile to spend your life earning points than trying to improve the world? Hard to say what's more worthwhile. But from my experience, I know that it's safer to accept this reality. And it's certainly not safe, even now, after all these years, to dig into those old stories from before the reform. You consider this unsafe? Yes, son. What you said about the factor of fear may still apply. The zeros who run the world, for reasons known only to them, don't like those who would want to delve into all the mechanisms and conditions of their power. Below, an ocean of light stretched out, swarming with colors, alive with a restless, pulsating life. The nearer patches of light, arranged in rectangles, visible as individual points, and the distant ones, blurred into glowing clouds, extended to the horizon, covering the entire visible expanse of land. They were intersected by strings of bright beads, drawing wide loops against the regular rectangles of the downtown buildings and straightening into radiant, straight lines, extending in various directions through the fog-shrouded distant areas of the suburbs. The nighttime view of Argoland's agglomeration, seen from the height of 126 floors, never failed to make a strong impression on Sneer, just as it had when his parents first showed him this part of the world, where he was to spend his entire life. He had accepted the spatial limitation of his life, as well as its temporal limitation, as a natural thing back then. The thought of venturing beyond the agglomeration's area was, at that time, and for a long time after, a flight of fancy as unrealistic as the idea of a philosopher's stone, ensuring the extension of human existence beyond its natural limits in time. Only later, when his childhood sense of time, where several decades seemed like an eternity, gave way to the feeling that time was galloping faster and faster, did Sneer begin to ponder the proportions of this space-time box in which every citizen of the agglomeration was confined. Several decades of life within a 40-kilometer radius seemed like some sad misunderstanding. He, of course, knew everything, or so he thought, about the reasons and goals for crowding several million people into an area of 5,000 square kilometers. Moreover, the situation where each resident had 100 square meters of space was still quite decent, considering that this was the price paid to keep the specter of hunger away from these millions of people. The areas surrounding agglomerations like Argoland were too valuable to be occupied by scattered residential developments. Sneer often felt that the area where he existed gave the impression of a cage, and a slightly overcrowded one at that. However, since the situation that had persisted for several decades provided tolerable living conditions for all citizens, it would be hard to question such a solution without having an evidently better one in reserve. Now, standing in front of the crystal glass of the observation gallery at the top of the Argoland Tower, Sneer once again thought of the agglomeration as a large cage full of animals, fed and protected from adverse circumstances, but, unfortunately, deprived of a wider range. The association with a cage had another aspect, which now, in light of Sneer's recent experiences, revealed itself with full sharpness. Can an animal in a cage comprehend the intentions of those who put it there? Are they feeding us out of kindness, or do they have some unknown purposes for us? Or perhaps, Sneer felt an unpleasant shiver down his spine, perhaps we are just experimental animals. Maybe Argoland is something like an experimental farm? Or perhaps a reserve created for some extraordinary, degenerate strain of humanity, isolated from the rest of the normal world. Maybe it's some offshoot, a degenerate branch of humanity, which has been given an enclave here, an ecological niche, humanely allowing these pseudo-humans to vegetate under the illusion that they're just like everyone else in the world. These were, of course, nonsensical, fantastical ideas straight out of science fiction, from the horror films shown in Argoland cinemas that he used to watch in his youth. Of course, it couldn't be true. After all, Argoland wasn't really closed off and isolated from the world. With enough yellow points, one could, with a bit of patience and perseverance, get permission to travel to another agglomeration, buy a plane ticket and fly. If almost no one did it, it was only because and precisely because it was the same everywhere. So, the idiotic speculations about enclaves and isolation, about the special situation of Argoland, were nonsense that had hatched in Sneer's brain as a result of accumulating incomprehensible events and hearing too much information, rumors, and conjecture. But if it is true, as the man from the council said, Sneer pondered, gazing at the seething nightlife of the agglomeration below his feet, that even scholars need to be controlled, that it's getting harder to find a zero, doesn't that perhaps mean that a similar circus, the same kind of farce, is being played out everywhere, in all the agglomerations of this globe? It would also imply that they, the zeros from councils of various levels, are outside this game, beyond these cages, where, under their watchful eyes, a fictitious reality is created day after day, and the normality of everything that happens there is merely a pretense. The only logical way to explain such a situation would be to assume that all of humanity, for some reason, underwent a sudden or gradual intellectual degeneration, and only those who remain somewhat normal are now trying to maintain order, steering their poor, dim-witted fellow beings with a sophisticated combination of automation and appearances, preventing the terrible truth from reaching widespread awareness. This too was one of the apocalyptic visions discovered long ago by the authors of science fiction movie scripts. Sneer's mind recoiled from accepting such a tragic explanation of humanity's fate, even though it had all the hallmarks of plausibility. After all, how many unknown factors related to new technologies, agrochemicals, pharmacology, radiation, and dozens of other fields of human activity on Earth could have stealthily, in unforeseen ways, affected the development, not only physical but also intellectual, of successive generations? An idiot, by definition, is not capable of assessing the degree of their own idiocy, even by comparing themselves to others, to normal people. And what if everyone suddenly starts becoming idiots? Sneer thought uneasily. If that's what has happened to humanity over the last few decades, I should at least console myself with the fact that I belong to the elite. After all, they've offered me cooperation with people who, it seems, consider themselves the smartest among all this. However, I should temper my joy with some caution. Just as in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, so among idiots, the wise man may well be a simpleton. He laughed at this idea, and partly at his own hypotheses, but now he was certain that he could not ignore the council's offer. It was the only way to look at this cage, at Argoland and its inhabitants, from the outside. It would be an opportunity to view the entire scope of the agglomeration's affairs, to grasp the processes taking place within it, just as one sees its vastness and urban structure from the 126th floor of the tower. Sneer walked around the observation gallery, taking in the sea of lights to the south, west, and north of the center. He left the eastern part of the gallery, as usual, for last, because it was a completely unique, separate experience after viewing the nighttime panorama of the agglomeration. Looking to the east, one experienced an extraordinary, overwhelming sensation, still dazzled by the orgy of light, drawn earthward by the unsettling, fascinating seething of the luminous colossus sprawling over 3/4 of the visible area. One's gaze suddenly encountered an infinite, black, silent void, sharply separated from the real world, as if by a sharp, silver blade, by the brightly lit line of the boulevard. The eyes instinctively sought some support in this black, silent abyss. One almost felt as if one's feet were losing contact with the hard concrete floor, and the body was levitating into space, unanchored by any trace of the Earth's existence. Only after a moment did the eyes adjust to the darkness, and the stars emerged from the black background like small silver blades, pointing at the observer. Below, a broad expanse, black but without those silvery points, lay the calm waters of Lake Tybingen. Only there, in the dark sky above the lake, could the stars be seen so clearly. Above the city, they were drowned out by the glow of lights. Above the lake, they reigned supreme, extending infinitely the world that was otherwise flat and limited by the circle of the horizon. The world stretches 40 kilometers in every direction, except for this one, Sneer thought, looking at the sky over Tybingen. He recalled his conversation with Alice and the song she had mentioned about the stars over Tybingen. Unconsciously, he touched the copper bracelet with the fingertips of his left hand. "Where are you, Alice?" Something sighed within him, beyond his control. His feet had carried him to the restaurant in the tower on their own, driven by long-standing habit. Now, around midnight, the restaurant on the 125th floor was where the entire elite of Argoland's professional underworld could be found, the finest lifters, key holders, fences, and other yellow birds who could afford to linger late into the night in this expensive establishment, accessible only to yellow point holders. If the police really wanted to clean up the city of high-caliber swindlers, it would be enough to cast a net in this and a few similar night spots. The catch would be certain and plentiful. Perhaps an honest working citizen might get caught in the net, but they could easily be distinguished by their class. The rest, belonging to the reserve classes, didn't get up before 7 in the morning to go to jobs that mostly consisted of pretending to do useful work. The illegal professionals didn't pretend to work. They really worked, from noon to midnight, always thinking and acting, risking and skillfully avoiding traps. Only they, derisively called parasites by envious fellow citizens, were, in fact, the only indisputably essential component of Argoland society, its bacterial flora, facilitating the course of socio-economic processes, the lubricant that allowed this invented, artificial system to function, which without them would grind much louder and jam catastrophically. It was precisely this beneficial role of theirs, unforeseen when the social model was designed, but forming its secondary product, that caused the authorities to turn a blind eye to the activities of the professional underworld. They simply filled gaps and covered up flaws in the model, which was supposed to be flawless by design. Cleansing Argoland of professionals like Sneer would expose all these flaws, and no one surely wanted that. Every citizen of Argoland intuitively distinguished such professionals from common criminals. Vampires, extortionists, heeners, and flayers earned unequivocal condemnation. However, a chameleon, for instance, was accepted without moral objection by even the most law-abiding citizen, especially when they needed to get some yellow points in exchange for their honestly earned green ones. Similarly, a lifter was accepted, although none of their clients would admit to using his services. Sneer had come to similar conclusions many times, but only now did it all begin to form a coherent picture. Standing at the entrance to the restaurant, where he had descended from the observation gallery, he looked with a certain superiority at this entire menagerie, among which he recognized the faces of colleagues from the trade, regulars, in the company of young girls of undefined class and fairly evident profession who were always around here. How could I have been satisfied with such a miserable existence for so many years, he said to himself from the perspective of someone who had reached a higher level of consciousness than this whole bunch, selling their minds just as the girls here sold their charms. The offer from the council of the agglomeration ennobled him in his own eyes. He believed even more in his abilities, in the value of his mind, and felt a kind of respect for himself. Although in his deliberations he had not yet determined whether the council's role should be judged positively or negatively, that could only be discovered after he was allowed into the confidences of the highest authority in the agglomeration. Amid the mixed sounds of conversations, a familiar voice could be heard shouting from the back of the room. Sneer looked in that direction. Damn it, he swore under his breath. It's that Pron again. The little lifter was striding through the middle of the room, talking with two men walking on either side of him. He was slightly drunk, but he was steady on his feet. He's got some stamina, that guy, Sneer thought. He's been hanging around in bars since morning. Where does he get so many yellow points? He must have pulled off some shady deal. Sneer tried to disappear from Pron's sight, but the sharp, bulging eye spotted him immediately. He said goodbye to his colleagues and attached himself to Sneer, who, to avoid being dragged into longer nocturnal escapades, declared that he was just heading back to the hotel. That's perfect. Pron was delighted. We'll go together if you don't mind. Sneer couldn't think of an objection on the spot, so they went down and walked toward the hotel. You haven't seen that girl? Sneer asked. No, but she'll probably show up at the Cosmos again. She's one of the regulars there. Sneer remained silent for the next few minutes. They had just turned into one of the narrow side streets, taking a shortcut to the hotel. The streets were deserted, only occasionally did they encounter a late passerby. It was hard to believe that in the downtown of such a populous agglomeration, almost no one walked the streets after midnight. Heavy footsteps sounded from behind. Sneer turned around. Two tall, broad-shouldered men were catching up to them. Apart from that, the street was empty. The footsteps drew closer. Sneer noticed long shadows on either side of the sidewalk, as if the approaching men were trying to overtake them from both sides. A vague sense of danger came a moment too late. He felt a heavy paw grab him from behind, a thick forearm pinning his chin. Don't move, the assailant said. It's not about you, but if you move, I'll break your neck. Sneer froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the second thug immobilizing Pron with one hand while covering his mouth with the other, dragging him toward the nearby entrance of an old building. Sneer knew he couldn't overpower the attacker, who held him in a vice-like grip. He wasn't skilled in hand-to-hand combat, he preferred intellectual duels over boxing matches, but precisely because of that, he always tried to keep his legs in shape, ensuring the possibility of a quick escape. If only I could break free, he thought, observing the arrangement of the fingers of the hand holding him. His right hand was free. The assailant trusted the strength of his forearm and the precision of his grip, which immobilized Sneer's left hand. The other assailant had no difficulty dragging the struggling Pron into the darkness of the doorway. Sneer felt he had to do something, not so much out of special sympathy for Pron as out of a sense of justice. He always believed that using brute force against a person whose only weapon was their head on their shoulders was a vile act that deserved at least death, preferably preceded by torture. Whenever anyone, exploiting physical advantage, dared to use force against him, Sneer, lacking other means, would mentally carry out a gruesome execution on the guilty party. This helped him swallow the bitterness of powerlessness in the face of violence and move on from the humiliation. He had often promised himself that instead of electronic pills, he would one day invent a miraculous, silent, and reliable weapon that would serve him in punishing all those who had ever dared to touch him. However, sometimes the tension would get to him, and he would react irrationally, without self-control, especially in cases of blatant villainy. He felt the assailant's grip loosen slightly, the previously tense muscle crushing his neck softened a bit. If I can make it to 3rd Avenue, he thought. There's often a police car on patrol there. With a sudden thrust of his right hand, he grabbed the thug's pinky finger and yanked it upward. The effect was astonishing. The attacker roared in agony, jumped back, and, stumbling, sat down on the sidewalk. Sneer took 3 steps back, looked around, and stood rooted to the spot. On the sidewalk sat a hulking brute, clutching his right wrist with his left hand and staring at his splayed fingers. It lasted only a few seconds. The man on the sidewalk raised his eyes to the sky and collapsed onto his back as if he had lost consciousness. Sneer cautiously approached. The right hand of the fallen man lay on the concrete sidewalk, a dark stain of blood forming around it. Sneer bent down and saw that the hand was missing its pinky finger. Only now did he feel that he was holding something soft in his clenched fist. Slowly, he opened his hand, then, with disgust, he flung away its contents. It was the thug's pinky finger. Not understanding what had happened, but filled with a sense of his own power, Sneer ran toward the doorway where the second attacker had disappeared. He collided with him in the dark passage. Apparently, drawn by the scream, the man had abandoned his victim and was running to see what had happened. Sneer jumped aside at the last moment, trying to land a blind punch to the running man's head. He felt his hand barely grazed the man's jaw, but even so, the runner staggered and knelt down. Sneer struck again. He heard a cracking sound as if bones were being crushed. The opponent collapsed to the ground and lay still. He ran deeper into the passage leading to a small courtyard between the buildings. Under the wall, curled up in a ball, Pron was groaning. He must have taken a blow to the stomach. Sneer bent over him. "Get up, quickly," he said, lifting him and slapping him on the cheeks with an open hand. Pron opened his eyes, but it took him a while before he could stand on his feet. Sneer slung Pron's arm over his shoulder and dragged him to the gate leading to the next street. "What about them?" Pron groaned, clutching his stomach with his free hand. "He really got me. I think he broke my rib. He got what he deserved. I think I smashed his skull. And the other one? I tore off his finger." Pron looked at Sneer's face. His eyes were even more bulging than usual. "Are you joking?" "Actually, I'm not," Sneer said thoughtfully. "I don't even know how I did it. The details will be in tomorrow's papers," he added, and unexpectedly laughed at himself. There could be no doubt. Sneer's right hand displayed incredible characteristics. The ease with which he had flattened the metal tube by his bed between 2 fingers confirmed this. Later, he conducted a few more experiments on small objects, but not wanting to damage the cabin's equipment, he stopped there. The strength of his hand was linked to the bracelet. When he moved it to his left wrist, his left hand gained similar properties, while the right one lost them entirely. He noticed that the effect wasn't limited to the hand, but extended to all the muscles of the arm and forearm. Moreover, it didn't manifest itself during normal operation with moderate force, only significant muscle tension and the intention of great exertion triggered the extraordinary strength. So what was this bracelet really? To the eye, just an ordinary piece of metal. Sneer tried to imagine the mechanism behind its operation, but he couldn't, and that filled him with a strange fear. He had never heard of anything like it. Who then was the girl who had given him this strange gift? Why had she equipped him with an instrument that granted such incredible strength to his hand? Could it be that she wanted to give him a sample of the capabilities of those on whose behalf she acted? For it was beyond doubt that Alice must represent some hidden organization or group. But where could this group have acquired an object that was unknown to human technology? That was what was truly terrifying. Sneer felt as if he had been drawn into the gears of some machine, caught between two powerful rollers that could crush him at any moment. How was he to understand all this? It was as if someone had handed him a weapon. Against whom? Why, rather than arming his hand, had they not supported his mind so that he could understand what this was all about, who was behind it, and what they expected of him? Could it mean, we strengthen your hand, and the intelligence you already possess will suffice for you to make the proper use of it? Or perhaps, you'll have to defend yourself, so we're compensating for the shortcomings in your physical abilities. Sneer's final thought was the fantastic notion that the clairvoyant Alice had fulfilled his deeply hidden wish for a reliable weapon, one that would enable him to instantly punish bullies who, using their physical advantage, mercilessly torment those weaker than themselves. With this thought and the image of Alice before his eyes, he fell asleep in his cabin on the 17th floor of the Hotel Cosmos. The entry in the morning newspaper completely calmed Sneer down. Both night assailants had records with the police. The explanations they gave in the hospital, where a night patrol had taken them, were vague and contradictory, steering the investigation in a direction that was entirely safe for Sneer. The police considered the incident to be the result of setting criminal underworld disputes, and the only inexplicable detail was the severed finger of one of the injured. The second assailant, brought to the hospital in serious condition, had a crushed temporal bone and a fractured jaw. The police expert determined that the blows had been delivered with a fist, and their effects indicated extraordinary strength. The search for the culprit was thus focused on strongmen who practiced karate and similar martial arts, which placed both Sneer and Prawn outside the circle of suspicion. If they had any grudges against Prawn, or if someone had sent them after him, they would be even less likely to mention either the intended victim or the person who hired them, Sneer thought as he skimmed through the newspaper while having his morning coffee in the hotel bar. He only read the headlines of the articles, which promised nothing sensational. They were the usual daily dose of informational fluff, meant to satisfy the average Argoland citizen's thirst for knowledge and leave them convinced for the rest of the day that they had been thoroughly informed about all the important events in the world and the agglomeration. Along with these supposedly important pieces of information, there were usually a handful of trivial tidbits, as if to imply that there was nothing more important to report and that the remaining empty columns in the issue had to be filled with something. The average Six unquestioningly accepted the picture of the world drawn by the morning newspaper Argoland's Aurora. A fiver might occasionally have some doubts about whether the newspaper's reports covered the entirety of events, while a usual for only read the headlines, not wasting time delving into the articles, before focusing on the announcement section, which carried the most information about the current concerns of agglomeration's inhabitants. As befits a titular for, Sneer also didn't neglect reading the smaller ads. One could extract a lot of useful and enlightening content from them. In the for sale section, for example, there had recently been dozens of ads with the identical wording, "We'll buy canaries." This certainly didn't mean any special interest in breeding songbirds. Everyone knew perfectly well that the word canaries was used here in the commonly understood slang meaning of yellow points. Trading in points was not officially allowed, but it was permissible to settle private obligations with them or even to give them as donations. Thus, carrying out the transaction was a straightforward matter, but in the public announcement one had to use a code word, which was also known to the appropriate authorities. Everyone deceives everyone else, and everyone knows they're being deceived, Sneer thought, but at the same time, he realized that this conclusion was less and less surprising. Now he understood that this silent social agreement was one of the pillars sustaining the system in which he lived. The education section offered ads such as, "To get a better class, call," or "I boost intelligence with an accelerated method, renowned specialist, contact." These were advertisements from mid-level lifters targeting the widespread 5 to 4th market. In this jobs section, most ads were of the type, "We'll pay for a sixer, former boxer's welcome," or something of the sort. It was obviously about roughing someone up or breaking a few bones. Often, the client was a respected and well-paying zero. The various services section usually held the most surprises. Today as well it didn't disappoint Sneer, who, as always, saved it for dessert. Besides the typical ads like "We'll do anything for points" and "Lend a helping hand," not expensive, Sneer found a mysterious offer, Daltonist. Phone evenings. He was pondering what this ad could mean when Prawn approached his table. He didn't look well, but was putting on a brave face. He held a newspaper in his hand. "Have you read it?" Prawn asked, seating himself across from Sneer with a glass of beer. Aha! Looks like they've gone off on a wild goose chase. We can sleep easy. You can. For me, it's just the beginning. What kind of mess have you gotten yourself into, Carl? They want to finish me off. Pron's face betrayed inattention, his eyes darting nervously around the bar. I thought they were playing fair with me, I did what they asked. And now, instead of paying up, they want to get rid of the witness. A big deal? To them, it's damn big. For you too, I'd say. 10,000 isn't something to sneeze at. How do you know? Pron was startled. Points don't like fools. Remember that, and keep your key close to your side instead of flashing it around for all of Argoland to see. Pron dropped his gaze. You're right. Anyway, thanks for the help. I had no idea you had such a heavy hand. Because I use it with restraint, and I advise you to do the same with your key and points. I've stumbled into your messed up affairs twice now, and I'm not putting myself on the line for you again. Besides, I'll be busy now. Got a job? In the full official sense of the word. What? You? Picture that. Sneer enjoyed Pron's astonishment. They pay well, so why not give it a shot? As a 0? No. As a 4. I don't understand. As if only that, Sneer muttered. Then explain. We don't share our secrets, Sneer remarked acidly, and Pron flushed. Well, you know. I can't explain anything now, he muttered. You saw it yourself. I'm scared. Never mind that. As for that girl, my request still stands. I'll give you my new phone number in a few days, Sneer said, looking at the newspaper. Oh. Do you know who this Daltonist is? A guy who can't distinguish colors. I know that much. But here, look. Pron read the ad. Oh, that, he smiled. You haven't heard? It's a brand new invention, an electromagnetic field generator that, when placed next to a payment or cash register machine, causes a malfunction. The owner of such a device accompanies the client during shopping. When it's time to pay, he places his generator in the right spot on the machine's casing, which makes the machine confused for a moment and turns it into a Daltonist. It deducts red points from the key, even though the payment is supposed to be in green. It's undetectable because once the generator is turned off, the machine returns to normal, and the client's account in the bank is charged with red points. That's a good one, said Sneer appreciatively. Doesn't do me much good. I don't use red. Pron grimaced. Because you're an idiot. Sneer shook his head with pity. When this method becomes widespread, the price of green points will plummet. How's that? Think about it. If you can buy the same things with red points as with green, the difference in value will drop to the level of the commission the Daltonist charges. If I were you, I'd run to the bank and sell all the greens at a 144 rate, unless they've already dropped lower. You know, Pron said with admiration, that's a zero's brain. I wouldn't have thought of that. And between the two of us, it's not me who's the economist. Sneer muttered sarcastically. Philip's been looking for you since yesterday. Pron smoothly changed the subject. He still owes you points. He'll be here around 11. Just a few dots. I forgot in all the chaos. A nice few dots. 100 yellows, Pron said melancholically. Carl, you'll never make a fortune. Sneer shook his head in pity. If you want to have a lot of points, you have to disdain them. But you value every point, no matter how many you have. So, according to you, 10,000 isn't much? I've had more. Before you know it, they'll be worth half. Points are meant to be spent. True. Just 2 years ago, you could only buy delicacies and luxury goods with yellow points, and now you can't survive on just green ones. It's our fault. More and more fools with inflated classes pretending to work and taking yellow points, and their work doesn't bring any new goods to the store shelves. Pron frowned and thought deeply. When we reach the goal, he said after a moment, looking out the window, when we achieve that ideal of universal happiness, we'll all get as many yellow points as a well-paid 0 does now. But then it will be exactly enough for what a 6 gets today with their red points. You said it. Sneer laughed. You've still got something left in that head from economics. Well, to hell with such happiness, muttered Prawn. At 11, Sneer met with Philip. The guy was visibly elated, thrilled with his second-class status, and full of hope for future success. For now, he was still enjoying a vacation, sweetened by the pleasant prospect of surprising his boss at work, who was also a 2. It won't help you much, Sneer thought, collecting the remainder of the payment from Philip's key. After all, you're too honest to achieve anything in our world. Around noon, Sneer went to the medical clinic. At that time, the doctors mostly saw non-working patients, so the large queue didn't intimidate him. He patiently stood in line to the office of a familiar doctor. After several minutes, he was at the door, and a few more people had gathered behind him. The previous patient exited, and Sneer entered the office. Before he could close the door behind him, he heard, "Which class?" "What's the problem?" "Fourth, as usual," Sneer said cheerfully. "How are you, Dan?" "Oh, it's you." The doctor looked up from his desk. "How's it going, you old fraud?" "Not bad, you point jester. I've got something for a few yellows." "What's it about?" The doctor reached for a notepad. "A certificate? A death certificate? For sure medical leave?" "None of those. I'd like you to take care of my mother. She's having serious stomach issues. Who doesn't have digestive problems these days?" The doctor sighed. "It's all because of those stupidators." "Because of what?" "That crap they add to food and beer sold for red points. It has some unexpected side effects." "What kind of additives?" "I hadn't heard about this." "Mind dollars." "It's not talked about much, but it's no longer a secret. They'll have to work on something new. The sixths are starting to protest." "So, it's about your mother?" "Yes. She lives in the Northern District, but I'll cover all your expenses if you're willing to take care of her." "All right, we'll talk in a bit, I just need to finish with this rabble." "It won't take long. Sit over there, behind the screen, and wait." Sneer went behind the screen, and the doctor called in the next patient. He hurried to avoid keeping his friend waiting, and it went something like this: "Which class?" "What's the problem?" "Sixth. I've got a bad headache, Anne." "Do you drink?" "No." "Smoke?" "Yes." "A lot?" 20 a day. "Too much." "When you stop smoking, come back." 5 points. Next. "Class?" "What's the problem?" "Fifth. My ankle joints hurt." "Do you drink?" "Yes." "Smoke?" "A little." "You need to stop drinking and smoking." 5 points. Next. "Class?" "What's the problem?" "Sixth. My stomach hurts." "Do you drink?" "Not much." "Smoke?" "A little." "Do you take sleeping pills?" "Sometimes." "Don't drink, don't smoke, don't take pills." 5 points. Next. In a few minutes, there was no one left outside the door. That was the Super Express version. The doctor apologized. "I usually talk to them a little longer." "You don't examine them?" Sneer was surprised. "I see you've got a full set of the best diagnostic equipment here." "Waste of time." "You heard, each one of them either drinks or smokes." "Do you think it's easy to quit drinking and smoking?" "They need to believe they're responsible for their ailments." "I don't have time to spend too long on a patient paying the official rate of 5 reds for a consultation. My salary doesn't depend on how many of them I see. The working classes feel obliged to give extra in yellows, but these folks, even if they wanted to, have nothing to give. I wonder what you'd do if one of them didn't smoke or drink?" Sneer laughed. "That's easy. I'd tell them to get some teeth fixed or pulled." It's the simplest way to get rid of a patient for a while. They're terrified of the dentist. And rightly so. You've probably never used dental services for red points. That's where they really know how to get rid of a patient. So, when I send someone to the dentist, I know they won't come back to me until their teeth fall out from old age. And then what? I tell them there's no cure. Old age, it's a normal thing. Everything in a person eventually wears out. The doctor was clearly energized and in a good mood, which improved even more when Sneer mentioned the amount of the advance payment for his services. Tell me, Dan, Sneer asked before bidding the doctor farewell, is it possible to enhance muscle strength to an extraordinary degree? Are you thinking about training or pharmacological means? No. I'm thinking of physical stimuli, bioelectrical stimulation, or something like that. I know, for example, that in hypnosis, a person can exhibit certain physical traits that don't show up in the normal state of the body. Stimulation. Who knows? Maybe, to some extent. It would probably require some fairly complex equipment integrated into the nervous system. You know, the human body holds so many unknown possibilities. There were studies like that once, but you don't hear much about new achievements in this area lately. After leaving the doctor, Sneer headed to 12th Alley, where Digger Benny had his antiquarian shop. There were a few people in the shop. Benny looked nervous, and Sneer thought he was giving discreet signals. He began browsing the shelves of trinkets, keeping an eye on the other customers. Two of them, an older woman and a grey-haired man who looked at least like twos, were interested in the prints displayed on one of the walls. The third, a young man with a dull expression, was meticulously going through old books on a shelf at the back of the store. The way his heavy hands held and opened each volume suggested that he rarely handled such an unusual object as a book. It was toward this man that the nervous glances of the antiquarian owner, a slim, restless old man with pale blue, piercing eyes, kept darting as he moved nervously around a table full of old magazines, ceramics, antique watches, and a host of other bric-a-brac. Sneer slowly approached the table, and Benny gave him a brief, meaningful look. Then, still watching the man by the bookshelf, Benny lifted a stack of old magazines slightly, revealing some hidden papers. Sneer slowly moved closer, and Benny approached the shelves with books, presumably to distract the customer standing there. While pretending to flip through the magazines, Sneer deftly slipped a few thin booklets from beneath them, tucked them into his jacket, and leisurely headed toward the exit. Apparently, these maneuvers hadn't escaped the notice of the man rifling through the books. "Hey! Sir!" Sneer heard from behind him as he placed his hand on the door handle. "Just a moment." He stopped and turned to face the man now standing in the middle of the shop. Benny, just behind the man's shoulder, looked quite frightened, his hands hanging helplessly. The other customers, after casting quick glances behind them, returned to admiring the pictures on the wall, busy pretending not to notice anything. "Show me that," the young man demanded, taking 2 steps toward Sneer. "What?" "The papers you hid." The outstretched hand barely had time to grab the lapel of Sneer's jacket before Sneer clasped the wrist with his hand and squeezed. He didn't let go until he heard the crack of the radius bone breaking. He saw the man's face twist in pain. He released his grip, and the man's arm dropped limply. Sneer turned to the door and walked away, not too quickly, toward the underground railway entrance. A moment later, he heard Benny's shrill voice behind him, yelling something about hooligans attacking peaceful customers. Sneer smiled to himself, quickened his pace, and disappeared into the underground passage. At the hotel, Sneer examined the booklets. They were a few copies of the same text, titled The Missing Chapter, printed using a primitive method on durable paper. He put one in his pocket and hid the others in his bed. He knew he'd have to postpone his next visit to Benny's. Breaking the arm of an administrative official, which the young bibliophile undoubtedly was, would certainly lead to an investigation and surveillance of the antiquarian, who was already suspected of storing illegal prints. He looked out the window. It was early afternoon. Argaland was starting to spill out onto the streets, crowds of colorful ants scurrying on the sidewalks, filling the shops and entertainment venues. From the height of the 17th floor, he watched this carefree and happy world of the afternoon-evening city, which resembled a fair or amusement park, where everyone, at the end of each day, forgets their daily troubles and plays like children. He felt like a child being dragged by the hand out of a world of colorful carousels, wonderful games, and extraordinary attractions. He had the sense that he would soon leave this world forever because even if he ever returned, he would no longer be able to fully immerse himself in its make-believe. And yet, he thought, gazing at the thickening streams of passers-by, despite all its make-believe, this world is the most real, genuine. It's where millions of people that make up humanity live. Even if there are other places, exclusive enclaves of reason, what are they compared to these crowded amusement parks where almost the entire human race leads its real life? An adult returning to the land of childhood can no longer play carefree with toys that once were so wonderful. He can no longer fail to notice that the once beautiful palaces are made of poorly painted plywood and that sawdust spills from the old doll. Sneer was aware of this, and it made him sad as he reached into his pocket for the business card and placed his fingers on the phone keypad. Why am I agreeing? What's forcing me into this? He wondered, and at that moment, his eyes fell on the copper bracelet. In his subconscious, a fleeting sequence of associations flashed for a split second, one he couldn't consciously trace step by step, but in the next moment, he knew the answer. She wanted this. She expects this of me. This, and something else, unknown, that I will learn in due time. With quick finger movements, he dialed the number printed on the business card. The shift that started at 3 in the afternoon was relatively the least unpleasant. Of course, the role of a porter at the Key Institute was nothing amusing. Sneer felt this more acutely with each passing day. Now, after a few weeks on the job, he was starting to find it tedious. The afternoon shift was bearable. The self-satisfied scientists, who looked down on the supposedly dim-witted four with barely concealed contempt, left the building at 3. This allowed him to calmly attend to his usual duties. Sneer knew from experience that he couldn't allow any backlog to build up, as it would later require painstaking effort to sift through the accumulated nonsense constantly produced by these pompous, self-assured half-wits. The instruction Sneer had received before taking up the position had greatly surprised him. Though already accustomed to the fictitious nature of most work in Argaland, he still clung to the belief in the genuinely significant role of scientists, especially those of zero class, on whom he thought the entire civilization of the contemporary world depended. From his experience as a lifter, he knew that many of them intellectually fell short of their assigned class, but he believed that at least those at the highest levels of the scientific hierarchy were genuinely wise and useful individuals. It only took a few weeks of observation, conducted as if from the shadows, since, from the position of a 4, no one paid attention to him, before this belief gave way to a certainty of quite the opposite. Abilities, knowledge, and work results seemed to be inversely proportional to the level of the positions held. Thus, the entire Argaland, from top to bottom, appeared to be some absurd comedy based on strange rules of convention. Everyone pretends to believe in the importance of their social role, while carefully hiding from others the fact that they fall short of it. At the same time, everyone is aware that others are pretending too. So who, for heaven's sake, is this comedy being performed for? Sneer pondered, spending hours at his porter's desk during boring daytime shifts. Surely those genuine zeros who put me here are the most aware of the general situation, so they can't be the audience for this performance. On the orders of his superiors, during his afternoon shifts, Sneer would wander around the empty building, equipped with a universal key that opened all doors, and he would review the materials that represented the results of the Institute's scientific work. It didn't take much effort to notice their pathetic ineptitude, their derivative nature, even their fictitiousness. That scientific studies were inflated with watery verbosity and pseudoscientific jargon, fabricated in the hope that no one competent would ever look into the thick volumes of documentation clogging the shelves. The same went for experimental work. Falsifying and stretching the results had become standard practice, and overall, the work lacked scientific value and research significance. The central issue around which all research revolved was the problem of the key, this intricate device that every citizen of Argaland and other agglomerations worldwide carried. The key is an extremely complex instrument. In essence, it's a miniature computer that interacts with all types of machines used in every area of modern human life. It serves as a wallet, passport, and personal certificate, replacing all previous certificates, documents, checks, and other papers. It's the intermediary element that connects every person to the general computer system, which regulates social life. The cooperation between these fundamentally different systems requires some standardization of one of them. The key acts like a transformer, adapting the natural, hence imperfect and individualized, product of biological evolution, which is the human being, to the precise creation of cybernetics. This crucial role of the key in modern society's life, Sneer had always believed, required constant improvement of the device to expand its capabilities, prevent abuses, and enrich its functions. Starting work at the Key Institute, Sneer was convinced that these were the very issues the Institute's scientists were working on. He thought they were perfecting microcircuits, designing sophisticated sensors and locks, and inventing new uses for the key. To his astonishment, he quickly realized that even those at the top of the Institute's hierarchy, whose names were attached to most of the Institute's scientific work, had only a faint understanding of the overall issue. They seemed not even to know the basic conceptual diagram of how the key's various components were connected. The scientists' work consisted precisely in deciphering the individual elements that made up the key, in studying and discovering the principles of its operation, and in uncovering the potential capabilities embedded in it that had not yet been utilized. It was astounding. The key was the object of research, just as the structure of the cell was once the focus of biologists, or protein molecules, or for neurologists, the structure and function of the human brain. The key was, in a way, an objectively given creation, constructed by someone else, some unknown entity, who had also forgotten to provide the appropriate complete documentation for their product. The research conducted at the Institute resembled the investigative activities of a child using a hammer and pliers to explore the secrets of a quartz clock. The results of this research were as inadequate as the methods and capabilities of the researchers. After a few days on the job, Sneer shared his observations with Barn, the supervisory council official who had recruited him for the job. Barn smiled contentedly and said, "You've hit the nail on the head, Sneer. They should be studying the key with full conviction that what they're doing is incredibly important and significant. That conviction should be shared by other scientists working in other fields and dealing with equally superficial problems. The general public should firmly believe that the economy of the agglomeration and the personal well-being of every citizen depend on the results of the scientists' work. Your role is to ensure, first, that our scientists never doubt their own brilliance or the importance of what they're doing, and second, that they don't accidentally manage to study everything to the end, because then they might cause us problems and force us to come up with new games for them. Personally, I doubt they'll manage to decipher even parts of the key unless you help them too much. If it comes to that, you'll also need to confuse them a bit, mislead them, and direct them down false paths. In short, you'll be unofficially steering their activities on our behalf. We've selected them carefully. There shouldn't be any actual zeros among them, so they probably won't give you much trouble. But you'll still need to keep an eye on them." "What's the point of all this?" Sneer had asked at the time, not understanding the purpose of such deceptions. "Is it about creating a facade that even the participants believe in, or is it to keep them occupied with pointless, unnecessary activities so they don't have time to deal with real, actual problems? Why should I explain our motives to you when you'll gradually discover them with your own zero-class brain?" Barn laughed. If this is how scientists operate, one can only imagine what work is like at lower levels, where the majority of employees are 2s and 3s, Sneer concluded in horror, but immediately reassuring thoughts followed. But if this is a widespread phenomenon, and yet the entire socio-economic mechanism somehow functions, it suggests that the work of all employed citizens of Argoland is utterly pointless, serving only as a facade. But for whom? What's the purpose of this farce? Who is it being performed for? Is everyone pretending to everyone else that everything here is serious, essential, and necessary? For whom do these real zeros, this vaguely defined group called the Supervisory Council, keep this fiction, this social as perpetuum mobile of absurdity in motion? Sneer recalled a promotional display of the Sexamat's capabilities. Yes, even then, the suspicion arose in him that the automation of all areas of life made the presence of humans on this planet unnecessary. Could it be about maintaining the belief in society that this is not the case at all costs? After all, if you think about it, considering the superficial and conventional nature of the activities of working people, you could eliminate the need for work for another few % of the population, leaving only those necessary to oversee the machines. Essentially, this would achieve the goal of a prosperous society engaged only in consuming goods, without even the need to create the illusion of any productive activity. And yet, the Supervisory Council, for reasons known only to them, keeps delaying this moment. It seems they're even trying to maintain the status quo. They tolerate well-known and easily eliminable negative social phenomena, even crime, so they don't have to reduce the number of administrative and law enforcement personnel. They maintain institutes that discover nothing, offices that serve no purpose. Assuming that the council consists of genuinely smart individuals who know what they're doing, one must conclude that this state is optimal for some reason. This entire social fiction must serve some purpose if it's supported by the councils of all agglomerations. It's impossible that the world is being run by lunatics. Sneer reasoned, pacing the empty corridors of the institute. And those who seek to make the public aware of the conventional and artificial nature of the current situation are acting against the council's plans, against this optimal state of affairs, and are therefore not tolerated. It seems that revealing the truth, as they demand in their proclamations, would cause serious problems. Sneer remembered the recording he had asked Benny for a few weeks ago. Busy with his new duties, he hadn't yet returned to the digger's shop. The search for Alice also remained fruitless so far. With enough yellow points, since his employers were fulfilling their financial promises diligently, Sneer had suspended his work in his trade and now spent less time among his fellow professionals. A few hours of daily work at the institute, though not too exhausting, completely disrupted his day, forcing him to modify his lifestyle and habits. Today's workday, which began at 3 in the afternoon as the employees were leaving the institute, Sneer started with a routine check of the progress of various teams. His wards weren't exerting themselves too much. The middle of summer didn't seem to inspire them to intense, creative work. They were more likely thinking about vacations and relaxing by the lake than about delving into the mysteries of the key's microcircuits. So there wasn't even anything for him to correct or disrupt. After finishing his rounds of the laboratories and offices, he peeked, as usual, into the director's office. He had long intended to get into the safe in the director's office, where, according to the personnel chief who had briefed Sneer on his duties, the most important, secret documents and scientific studies were supposed to be kept. The safe had been entrusted to the special attention of the porter. It was secured with additional, special alarm sensors connected to the building's exit blocking system in case of a break-in. What could they possibly be keeping in that safe? Sneer wondered. Judging by the quality of usual work produced here, it wouldn't be the end of the world if someone suddenly entered that box. In his role as the Secret Zero, introduced here by the Supervisory Council, Sneer felt entitled to go through the safe as well. The special key provided by Barn allowed him to open any lock in the institute building. However, accessing the safe required disabling the alarm system, which was controlled from the building's ground floor. Usually whenever Sneer found himself in the director's office on the second floor, he postponed examining the safe's contents as he didn't feel like going downstairs to turn off the alarm. Today, however, he decided to finally go through the safe, treating it as a routine task. He took the trouble of going down to the ground floor, then opened the steel doors of the safe and pulled out a thick red folder filled with handwritten notes. The papers were interesting enough that Sneer spent 2 hours going through them. "What scoundrels," he said aloud to himself as he reached the last page. "I wouldn't have expected this from them." The papers revealed that the scientists, who on a daily basis produced piles of useless drivel, were capable of coming up with quite clever things on the side. While it would be difficult to call these scientific achievements, from a practical point of view, what they had done provided them with significant private benefits. "Sly boots," Sneer muttered with a hint of admiration as he skimmed through the manuscript and the diagrams it contained once more. His lifter's soul couldn't help but acknowledge the skill of his fellow fraudsters. As an expert in both electronics and deception, he could fairly assess a sophisticated scam, an artistically executed fraud. A very nice piece of work, he marveled, growing increasingly impressed as he delved deeper into the secret found in the safe. So, a few of them are indeed real zeros. Maybe not geniuses, but sharp enough. Without knowing Key's blueprint, they cracked a tough problem. And all the while, they've been pretending to be dumber than they really are. They lulled the council's vigilance because if the council knew their true capabilities, it wouldn't have let them continue working here. Sneer peeked into the safe once more and pulled out a key. He examined it and jotted down the registration number. Then, he reached for the phone and called the records office. He gave them the number and waited with the receiver to his ear. "Who?" he suddenly shouted, jumping in his chair. "Please repeat that?" He hung up and stood still for a moment, stifling an internal laugh. He picked up the receiver again, dialed the Hotel Cosmos switchboard, and then the room number. "Hey, you old fraud," he said with a laugh. "What do you mean, who's speaking?" "It's Sneer. Listen, this is very important, especially for you. Wait for me at the hotel. Don't leave your room, understand?" He hung up, waited a few minutes, and then called Barn from the council. "I've got something interesting. These boys here have made something beautiful, a universal master key to the land of happiness. But apparently, to achieve happiness, you need a bit of luck. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. Will you send someone, or should I summarize it over the phone?" "Yes, yes. It's better if someone comes. The matter can't wait until tomorrow. We need to round them all up immediately. Yes, I have a list of the key numbers of the entire gang. They've made one prototype. They were going to test it, but there's no information here on who they gave it to." "All right. I'll be waiting." Sneer glanced around the room, reached for an ashtray, and then tore out the last page from the folder and burned it. He turned the bronze key over in his hand for a moment, then finally pocketed it and slowly walked down the stairs. "Just look at that." The younger of the Zeros who had arrived was flipping through the pages of the red folder. "I've always said someone would figure this out someday. This is a very valuable find, colleague." The older one smiled at Sneer. "Our scientists turned out to be smarter than we thought. They've created an eternal key. Don't say anything to other staff of the Institute. Nothing happened during your shift. We'll leave the safe door slightly ajar, let them think one of them forgot to close it." "You're not going to arrest them?" Sneer asked in surprise. "Arrest them? We can't arrest anyone, colleague. The police would have to do that. But there are a few Zeros among this group. And most police officers are thirds. But they're criminals. They pretended to be lifted Zeros to avoid suspicion about the abilities they actually had. But they are Zeros, both de nominee and de facto," the younger one said with emphasis. "We can't publicly undermine the authority of Zeros, especially not scientists from a reputable institute. How would that look to citizens of other classes? They must believe not only in our intellect but also in the impeccable honesty of Zeros. That's the basic condition for trust in us, faith in our suitability to govern the agglomeration. So they'll get away with it? They'll stay here? For now, yes." The older Zero nodded, placing the papers back into the folder. "They'll stay here, and that will be their punishment." Seeing the bewildered expression on Sneer's face, both Zeros exchanged knowing looks, and the older one explained, "You're a new employee. You'll understand better later on. For now, I can only say that the whole group will remain in their positions, but you will be withdrawn from here. When they discover the missing documents, they'll feel threatened and exposed, but they won't know who currently possesses their secret. They'll first suspect that the traitor is among them. They'll become distrustful of each other. They'll be anxious, tormented by the anticipation of the consequences of losing those papers. They'll be cautious, loyal to the authorities, and won't lift a finger against us. They'll meticulously follow our directives. In short, we'll have them completely in our hands. Do you understand now? And what if they think that the person who stole the documents didn't recognize their significance? We'll sow uncertainty in their minds. We'll give the police orders to start arresting the least significant small fry whose names we know. We'll have them start the arrests one by one, from the bottom up, from the lowest intermediaries and agents working on behalf of the gang's top leaders. They'll tremble with uncertainty, not knowing how high the police will reach. But you won't have the Zeros arrested? I've already explained that it could damage the reputation of our class. So the main culprits will remain in their positions? Not for long. We'll soon send the director into retirement. After all, his only fault was turning a blind eye to the scheme in exchange for the promise of receiving an eternal key. The others will gradually transfer to other, higher positions. Higher? Yes. So that we can keep an eye on them and better utilize their actual abilities. In certain positions, there's actual work to be done, and no time for scheming. I don't need to explain this to you, you were a lifter. It's similar in the continuum area. Excuse me, Sneer interrupted. What is the continuum area? It would take too long to explain. The older Zero tucked the folder under his arm and headed for the exit. Report to work as usual the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning. We'll send a liaison from the council. You'll learn the rest on the other side. The other side of what? The other side of Zero, replied Zero with a polite smile, nodding to his companion, and both headed towards the exit. Sneer followed them to let them out of the building. His head was spinning slightly. He felt as though once again, a few bricks had been removed from the painstakingly constructed model of this complex reality in which he was entangled along with the entire surrounding world. At 9, Sneer could leave the institute, leaving the night shift to his replacement. He took a car from the stand and within minutes was at the Cosmos. Pron was waiting in his room, visibly trembling with fear. Hand over that key, Sneer said without preamble, extending his hand towards him. Pron took a step back, looking at him with bulging eyes in such surprise that Sneer laughed out loud. Give it to me, he repeated. I know everything. If you give it to me, you've got a chance to save your skin and those 10,000. Pron handed him the eternal key, and Sneer pulled out the original from his pocket. Here you go, smartass, he said sarcastically. I don't want anything in return, even though I've pulled you out of serious trouble. You've got your points, now deal with the rest on your own. You'll need to disappear for a while. And it's best if you call the guy who gave you this tomorrow and tell him that the police returned your own key and took that one. I can't guarantee that'll be enough to get them off your back. They'll want to get their points back. But maybe they'll soon be arrested. At least those you dealt with directly. And me? What will happen to me? I have no idea. It seems to me they could only track you down based on the testimonies of the members of that gang. But the only evidence would be the transfer they gave you. Those were points from some whore's key, Pron muttered. Maybe it would be better to find her and return. Or split it 50-50? That's your problem. Maybe she couldn't be identified. Neither you nor this woman were on the list of the conspiracy's participants. How do you know all this? It doesn't matter. Just be more careful in the future. May I be damned if I get caught up in anything else. Pron swore. To hell with those thousands. The devil tempted me to get into someone else's business. Starting tomorrow, I'm sticking to honest lifting. You're right, especially since I'm disappearing from here for good, and no one will be pulling you out of the mud anymore. And with that girl? If she shows up, tell her from me that the predictions have come true. And also, that I'm grateful for the practical gift. Nothing else? Ask if she'd like to pass anything on to me. If possible, I'll try to get in touch with you sometime. For now, you need to lay low. Sneer stood up from the chair. Pron shook his outstretched hand. Thank you once again, he said effusively. Sneer smiled silently. In truth, this bald, bulging-eyed 4, or perhaps even 3, was more likable than he had initially seemed. He felt that on the other side of Zero, whatever that might mean, he would eventually miss the unfortunate Carl Pron, just as he would miss the entire world that the small-time lifter kept struggling with. Benny's phone wasn't answering. Sneer dialed the number of the antique shop again, waited for a minute, and then hung up. He paused for a moment, rolling the stack of brochures in his hands. I need to check it out, he decided, sliding the papers into his pocket. He dashed down the stairs and looked around for a free car. The taxi stand was empty, so he headed toward the nearest subway station. Since he had started working, he had moved into one of the old buildings in the last-century part of the downtown area. It wasn't comfortable, but as an honest 4, he had to maintain appearances. His employers required this, although they promised it wouldn't last long. Sneer was now leaving the cramped cabin in the overcrowded building without any regret. He had decided to spend his last night, as before, at the Hotel Cosmos. He didn't bother to figure out whether it was his habit of comfort drawing him there or the hope of seeing Alice. Probably both motivations played a role, since the living standard had already taken a toll on him, and the memory of Alice hadn't faded, even though 6 weeks had passed since their only meeting. At the subway station, he spotted a free car at the parking place, so he quickened his pace and reached it before a man approaching from the other side of the street. He slammed the door shut, inserted his key into the ignition, and breathed into the breathalyzer. The engine purred softly, and Sneer sped off, racing down the empty street and cutting off the would-be passenger. Benny's shop was closed. A sign in the window informed that the owner was on vacation, but there was no indication of when it would reopen. Sneer had a suspicion of what this could mean. Just in case, he didn't even attempt to check out the digger's apartment. He glanced at his key. It was nearing 2 in the afternoon. Damn, he thought. I still feel like I'm saying goodbye to this city. He had felt strangely sad since the morning. He had a day off after yesterday's afternoon shift, which had culminated in his discovery in the Institute safe. Tomorrow morning, he was supposed to report to work, but according to one of the zeros from the council, it would be his last day as a porter at the Key Institute. Unconsciously, he turned into the driveway in front of the Hotel Cosmos. He got out and slammed the car door, which rolled slowly towards the parking area. In the hotel bar, Pron was sitting comfortably with 2 girls. Sneer approached the table. "You're still here," he said disapprovingly. Pron stood up unsteadily and, taking Sneer by the arm, led him a few steps away from the table. "I've come up with a better idea," he whispered. "See those 2 boys by the beer machine?" Sneer discreetly glanced over. Both boys were 2 meters tall and had the faces of the lowest 6th class. "It's better than hiding," Pron explained. "Besides, where could I hide? Now that I have a normal key, I can pay them in yellows." "How much does that cost you?" "A yellow per day, plus food." "Expensive," Sneer observed, casting a critical eye over the 2 gorillas. "I hope I can get rid of them soon." "Call one of your protectors over here," Sneer smiled slyly. Pron gestured to the brutes. Both of them approached. "Let's see if you're worth 30 points a month." Sneer leaned his elbow on the nearby table. He arm-wrestled both of them. All 3, including Pron, had completely dumbfounded expressions. "You still need to practice, boys," Sneer said dismissively. "How do you do that, Sneer?" Pron couldn't hide his admiration, while the embarrassed gorillas slinked off to the corner of the room. Sneer left the question unanswered. He asked about Alice, but Pron hadn't seen her even once in the past few weeks. However, at the reception machine, Sneer learned that there was a letter waiting for him in the deposit box. He inserted his key into the control slot, and after a moment, held an envelope in his hands. There was no sender's name on it. On a small piece of durable paper, he found a few hastily scribbled words. "What you have here, hide well. You'll give me back later." On the reverse side is what you asked for. B. On the other side of the paper was the typed text of a song. Sneer tucked the paper back into the envelope and slipped it into his pocket just as Pron approached from the direction of the restaurant. "I have a favor to ask," Sneer said, pulling out a bundle of brochures. "Hide this in your locker. I'll come for it sometime." "Hot stuff?" "Sort of." "All right." Pron slid the brochures inside his jacket. "How long will you be gone this time?" "I have no idea. But I'll still be here until tomorrow." "And if that girl—" "I remember what to tell her," Pron smiled. "Good luck, old friend." Sneer walked along the edge of the beach, scanning the lake. The wind was strong, sails were darting across the bay, and a group of women squealed as they splashed near the shore, trying to right an overturned boat. Just a while ago, on his way here, Sneer had spotted a girl in the street crowd who, from a distance, looked like Alice. He had chased after her, weaving through the pedestrians, only to realize moments later that he was mistaken. Now, he couldn't shake thoughts of her. He felt that the city and that girl were slipping away from him. It seemed like a chapter of his life was closing, something was changing radically, cutting off any chance of returning to the lazy, carefree existence of a man who was only using a small portion of his potential. He sensed that now a new phase of life would begin, a life for real, as opposed to the staged performance he had been part of until now, merely playing the role of an extra. He felt it, but he also knew that there was no turning back. The thrilling mystery, of which he had barely glimpsed a corner, enticed him with its mere existence, drawing him in just as much as that blue-eyed girl, still not fully known, who had flashed through his life during one of those short summer nights. "Excuse me, sir," he suddenly heard a shy voice behind him. He turned around. A blond boy stopped a couple of steps away. Sneer recognized Philip. "How are you?" He extended his hand toward him. "Prawn said this is the best place to find you." "I wanted to ask," Philip stammered. "Let's sit down." Sneer moved toward the concrete railing separating the beach from the yacht basin. "How's life of a two?" "Well, that's the thing." Philip made a pitiful face. "I wanted to ask, how much does it cost to get to one?" "Ho, ho." Sneer laughed. "Already? What happened?" "Well, you see, when I went to work with my two, they did give me a 15 yellow raise, but my boss, who also had a 2, got upgraded to 1 within a week. So, really, everything's the same as before. Those 15 points more aren't much either. Prices have gone up recently, you have to pay for everything with yellows, and the greens have dropped catastrophically. Well, at least the girls must like you more now." Sneer smiled. "A2 is already somebody." Not really." Philip blushed to the tips of his ears. "If you don't know how to talk to girls, even being a 0 won't help." "But you're good at it." "Carl told me." "Don't believe him. He's a decent guy but a terrible liar." "So, you want to buy yourself a 1. Do you think it will help, that you'll be happy?" "I don't know. I think I should try, right? It costs 500 yellows. That's a lot. But maybe I can save up. In a year and a half, maybe 2 years. Prawn will find you a good lifter." "And you?" "I'm not in that line of work anymore. At least not in the near future. But there are quite a few others. Good luck." He watched Philip walk away. He was tempted to call after him, "Forget it, it's nonsense, a scam, a farce. It's worthless, a waste of points. Don't climb up, don't stir up desires and ambitions that you'll never satisfy. Just live, simply live, because before you know it, life will be over, and you won't have even had a taste of it." But he remained silent, knowing it wouldn't make any difference. He himself was also pushing upward, toward the cloud-shrouded peak of the pyramid, into an unknown realm of secret forces that, for unknown purposes, were pulling the invisible strings animating those helpless human puppets like Philip and the like, who were engaging in a meaningless game without understanding its purpose, knowing only the rules related to the next move. "A tragic farce," he summarized, looking around for a free boat. "And it's being played out in a puppet theater." He inserted his key into the docking machine and jumped into a small motorboat. 2 long-legged young women approached along the quay, looking for a free ride. One of them even waved in Sneer's direction. God forbid, they might be acquaintances, he thought, and he sped off at full throttle along the breakwater toward the open lake. Only when Argoland had shrunk into a narrow grey streak on the horizon did he turn off the engine and reach for the envelope. He read the first stanzas of the lyrics once, then again. "When darkness fills the night so deep, when haunted by a dreadful dream, lift up your eyes to skies that gleam. Above Tibigan's waters steep. From depths of space, light years away, 1,000 stars shine clear and bright. They tell us dawn will follow night, when this world wakes from sleep's delay. Unknowing of what time will bring, mankind in cosmic chains does sleep, but as once came the dark so deep, so, too, will hope from starlight spring. So hold your faith in wonders wide, in distant stars' outstretched hand, while still the lake's pure waters tend the universe in mirrored tide." He shrugged and tucked the paper back into his pocket. Allegories, metaphors, he muttered to himself. Instead of the explanations or guidance he had expected, he found only vague, mystical nonsense. What could Alice have meant by directing his attention so insistently to this song? Could it be that the melody, rather than the lyrics, held some special significance? That seemed even less likely. He reached into his other pocket and emptied it completely. Inside were the eternal key he had taken from Pron, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a copy of the brochure from Benny. Sneer read the first few sentences and concluded that it must be a science fiction story. But why was it published as a copied brochure? The old digger must have considered it dangerous material, given that he was clearly trying to hide it from the prying eyes of the authorities. Sneer lit a cigarette, looked at the eternal key, and tossed it overboard. Then he settled comfortably at the bottom of the boat and picked up the brochure. The missing chapter, he read the title, then, propping himself up on one elbow, continued reading as follows.
The editor of the morning edition of the Washington Post grimaced at the sight of the photographs the photojournalist had spread out on his desk. "We've had about 4 UFO photos in the last week," he said, looking at the reporter with disdain. "Can't you aim your lens a little lower? Interesting things are happening on Earth too." "Fair enough, boss," the photographer defended himself. "It's true there's been a lot of coverage lately, but this time, take a look. It's a great shot, a flying saucer over the White House." 2 days ago, we had a UFO over the Pentagon, and on Thursday over the Capitol," the editor remarked skeptically. "Come on, Billy, how do you do it?" "These are the most honest pictures, without any tricks," the reporter retorted, offended. "If you don't want them, I'll sell them elsewhere." An imaginative editor could make a great story out of this. "I've even thought of a title: UFO, or perhaps communist infiltration." "You're out of touch, Billy. I've already told you that you need to change your focus. For the past few days, there's been clear progress in the disarmament talks." "Well, all right. I'll put the photo with the White House on the second page." The phone on the desk rang. The editor picked up the receiver and listened for a moment, his expression changing with each passing second. "Excellent. Bring it here immediately," he shouted enthusiastically and hung up the phone. "You're out of luck, Billy. Your photo won't make it into the morning edition. We've got a ton of sensational news for the first 2 pages. You can console yourself with the fact that besides you, I'll also have to cut out at least 1 senator and 3 congressmen." "What happened?" "Everything at once. A sensational statement from the State Department. Significant disarmament decisions, the signing of a non-aggression pact between the major military blocs, and a real prospect of integrating the world economy. Unbelievable stuff. After so many seemingly fruitless, endless conferences, apparently the president has personally spoken with Moscow, Beijing, and Paris, and a groundbreaking, joint statement from the nuclear powers is on the horizon. And on top of that, Reuters has reported a sensational discovery of a method for extracting energy from virtually any available resource. Sorry, Billy. I'm going to be very busy. I have to reformat the entire issue." The photographer gathered his photos and stormed out, slamming the door. The responsible editor shook his head firmly. "Get rid of it, Kohler. We've never published such sensationalism, and the authorities frown upon such nonsense. Flying saucers over the Kremlin. Think of what that could bring us. Calls from the committee, the ministry, we could caption it with something like, a new attempt at imperialist espionage." "Oh, Kohler. Haven't you been attending the briefings? Don't you know that we're scaling down on that kind of rhetoric lately? Important talks are underway at the highest levels, we can't disrupt the atmosphere. Maybe title it differently? Visitors from space or a prank by a photojournalist, for example. Don't waste my time. I don't have space in the issue anyway. I can't possibly cut the note on the successes of the New Life Collective farm. Or the report on the racially motivated riots in." The editor's secretary burst into the office, waving a strip of paper from the teleprinter. "Comrade editor. TASS just reported this." The editor scanned the text of the dispatches. "Get lost, Kohler, with your UFO. Things are happening on Earth that are so significant that there won't be room in tomorrow's issue even for the comrades from the Politburo or Kolochkin's dormitory, he said enthusiastically, pointing unmistakably to the door. That day, newspapers worldwide reported on their front pages the signing of international agreements that laid the groundwork for many further integrative steps and rapid changes in global politics and economics. The public, surprised by such a sudden and favorable turn in international relations, focused on these momentous issues, which concerned every person on Earth. In the general euphoria and the flood of information, there was no space left for reports of numerous unidentified flying objects observed over the capitals of many countries. Besides, by then, such sensations had already become stale to newspaper readers and television viewers.
Sneer was awakened by the sharp rays of the sun shining directly into his face. He shaded his eyes and sat up from the bottom of the boat. A strong wind was blowing from the north, and the boat was drifting on sizable waves. A few sheets of wet paper were floating on the water. I must have fallen asleep while reading, he thought. It didn't seem to be particularly gripping. He looked at the floating pages. The brochure was poorly bound, and the wind had scattered it across the water. He sat at the helm, started the engine, and steered the boat toward the shore. The day at the Institute passed as usual. If Sneer hadn't known what had transpired, even the slightly anxious expressions of a few of the more important figures scurrying through the hallways wouldn't have caught his attention. No one questioned him about the last shift, and there were no visits from the police. Clearly, those who understood the gravity of their situation were doing everything they could to maintain their composure and the appearance that nothing had happened. A few minutes before 3, a young man approached Sneer at the porter's desk and told him that someone was waiting for him in a car parked behind the Institute building. Sneer easily spotted the long, sleek car gleaming with the polished red sheen of its paint. Such vehicles were rare sights, usually seen speeding along the overpasses above the city streets, reserved mostly for automated trucks supplying the agglomeration. It was said that these enormous cars are used only by the most important of Zeros, but no one really knew who was driving them. In any case, the car was clearly larger and more impressive than the small city vehicles that people used within the central districts, and for which green points were needed to drive around the city, while yellow points allowed access even beyond the built-up areas to the suburbs, where the wealthier working classes, typically ones and zeros, lived in individual villas and houses. For a sixer or a fiver a trip to those areas would be a needless waste of precious points, which could be better spent within the city. The idea of living in those expensive districts was beyond their wildest dreams. Even if they managed to accumulate enough yellows through various illegal activities, they couldn't stand out above the standard of their class without attracting too much attention from the police inspectors and revenue control officers. In this way, the lack of yellows and certain personal security concerns effectively barred the non-working classes from entering the suburban areas. Sneer had occasionally visited these regions and had once even considered renting or buying a house in one of these spacious, green neighborhoods. However, the nature of his work and the need to operate in various areas of the city center forced him to frequently change his place of residence. If only I found Alice, the thought crossed his mind as he recalled his old idea of buying a house. The memory of the girl, triggered by the thought of owning a home, convinced him that he shouldn't allow himself to continue such thoughts, lest he fall into the melancholy of unfulfilled dreams. "Please," said the man who had come to pick him up, opening the car door. "We need to hurry." "Where are we going?" Sneer hesitated to get in. "Out, to the south." "But you'll see for yourself," the man smiled, walking around the car and taking the driver's seat. "It will be a rather pleasant surprise." Sneer took a seat beside him, and the car maneuvered out of the parking lot onto the street, then smoothly glided up a steep ramp onto the overpass. The barrier, which blocked the way for ordinary city cars, lifted automatically, and in no time, the red limousine was cruising in the left lane, overtaking the slow-moving trucks that were automatically guided along the right lane of the highway. Sneer had never traveled at such a speed before. The rented cars he was used to moved much slower. He now saw them from the heights of the overpass, small, clumsy beetles crawling along the streets with their long unrepaired surfaces. In just 10 minutes, the red limousine had carried them beyond the dense central districts of Argaland. For the next several minutes, they sped along the highway, flanked on both sides by tall wire fences. Alongside the highway were access roads, occasionally intersected by cross bridges. The entire area was dotted with houses of varying sizes, surrounded by greenery, bushes, and lawns. In front of many houses stood smaller or larger, colorful cars. Sneer recognized these areas from previous excursions, though he had always arrived there by using the generally accessible local roads or the toll expressway. "Nothing here has changed much in 100 years, the driver spoke up. "Same houses, gardens. The only difference now is that the cars are powered by different engines, and there's no problem with fuel." The highway extended beyond the low-density housing area, and the fences on both sides disappeared. Sneer had never been in this area before. City cars could only reach a certain boundary, where the suburban districts ended. Beyond that point, the engine simply stopped working. Sneer recalled once venturing too far down an exit road and having to push his car back several meters until it reached the zone of engine's functionality. For the next quarter hour, they drove through green fields, where large automated machines harvested vegetables. Sneer was surprised that the car was leaving the agglomeration area. He knew that travel to other cities was done exclusively by air, which was very expensive. So where was this quiet young man, who had introduced himself as a liaison from the Supervisory Council and delivered a summons to the head of the test department, taking him? The car slowed down and moved to the right side of the highway before turning onto a side road leading toward a group of white buildings that rose amidst cornfields and were surrounded by dense hedges. The road led to a gate, which the driver opened with his key. They stopped in front of one of the low buildings deep within the fenced area. Just behind it was a large concrete helipad. Several helicopters of varying sizes stood in front of a large metal hangar, with a few people in flight suits bustling around them. "This is the place," the driver indicated the entrance to the building to Sneer. "If you have anything with you besides your key, you'll need to deposit it in a locker before passing through the security gate. You don't have any artificial organs, do you?" "Just 2 plastic teeth in my upper jaw." "Should I unscrew them?" Sneer smiled mockingly. "I haven't swallowed any bombs recently." "No jokes here, Sneer." The liaison wagged a finger at him but smiled as well. "This is where the brain of Argaland operates." "Why so far out?" "The air is healthier here," the liaison muttered, squinting meaningfully and checking the time on his key. "Go ahead, don't keep the boss waiting." Room number 6. The office was pleasantly cool. Beams of sunlight filtered through the wooden slats of the window blinds, drawing bright lines on the thick carpet covering the center of the room. The rest of the room was shrouded in semi-darkness, and it was only after a moment, as his eyes adjusted to the dim lighting, that Sneer could make out the heavy wooden desk at the far end and the gray-haired man sitting behind it. "Good day," Sneer said toward the seated figure. "I was summoned here." "Welcome to the Continuum, Sneer." The voice from behind the desk was gentle and friendly. "May I call you by that name?" "Everyone does." "All right then. My name is Vito Riscali. I head the special department here." He stepped out from behind the desk and approached Sneer, who was still standing in the middle of the carpet, with an outstretched hand. "I'm always very pleased when I can welcome someone to this side," he said, indicating a chair in the corner near the desk for Sneer to sit in and taking a seat opposite him in another. Sneer understood almost nothing of what he was saying, but he waited, hoping that something would finally be explained. Meanwhile, he covertly glanced around the room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with old books. On the desk stood 2 old-fashioned telephones and a very modern computer display with a greenish glow that seemed out of place in the otherwise traditional setting. Sneer recognized on the screen the thickly outlined shape of Argaland. "How did you like that fictive science?" Riscali asked after a long silence, as if waiting for Sneer to finish his survey of the room. Sneer didn't understand the question. "Do you mean science fiction?" he asked uncertainly. Could he be talking about that pamphlet? Sneer thought in surprise. "How does he know?" "No." Riscali laughed. "I mean the institute and the fictitious sciences practiced there." I was surprised. "There are some things I still can't explain." "I'll make sure you know everything you need to. We've tested you." This job, among other purposes, was a kind of trial, a test. We now know that you're a zero-class individual with a high zero index. I don't understand, Sneer mumbled, looking at his interlocutor, who smiled from under thick, grey eyebrows. A zero is just a zero, isn't it? What index are you talking about? Right. You have the right not to understand. Even for the most intelligent zero, all this is incredibly complex. It's difficult to grasp and fully comprehend even for the veterans on this side, let alone those sitting in there. I'll probably start with some subtleties of terminology. You see, the concept of zero-ness is a bit like a dense forest. When you look from a great distance, you don't distinguish individual trees, you just see a dark wall, a uniform mass. The closer you get, the more it breaks down into individual trees. And only from very close up do you see that some are closer, others farther, some bigger, others smaller. It's the same with zeros. To a sixer, they are a uniform mass, somewhere on the distant horizon. The closer one gets to the zero class, the more one realizes that not all zeros are the same, and when you finally find yourself among them, you learn how vastly they differ from one another. Only a naive 3 or 2 might envy them, thinking, oh, if only I were a zero, believing that belonging to this class would solve all their problems and guarantee an easy life without worries. But in reality, it's only here, on this side of zero, that the real, essential differences begin. However, to notice them, you need to be among true zeros. You are now among them, but don't get too excited too soon. It's truly a very difficult and responsible role. So far, you've met our expectations. Lately, it's been very hard to find a true, unlifted zero. The education system doesn't encourage the development of intelligence in the youth, and also the economic system doesn't provide the right motivations. In short, a true zero, a paradox, but one that is characteristic of our times, is easiest to find among lifters, not in positions requiring zero class, because those are occupied by various careerists, schemers, and pseudoscientists. You already know a bit about our social policy, so you have some idea of our goals. It's mostly about maintaining balance in Argoland society. It's the same in other agglomerations, of course. We can't tear down this fairy tale structure we've created for the people on the other side of zero. We can't outright tell a lifted zero that they're an idiot. It's not about them and their ambitions. It would be a breach, a crack in the general social views on the sense and correctness of our actions. We can't allow that. It's probably no longer a secret to you that in our world, only zeros, the genuine ones, matter. They alone are necessary for the world to function in the form it has taken over the last few decades. So, essentially, all other citizens could cease to exist because they're unnecessary. And here we arrive at a funny, or if you prefer, tragic dilemma. Because if all of them, essentially passive consumers, cease to exist, then nothing would be needed at all, no agriculture, no production of anything, no automation and organization, and finally, we zeros, deprived of objects to manage, wouldn't be needed either. All of them, the poor, uneducated sixers, the frustrated thirds, and the self-satisfied false zeros, are the only reason for our existence, the only purpose of our actions. You know the rules of Argoland society well enough, but what you know is just the first level of initiation. You're here to gain the second level of awareness. We know that your mind is capable of accepting and understanding a certain truth known only to a select few, not even to all true zeros. But before I reveal this important secret of our world to you, you must understand your position in it. You're stepping onto a path from which there is no return. You need to be aware of that. And now, a few facts so that you know what kind of world we really live in. You were probably puzzled as a child why a 6 is someone with the lowest intelligence level, while a 0 has the highest. It might seem logical to adopt the opposite nomenclature. There's obvious logic in that. However, this way of presenting things serves several specific purposes. First of all, 6th class citizens aren't called the lowest class because the number representing their class is the highest. This way, we've prevented the adoption of terms like higher classes and lower classes, which is significant for the self-esteem of the less intelligent. Second, in reality, for our purposes, the classification is different from how other citizens see it. Let me explain this conceptually. Remember the simplified model of the atom, the simplest one, the so-called planetary model? In it, electrons are arranged in specific levels, closer or farther from the central nucleus. The position of an electron, bound to a particular atom, is quantized. This means that such an electron cannot occupy an intermediate position between levels. It can belong to the first, second, or further shells, or orbits. The closer a shell is to the nucleus, the harder it is to remove an electron from it and place it outside the atom. Human society in the agglomerations is similarly quantized. We have 7 shells, or classes. Their number is solely based on the assumptions that were taken. There could be more or fewer, but 7 is such a nice number. Every citizen whose mental abilities don't exceed the level conventionally accepted as the boundary of the 6th class is a 6, and so on. Each citizen belongs to one of the classes assigned to a specific shell of this system, with the closest to the bottom being the -6th shell, counting down from 0. So, 6s are worse than the -6 level, and the so-called zeros, whom we place in various important positions in the agglomeration, have intellects ranging from a -1 to 0. To avoid unnecessary complexes among all these negative citizens, we drop the minus sign in the official class nomenclature. Thus, that apparent paradox is explained. On the other side of 0, we have 7 negative classes, reflecting intellectual deficiencies rather than the citizen's intellectual merits compared to the level defined as standard intelligence, or 0. So this 0 we are talking about is the line's inferior, the lower boundary of intellectual levels necessary for a human being to actively participate in any useful activity in our complex world. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, we place almost all city citizens below this level. Above 0 lies, just like in the atomic model, a continuum, an infinitely dense region of states of non-quantized, positive intellect. Only a few can be classified here, those whose minds exhibit a surplus of intelligence beyond the minimum. I hope this helps you understand certain matters and concepts better. You see, we have 2 categories of zeros, those on the other side, who could be called sub-zeroed zeroers, and the super-zero ones. About the former, we could roughly say they're not stupid, only about the latter can we say they're intelligent, although to varying degrees, because their mental capacity can take on any state, from the nominal 0 to infinity, which corresponds to the level of absolute intellect, an ultimate genius. Such a mind obviously doesn't exist, just as there's no infinitely large number. However, one can approach this ideal, achieving ever higher 0 indices. You've probably come across the enigmatic, seemingly humorous term square 0. It's indeed a sort of wordplay, but one not without deeper meaning. In the community of superzeros, who are people usually gifted with a great sense of humor, this term is used to describe a person with a 0 index close to 4. After all, what is the symbol of 0 from a geometrical perspective? It's a circle, and a circle should be round. A true, perfect circle, of course. But an imperfect, approximate one? How can it be represented? Of course, by some regular polygon inscribed or circumscribed on a true circle. The more sides this angular caricature of a circle has, the closer it gets to the ideal. Therefore, a triangular 0 is less wise than a hexagonal 1, and a 24-sided 1 is much better than both of them. You'll agree that it's quite witty. That's why zeros with low indices are sometimes disdainfully said to have an angular circle as their 0. The described classification system was introduced for convenience, but it doesn't mean that the intellect of superzeros is actually quantized. If necessary, the index, usually expressed as an integer, can be determined with as many decimal places as needed. Does it really matter that much? Sneer was overwhelmed by all this information. Tremendously. You'll see for yourself when working among us. Because I shouldn't have to explain that we've classified you as a superzero. The 0 index determines your position in the hierarchy, the number of votes you have in council decisions, and, well, we're still only human, the number of yellow points you receive each month. Sometimes, the 3rd decimal place can determine your career. So what's my index, then? We don't know that exactly yet. It's not as simple as those naive puzzle tests to distinguish a 5 from 4. That's fiction, a game, an occupation for idle sub-zeros. Here, it's about the fate of the world, about selecting the leadership cadre. Many factors must be considered. A person is a multiparameter being, and not only abilities but also psychological traits and character determine their index. You are yet to undergo detailed assessments. Sneer kept sitting in silence, processing everything he had just heard. In just a few weeks, his entire understanding of the world had been turned upside down for the second time. How naive he had been, thinking he understood this world as he carefree strolled through the bustling streets of downtown Argaland. How much he longed now to return to the blissful ignorance of a nominal 4, confident in his supposed true 0. That 0, seen from that side as a golden circle at the top of the firmament, was now, from this new perspective, 0 in the literal sense of the symbol. "I must have tired you with that lecture," Riscali said, looking sympathetically at Sneer. "Go have some lunch. The buffet is to the left of the exit. Take a break, and then report to the personnel section, building number 2. We'll talk about other, even more important matters afterward." The area where the council's buildings were located was much larger than Sneer had estimated at first glance. He discovered this while searching for the cafeteria and accidentally wandering too far down one of the paths. Passing through a small, tranquil park filled with blooming shrubs and unfamiliar exotic plants, he emerged onto a cluster of beautifully situated houses and larger villas, even more impressive than the most luxurious ones in the suburban districts of Argaland. An almost palpable sense of blissful tranquility hung over everything. In the gardens, around colorful pools, children played, and many adults relaxed. In contrast to the crowded beaches of Argaland and its cramped, even in the suburbs, buildings, this comfort and abundance of free, open space felt like a great injustice, almost an abuse. Sneer was aware that urbanization, with all its negative effects, had at some point in history become the only way out of the impasse. This fact had been drilled into him many times. The land outside the city feeds all the inhabitants of the agglomeration, and every acre of land is too valuable to be occupied for the private use of small groups of people. Here, it was clear that this principle had been broken. The superzeros had excluded themselves from the general laws and rules that applied to the entire sub-zero intellectual rabble. Perhaps they saw it as a fair compensation for the burdens they bore in ensuring the functioning of the agglomeration, but this was their one-sided point of view, which certainly would not have been accepted by the rest of the citizens. This is likely why the agglomeration's control center was located so far from the city and out of sight of its inhabitants. The complete and tight closure of the cities, achieved by making it difficult to leave them, served to protect this small secret of the super-zero establishment. Road vehicles, except for those used by the super-zeros and supply trucks, could not cross a certain established boundary on the city's outskirts. A special electromagnetic barrier paralyzed the engines. Could one leave the city on foot? Sneer had never tried, but now he suspected that this, too, had likely been made impossible in some clever way. Then again, no one in the city had any particular reason to leave it to explore areas covered in crops, endless fields of corn or cucumber plantations. Outside the city, from a resident's point of view, there was nothing, not a single machine, not a single slot where they could insert their key to obtain anything with their points. Before finding the cafeteria, or rather, a very decent restaurant, Sneer reached one more conclusion. The super-zeros' concealment of their living standards, their isolation from society, meant that by managing the agglomeration from such a great distance, and through more or less lifted sub-zeros in city administration, they inevitably lost clarity of vision regarding the affairs of the city's millions of citizens. Moreover, these matters did not concern them at all, safely hidden in their comfortable nests. How reluctantly they must have made the necessary business trips to the buzzing hive that was, compared to this place, Argaland. From here, as if behind thick glass, they viewed the happenings there as matters belonging to others, with no impact on their own status. The way they replenished their staff, by selecting from among the zeros detected in the city, effectively prevented any attempts by undesirable elements from outside to infiltrate and expose the well-hidden underbelly of their lives, seemingly coarse and full of heavy burdens associated with carrying out socially important duties. Why did they choose me? Sneer wondered from the moment he arrived here. In Argaland, he could pass, even in his own eyes, for a genius. But he hadn't lost his sense of self-criticism and couldn't fully believe that he owed this selection solely to his intellectual abilities. There had to be something more, some additional criteria that he unknowingly fulfilled. The answer to these doubts began to take shape when, wanting to take a tray with his meal from the dispenser, he couldn't find the slot where he was supposed to insert his key. Confused, he stepped aside to see how the other diners activated the food machines. In a moment, he knew all it took was pressing a button to get food. Everything here was free. Anyone who had the honor of staying in this center of power could satisfy their appetites without spending a single point. Another surprise was the quality of the dishes. Sneer, a regular at Argaland's finest restaurants, had never tasted anything like these delicacies. This food really had flavor. Even the most expensive dishes bought with heavy yellow points paled in comparison to these delicacies. The signature dishes of the Tower or Du Cosmos restaurants could easily be called fodder compared to the cuisine here. Anyone who loves good food and can appreciate its pleasures would surely not give up the opportunity to dine here, Sneer concluded, helping himself to a second serving of the excellent dumplings. They would do everything to avoid being sent back to the city. After a moment, it dawned on him that there was simply no way anyone would be sent back to Argaland from here. Such a person could spread undesirable information among the Sub-Zeros. So, if someone had been invited here, they certainly met all the criteria and conditions to loyally integrate into the Council's activities. One of the reasons for my selection, he thought, sipping the last of the excellent orange juice, was likely my sybaritism. But that's not all. What else, besides intelligence and cunning? Or maybe intelligence is a secondary, less significant criterion here. Riscali spoke of the diversity of personal traits considered in the classification of the Super-Zero. In any case, a love for comfort and good food definitely plays a role. What else? A lack of moral scruples? Conformity to any set of conditions that offer personal benefits? This line of thinking began to feel like a confession, so Sneer wiped his mouth with a napkin and, leaning back in his chair, lit a cigarette. And what if someone doesn't fit in? If, despite careful selection, someone slips through who doesn't belong here? If they can't be sent back, there's only one possibility. This last thought filled him with sudden unease, and even though it hadn't crossed his mind to leave this beautiful place, where he had found himself by some miraculous twist of fate, a fate carefully controlled, like the fates of all people in his world, he suddenly felt like a fly that had unwittingly landed on the enticing, sweet surface of thick honey. A poor fly that, in its initial euphoria, greedily laps up the sweetness, only to find all 6 of its legs trapped. The naive fly that, before trying to spread its wings, might still believe and convince itself that it's stuck there purely by its own will, that all it needs to do is want to fly away, return to those wonderful, fragrant city dumpsters, to the swarm of other free flies. But there's no such thing. Any attempt to break free only worsens the fly's situation, its delicate wings getting more and more entangled in the sticky goo, and that's the end of the fly. It's hard not to get sticky once you've fallen into a jar of honey. Sneer watched with cruel indifference as a fly, attempting to land on the dessert of one of the diners at the same table, became the source of vivid parallels in his thoughts. You'll get your share too, he warned the fly in his thoughts, and to distract himself from these intrusive thoughts, he focused on eavesdropping on the conversations around him. Did you hear what that guy from the forestry supervision did? One of the men sitting nearby asked, chuckling to a young woman eating fruit cream. I've heard he went mad. Well, sure. But that's not all. Listen to this. I was with the head of land management today, and someone from the aerial patrol burst in, yelling, "Boss, that idiot in charge of the logging machines has gone mad." The head says, not an idiot, first of all, because he's a 17 figure, and you're only a hexagon, so it's not for you to judge him. Then the guy from the patrol says, but boss, he programmed the machines cutting down trees in the western forest so that instead of clearing the designated squares, they went all over the area and felled trees in lines forming a huge message visible from the air. That got the head's attention. He jumped up from his desk and shouted, "What? What did he write?" And the guy tells him that the message reads. At this point, the storyteller leaned in close to the girl's ear and whispered loudly, "Kiss our asses." The girl burst out laughing, unable to swallow the cream she had in her mouth. The conversation paused as they dealt with the aftermath of the little incident. After a moment, the man continued, so the guy from the patrol tells the head that he doesn't blame him at all. He would have gone crazy too, sitting alone in the control center in the middle of the forest. The head dismisses it with a brief comment that the guy knows perfectly well why he was put in isolation and that this isn't the time to feel sorry for a madman when the state and public safety are at risk. Erase it immediately, he says, and the guy from the patrol laughs in his face. Boss, he says. These letters are 2 kilometers high, and the message is 30 kilometers long. Doesn't matter, the head pounds the table with his fist. Clear the whole area. But that's 6,000 hectares of beautiful old woods. We can't use it all, we don't have the processing power, the wood will rot, and there'll be enormous losses, the guy from the patrol argues. And you know what will happen when they fly over? They'll be able to read it and understand it. What do you care about losses? What good is having a forest if we're not here? You know how sensitive they are. If the message is clearly visible from high up, they won't doubt for a second that it was made for them. And what happened next? The girl asked. They locked the guy from the forest up in a clinic, and they're cutting down the forest as we speak. The head was right. Suppose they did read it and take it seriously. Where would that place us? They both got up and headed for the exit. The cafeteria was emptying out as lunchtime was ending. Sneer also got up and set off to find building number 2, where he was supposed to undergo some sort of examination. He expected it would be nothing like the classification tests for the Sub-Zeros, in which he had often participated on behalf of his clients. However, what he found in building number 2 had nothing to do with test assessments. He was asked a series of questions, to which he tried to answer truthfully, assuming that the questioners already knew the answers. They indeed knew quite a lot about him, as evidenced by one of the questions asked by one of the interviews. You once said that the social system in Argaland suited you very well and that you wouldn't want it to change in any way. Do you still hold that view? I said that, Sneer replied, because my material position and income were conditioned by the existence of that particular system. The motives don't matter, the questioner smiled. You must have complete conviction that nothing should or can be changed in Argaland because any change could lead to disaster on a global scale, and now that you're here, that disaster would hit you the hardest. So, are you convinced that maintaining the social equilibrium of Argaland at all costs is necessary? I haven't changed that view. That's good. You'll be even more convinced of it as you work with us. After the interviews, Sneer was subjected to electrohypnosis and remembered nothing more until he was woken up and allowed to return to Riscali. If you formed any opinions about us, the head of S department said with kindly mockery when Sneer reported back to his office, discard them immediately. If you think you understand everything, know that you're mistaken. You don't need to rely on guesses. You'll learn everything, the whole truth, without embellishments or omissions. That truth is too complex, too intricate, for even an intelligent super-zero like you to fully grasp. You know a lot, and you suspect even more. Almost everyone, even a sixer back in the city, knows something, suspects things, and hears various opinions. But the whole truth about our world can only be known and understood from here, from the position of a super-zero. It's incredibly difficult to piece together a jigsaw puzzle with an unknown design from tiny, incomplete fragments, among which there are also false pieces from a completely different puzzle. And if someone, under the guise of helping to assemble it, actually hinders the process, the task becomes hopeless. That's why I'm certain you still don't know many things and that your understanding of the world we all live in is incomplete. Riscali paused for a longer moment. He stared at the screen as if expecting some message to appear. After a moment, his eyes moved as he read some short information. All right, he said with visible relief. It's been approved. There's no opposition. We can include you in our team. Now listen carefully. What I'm about to tell you is a secret known only to the super-zeros. You need to understand it to properly fulfill the duties we foresee for you within our council. You're probably asking yourself now, why have we created and maintained this strange, artificial social system in Argaland and other agglomerations? Why, in our efforts to uphold it, do we tolerate no negative phenomena that we could easily prevent? You likely think that, with the greatest minds in the world at our disposal, we could have devised a much better, more effective model of life for humanity instead of this grand deception. You've noticed how hard we try to make everything seem as natural as possible to the average citizens of the sub-zero classes. All public information is geared toward convincing them that this model of life is optimal and that its implementation is close to ideal. The vast majority of people believe that this is indeed the case. They are content, some more, some less, but they live within these conditions and strive to achieve their personal goals within the framework of this model. Given the full automation of production and the inexhaustible energy source at our disposal, the activities of the sub-zeros have no real significance or impact on the amount of goods produced. The only issue that matters is how these goods are distributed, in such a way that people believe their standard of living depends on factors that find universal social acceptance, their usefulness and contribution to work. They must believe this, because otherwise, they would lose the only motivation for the actions that make up the functioning of the model as a whole. But are you sure this model is the only correct and best one possible? We don't know. We haven't tried to come up with another. Why was this model chosen over others? There were no others. So, when devising the framework for a new society in the age of automation, different solutions weren't even discussed? No. This model wasn't discussed by anyone. It was given to us in a form and shape ready for implementation. I don't understand. Working with us, you'll understand sooner than you expect. Rascali instinctively glanced around the empty office and, lowering his voice, leaned over the desk toward Sneer and added, "This bizarre system of organizing and governing society was imposed on us." By whom? By a force we know almost nothing about, except that it is nearly all-powerful. This very force instructed us to organize everything in this manner, making us, the Super Zeros, responsible for implementing the entire program and overseeing its execution. What could possibly be such a powerful force, capable of imposing its plans on the entire planet? Some group of terrorists with means of global destruction? A mafia, a group of mad scientists? Or perhaps a rogue supercomputer controlling all energy systems? No, no. Everything you mention wouldn't be the worst, even combined. That would at least offer some hope, a faint chance of breaking free from their influence. Unfortunately, the force hanging over us doesn't come from here. From where? From our planet. An alien intervention from space? We know very little about them and won't learn more than they want to reveal. There was a note of melancholy and bitterness in Rascali's voice. We have no chance in an open confrontation against them. In the past, different scenarios were considered for possible contacts with intelligent beings from the depths of the universe. Armed invasions destroying our civilization, enlightened aid from more advanced beings, colonization, and fraternal cooperation, misunderstandings and friendship were all considered. But these were all ideas on a human scale. No one anticipated a scenario that would be a conglomerate of all these versions. Those we must submit to aren't, strictly speaking, anyone's enemies. They're simply fanatics. Fanatics on a scale of the entire cosmos accessible to them, smug in their intelligence, which is undeniable, as well as their righteousness and infallibility. They came here to bestow upon us a model of a society of intelligent beings they had devised, which they consider universal and optimal for all societies existing in the cosmos that reach a high level of knowledge and automation of production means. They spread this model wherever they find a suitably advanced civilization. They see their work as a mission, a historical duty of their race, which was, as they claim, the first in the cosmos to achieve the highest level of social knowledge and was able to create such an optimal model. As the wisest, they allow no debate on the correctness of their beliefs. They act like the knights of old, spreading faith among pagan peoples, with fanatical belief in their ideas, which have become a kind of religion. Was there any attempt to resist them, to refuse their advice? These were not pieces of advice. Acceptance of their ideas by any mature society is, for them, an unquestionable and obvious matter. But every society has its own specifics. What worked for them might not necessarily be good for us. They claim that both on their planet and on many others they have enlightened with their wisdom. The system they designed works flawlessly, bringing happiness to various intelligent societies. Is that really the case? We don't even know where their home planet is located. Probably so far away that we wouldn't be able to reach it without their help, and even if we did, we have no certainty they would show us their ideal society. And the other, happy planets they refer to as examples? They haven't specified those either, but from our experiences, we can infer what they mean by this happiness of those planets. I'll get back to that topic later. For now, I want you to know that, as a result of their unmistakable pressure, humanity was forced to submit to these missionaries of the social ideal. Understand that they possess an unimaginably great power and discard any thought of breaking free from their control. Are they threatening the annihilation of human civilization? No, they didn't say that explicitly. They use very courteous and diplomatically cautious methods. It's undeniable that in the early stages of transforming our civilization, they even bore quite significant costs, providing many valuable technical resources. They wanted nothing in return. They only desired that we unhesitatingly apply their tried and tested system of social organization. Didn't anyone find this selflessness suspicious? Not initially. It was attributed to their fanaticism, their deep faith in their ideas, and an irresistible urge to continuously prove their genius. Humanity, or rather those responsible for humanity, had no choice. But now, we superzeros are beginning to suspect that all of this has a far-reaching purpose. The effects of the system they implemented clearly point to this. Beyond all its positive features, the final outcome is becoming increasingly apparent. The enslavement of our society. Sneer said, clenching his fists. Dumbing down, dehumanization, automation, atomization, breaking people down into individual components driven by petty personal interests. The destruction of human solidarity, stripping away the sense of belonging to the human species. We weren't wrong in selecting you from among many others. Riscali smiled, looking at Sneer with undisguised admiration and satisfaction. You're extraordinarily intelligent and perceptive, you'll be very useful in our group. But under one condition, you must abandon any rebellion and resistance against them. That would only destroy you, and possibly us and our entire planet. Each of us struggle to come to terms with the reality of our situation, that feeling of banging our heads against a hard, infinitely thick wall. Spare yourself that and accept our methods, join us, and embrace our way of fighting. Even if it seems to you that it's not a fight but opportunism and a surrender of radical action. There will be times when you'll want, with the best intentions, to do something good for our poor, lost planet, and you won't do what you intended. You'll be stopped by some inhuman, yet clear, understandable, oh, how sadly perfectly understandable voice that will tell you no, and you'll obey that voice, even if you don't want to, because you'll realize the futility of resistance. You'll realize the simple fact that if you don't comply, you'll lose yourself in an instant and forever forfeit any chance of accomplishing even the smallest thing for the good of Earth's inhabitants. You'll also realize that there will always be someone weaker than you who will obediently and dutifully carry out the orders of that voice, and your sacrifice will be in vain, it won't change anything. Riscali paused, his voice suddenly hoarse. He coughed several times and poured himself some water from a carafe, then swallowed a pill with it. So, what are you superzeros doing to avoid ultimately throwing humanity into the slavery of these cosmic fanatics? Surely it must be expected that at some point they'll step in and completely take over, because that's what it must be about. I can't believe they would invest in such an enterprise without interest of their own. There's little we can do. Most likely, from the very beginning, when we had the misfortune of being chosen as the ones to test their ideas, there was nothing that could be done. We cannot escape the ultimate fate they've assigned us. In the end, they will do what they want. They are all-powerful compared to our capabilities. The only thing we can do is delay that end. That's what we've been doing since that strange, unexpected invasion. When did this happen? I've never heard of this in Earth's history. Riscali laughed loudly, almost hysterically. Of course not. You couldn't have heard about it. It's us, the heirs of those who succumbed to the pressure, who must keep this fact a strict secret. We erased a single detail from the history of humanity, the contact with the aliens. Humanity must remain convinced that what it lives by now was created by our ancestors, by themselves, without anyone's help or coercion. Only we, the wisest among all humans, can know the truth. If the rest learned it, they wouldn't be able to grasp the horror of the situation. There would be widespread protests against our activities, which is the lesser evil, but also against them, and that would bring doom to humanity. Let the masses of sub-zeros think that zeros, independent intellectual leaders of Earth civilization, are the ones who created this system, manage it, and are responsible for its merits and faults. We are prepared to take on all the blame for the system's flaws, as long as the general public doesn't suspect the existence of an external influence to which we are subjected. We must take everything upon ourselves, acting as a barrier that isolates the truth about the aliens from the consciousness of the human masses. You understand that this is necessary, don't you? Sneer nodded thoughtfully. So, what's happening in Argoland and other population centers around the globe is a farce played out for these beings from space, so they believe their plans are being executed precisely and successfully by you. Not by you, by us, Iskry corrected. You're with us now, and you must feel a shared responsibility for this world. Our role is like a special kind of filter. We isolate humanity from the truth about our cosmic overseers, and at the same time, we isolate them from full knowledge of what's actually happening on Earth. Fortunately, they limit themselves to observing the general picture of society, so they fall for the illusion of the order we create. They believe everything is going in the right direction, and our task is to reinforce this belief through appropriate reports and communications. So far, everything is working out, although they sometimes complain that our march toward their ideal is too slow. In those moments, we must do something real, something spectacular, so they see progress. And then we loosen the pressure on society again. The more human traits society retains, the slower it will move toward losing them, and the longer it will take before they come and pick us like crabs from a net. However, if we fail to maintain the illusion, if they see through our game, they will step in themselves to systematically implement their plans of turning us into a mass of remotely controlled robots. They will introduce their ideals of social equality, leveling everyone down to the level of a sixer. That is their ultimate goal. We have barely managed to introduce certain modifications to their plans. We tried to preserve some elements of the historical conditions of our society. We wanted to retain some of our human and earthly values and achievements. At the moment when they arrived, the world was divided into two fundamental systems of social relations. Each had its strengths and weaknesses. Faced with the necessity of unifying the global social system within the framework imposed by the visitors, we tried to preserve as many of the best features of both systems as possible. Unfortunately, anyone familiar with the socio-economic issues of the world before the Great Reform can easily see that what is currently observed in the agglomerations contains almost all the flaws of both opposing systems of the old world. We don't want to touch anything in the existing system. Our dream is to maintain the current situation as long as possible. Not because we consider it good, but because it is the only way to protect ourselves from something even worse. Unfortunately, among the Sub-Zeros there are people who, knowing too much, spread inaccurate and irresponsible information, as they don't understand that they are working against all of humanity. These poor fools in the lower classes won't understand, because they're incapable of understanding our constraints and motivations. And those from space are constantly watching us. If the full truth about the real situation, the discrepancy between reality and their imagined model, penetrates their awareness, who will suffer first, if not us, the incompetent, in their view, leaders of the effort to improve humanity in a cosmic fashion? We will be the first to be struck, and then nothing will save humanity. Who knows what plans they have for us? We won't find out until they decide to implement the final phase of their intentions. Are they here among us? We wish we knew. No one even knows what they really look like. It's unclear if they can take human form. They communicate with us via radio. We can see their vehicles moving in our atmosphere. They make their presence felt, though they generally don't appear within the agglomerations. Sometimes, as if to remind us, they demonstrate their incredible technical capabilities, just as they did when they compelled the leaders of the old world superpowers to full obedience in the name of humanity's existence. Now that you know everything, Iskry continued after a brief pause, you'll easily understand that any opposition to what we are doing is tantamount to slitting humanity's throat on Earth. I trust one don't need to ask for any guarantees of secrecy from you regarding the Sub-Zeros. That goes without saying. They're spreading some text suggesting the existence of these cosmic interveners, Sneer said, recalling the pamphlet he hadn't finished reading. We know about that, Iskry waved dismissively. What they write in those subversive pamphlets doesn't make any sense. The truth is far more complex. Those primitive, oversimplified versions of the behind-the-scenes story of the Great Reform aren't very convincing, even to the dull-witted sub-zeros. Is it true, then, that they're deliberately being dumbed down so they don't understand anything and remain obedient? It's an unavoidable necessity, in the name of higher reasons, Riscali said, lowering his gaze to the desk. Better to have a slightly dull-witted society than the annihilation of humanity. So, it's true about the dumbing agents in the beer. Not just in the beer, Riscali smiled. In everything they encounter daily, in the absurdities of everyday life. But it's the only way to control this force, to create the illusion for our benefactors that we, the super-zeros, are fulfilling everything they expect of us. Well, now you carry this burden of responsibility with us. We must rejuvenate our ranks. Someone must continue this game after us, maneuver, balance, guard the equilibrium between necessity and possibility, delay, for as long as possible, the sad, inevitable end of humanity, which, we hope, won't come in our lifetime. Although, who knows? Their intentions are inscrutable. Now, go to the personnel, building number 1. They'll take care of you, provide you with accommodation, and assign you tasks. For a start, you'll become a junior inspector of social balance, and then, we'll see. The building where Sneer received temporary quarters was somewhat secluded, away from the other structures. The room was very spacious, even larger than the most expensive, luxurious cabins in Argaland's hotels. It had at least 20 square meters, plus a large bathroom with a real, long bathtub where one could stretch out comfortably. Such luxuries were found only in the villas of the more prominent zeros, in the suburban, yellow districts. Sneer tried to imagine the interiors of the houses in the neighborhood he had seen before lunch. They must have been the pinnacle of comfort, like everything here in this enclave of true, comfortable living. How miserably the living conditions of the crowd of human pawns, shuffled around the giant board of the agglomerations in that world of illusions, looked in comparison. Now that he could comprehend all layers of reality which had been fully revealed to him after the recent explanations, nothing surprised him anymore. This picture of the world must have been its final version, with no deeper secrets, perhaps only some details he would have the opportunity to learn sooner or later. He had to accept this world as it was, along with all the consequences that came with it. Sneer now understood what Riscali meant when he spoke of the irreversibility of crossing into this so-called continuum, as they like to call it here. The term, linked to the atomic models with which the old super-zero compared the society of the agglomeration, had several metaphorical meanings. Beyond indicating the absence of rigid intellectual classification, which allowed only the fixed boundaries of 7 negative classes, the notion of the continuum also signified an area of free movement, of liberty and relative independence in a purely spatial sense. The agglomerations were the atoms of humanity, binding millions of individuals, unable, like electrons bound to an atom, to free themselves from the forces concentrating them around the nucleus, which was the city. On the other hand, the situation of a super-zero resembled the conditions of a free electron, capable of moving beyond the confines of a forced orbit. What kind of intelligence must it be to conceive such a heartless model of society, utterly disregarding the individual characteristics of human beings, thought Sneer about the mythical beings from unknown depths of the galaxy. Forced into the senseless daily orbiting of a designated path, a person truly becomes akin to a mindless particle, at the mercy of the random interplay of forces within this complex system. The illusion of changing one's social status is merely a switch from one orbit to another, where the frenzied circling continues, a relentless motion along a closed curve that doesn't move the object any closer to a real goal. It was undeniable that the organization of Earth society, executed so thoroughly, had to serve specific purposes. Among these goals, it was hard to discern any that would bring happiness to the objects of such manipulation. The true objective of the galactic fanatics was fairly evident through their rhetoric, which advocated the optimization of all kinds and types of intelligent societies. If they wanted to take control of a planet populated by billions of human individuals, it would be as challenging as tracking and supervising each single electron among billions. It was much easier to control these unruly particles when they were bundled together, trapped on their orbits, spinning in a force cycle. Such a collective, like an atom, governed itself by its own laws, thus effectively self-monitoring. It was enough to track it as a whole, to steer it globally, and to prevent it from disintegrating into individual components. Then there was no need even to identify individual elements. They became almost identical, interchangeable, averaging their characteristics and ceasing to exist as individual entities. Humanity coagulated into lumps, glued in clusters that can be filtered out and discarded, with the certainty that no particle will slip through the sieve. Sneer shuddered at the thought. They want to have us in pieces, to remove or use us for some unknown purposes more easily. Instead of picking us off one by one, scattered across the globe, they can take us wholesale, like ants with a lump of sugar thrown as bait. In the context of such an interpretation of their goals, the galactic missionaries were simply cunning expansionists, eager to extend their control over all the planets they could reach. The most optimistic hypothesis Sneer could come up with regarding the motives of the mysterious supercivilization was the assumption that they did all this out of self-defense. By suppressing the development of all intelligent societies around them, they secured themselves against the emergence of any power or intellect that might one day threaten them. But even a society whose development is heavily suppressed might escape from such mind-numbing control. If their goal was merely to cleanse the vicinity of potential enemies, they would have simply eradicated life on this planet. Rascali spoke of pressures, demonstrations of strength, and fantastic capabilities. If they hadn't used them to once and for all deal with humanity, if they were making such efforts to implement their plans, then humanity must be needed by them, and specifically in the form they were trying to shape it into. Why? Surely for the ease of controlling billions of individuals, gathered in enslaved, isolated groups. There was something like this before. Sneer struggled to dig up remnants of historical knowledge from his memory. It was called concentration camps. But then, the goal was mass murder. Here, who knows what the goal is? A definite answer to this question would only be possible when the ultimate purpose of the cosmic demon's actions was revealed. This conclusion filled Sneer with sadness, bringing a sense of hopelessness. He now understood the perspective of the super-zeros. It was clear that the comfort they created for themselves was not the only reason they protected the secret, acting as a barrier between the masses of the agglomerations and that cosmic force. The irrational crowd would not understand their arguments, nor believe in the invincible power of the visitors. The mere awareness of subjugation to an alien force might break the passivity of the human masses. The bonds of social order would snap. The super-zeros, labeled as traitors who served the invaders from space, would be the first victims of the mobs. The rest is easy to imagine. It would be a monstrous collective suicide, an attempt at a hopeless, unequal confrontation. What had previously seemed dishonest to Sneer in the actions of the super-zeros, maintaining and fueling the unnatural, orchestrated world of the agglomerations, misinformation, the dumbing down of people, now, in the light of the full truth about the world he lived in, appeared the only possible and correct course of action. It is this very awareness of everything, of the entire horror of the situation, that silences the super-zeros. By creating a false world for the unaware masses of their fellow citizens, suppressing any crumbs of truth about the situation, they smiled hypocritically at those in whose power they, along with the entire globe, remained. They, the super-zeros, although their standard of living could provoke jealousy and desire in the rest of society if they could see it up close, were essentially trapped behind the same wires of the collective doom camp. The only difference being that they were burdened with the weight of true knowledge of the situation and the voluntarily accepted responsibility of maintaining the delicate balance between the fragile fabric of humanity and the brute force of the invaders, who could easily crush it. Is the awareness of the threat a high or low price to pay for a comfortable life? Hard to judge. A person in their individual existence becomes accustomed to the inevitability of death quite early, yet that doesn't stop them from acting, accumulating wealth, and achieving life successes. Does the inevitability of humanity's downfall and its uncertain end concern a person more than their own death? Probably not. That's why the super-zeros were more focused on maintaining the current balance than on the future, already determined fate of the human race. That's why they didn't hesitate to influence the mentality of the members of the doomed society, not caring about the moral, social, or cultural consequences of their current actions toward the population. Stupefaction, demoralization, directing minds toward everyday survival, these all helped maintain peace, delaying the specter of unrest that would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the cosmic invaders and the removal of the super-zeros from their leadership roles. Convinced of the ineffectiveness of the chosen people in implementing the imposed program, the invaders would seek to accelerate the achievement of the planned state of society by taking control themselves. On the other hand, the tolerance shown by the superzeros for many very human, though undoubtedly negative, traits of society and individuals stabilized the pace of dehumanization at a minimal level. The superzeros could occasionally provide excuses for delays, citing minor, temporary technical difficulties not serious enough to require intervention. Reflecting on the fate of a world in such an ultimate oppression, Sneer had to admit the superzeros were right, at least in one aspect: lack of alternative. What they did could be evaluated from different perspectives and with varying results. Given the helplessness of a world threatened by the power of the aliens, the adopted tactics were the best option. They offered the hope of human survival for at least a few more generations. Postponing the end of the world made as much sense as delaying the inevitable death of a sick person, even at the cost of certain damages to their body. In the rectangle of the darkening window, a slice of clear sky was visible, already adorned with the first lights of the brighter stars. Guided by a subconscious association, Sneer touched the left wrist of his right hand and realized the absence of the bracelet. He immediately remembered that it had been left in the locker at the checkpoint entrance to the building of the S department. Stars, the song, the bracelet. He replayed the chain of associations in his mind as he hurried down the stairs. For some inexplicable reason, the absence of the bracelet threw him into a slight panic. He ran to retrieve it as quickly as possible, as if losing it would mean losing the last material connection to the girl he still couldn't and didn't want to forget. The S department building was open even at night. The superzeros were vigilant around the clock, never ceasing in their efforts to maintain the fragile status quo. From today onward, Sneer had also been included in this constant vigilance. According to the detailed instructions given to him in the section where he was assigned, he was to be engaged in balance observation. This simply meant detecting and eliminating any phenomena that could threaten that balance. Don't worry about the details, the section chief, an energetic young mulatto with a good-natured look, had explained to Sneer that afternoon. Don't take over the duties of the police or the administration. They can manage on their own, and even if they can't, it doesn't matter. Your task is only to catch anything that might threaten the global balance in the agglomeration. Citizens' abuses and thefts, officials' corruption, scholars' incompetence, the stupidity of officials, these are trivialities that don't threaten the foundations of the system. I'll go even further. In many cases, these phenomena act as stabilizers, working in the desired direction. People occupied with petty frauds, handling their daily affairs, and solving individual problems don't have time for general reflections. If you hear someone bad-mouthing the zeros, meaning the council and the entire administrative apparatus, don't react. It's good that the sub-zeros blame us for all their troubles, that they hold us responsible for the deficiencies of the social system. As long as they believe in our guilt, the situation is far from a state of alarm. The important thing is that they don't say a word about anyone above us, no matter how they imagine that someone. We must suppress any suggestions about the existence of the great aliens. People who lack a full understanding of our shared situation, which means everyone except us, must remain convinced that Earth is a sovereign planet, governed by humans only. Some people suspect something, they have certain doubts, Sneer observed. So they, above all, should be silenced. They are irresponsible people. Their conjectures, spread among their fellow citizens, won't do any good. They can only cause disturbances on a scale noticeable to our galactic friends. Sneer had already grasped the situation earlier during his conversation with the head of the department. The explanations he had received there perfectly filled in the previously empty gaps in the model that interpreted the mechanism of the well-known workings of Argolan's world. The alien visitors were the only missing link that allowed him to understand everything that was happening on Earth. It was strange that so few among the citizens reached similar suspicions. Were they really so preoccupied with daily life that they had no time to reflect? Or were the mind-numbing substances so effective? Or perhaps the activities of the balance inspectors, who suppressed any dangerous speculation, were so successful? Now Sneer understood why, for many, many years, as far back as he could remember, any reports of unidentified objects in the sky, or hypotheses regarding the existence of other intelligent civilizations within contact range, had been ridiculed in the mass media. The authors of such theories were publicly derided and mercilessly mocked. And yet, even among the sub-zeros, there were those who reached certain conclusions, constructed various suppositions and hypotheses. Could it be that? He pondered for a moment. Of course. It was highly likely. Take someone like Matt, for instance. Could it be that the classification system was not based solely on intellectual merits? Perhaps it was also integrated into the overall system of prevention? Maybe those who are too smart to ignore something suspicious in this world, and who refuse to pretend they don't notice, are automatically classified as a 6th or 5th class, regardless of their intellectual level. Perhaps the attitude toward the suspected truth is one of the criteria for classification. Yes, that could be possible. Such a curious smart aleck, if he can't keep his conclusions to himself, is simply classified as a 6th class. A 6er is, by definition, less intelligent than a 5er, and there's no way of knowing by how much less, because the 6th class isn't limited from below. So they are, potentially, infinitely stupid. Their stupidity knows no bounds. They may voice out all sorts of things, but who would listen to an idiot? Quite cleverly thought out. Sneer remarked bitterly, but not without a touch of admiration. One cannot deny the superzeros the thoroughness in developing methods to keep the monumental fact of the existence of an alien influence a secret. Now, he too would participate in hiding this tragic truth. He acknowledged the logic of the superzero's reasoning, who saw this as the only possible course of action, and knew he should join in the Sisyphean task of propping up a world sliding inexorably and inevitably down a slope. As he retrieved the bracelet from the locker in the entry hall of the S department, he examined it once more. Everything he had learned recently inexplicably connected in his mind with some vague image, with hazy memories of something undefined, perhaps a dream, or someone's words. Now, as he fastened the bracelet around his wrist, his thoughts returned to his encounter with Alice, searching for the key to the cipher embedded in his subconscious. Sneer now realized that, lured by the premonition of solving a mystery, he had wandered into a trap from which there was no return. By gaining bitter knowledge of the mechanisms governing humanity, he had lost the ability to return to his original, comfortable, and carefree position within a simplified society whose problems now seemed like the trivial worries of a preschooler in the face of the looming horror hanging over the unsuspecting population of Earth. What on earth compelled me to get entangled in all this, he asked himself, a question that resurfaced from time to time along with waves of nostalgic longing for the concrete and plastic, familiar environment from which he had been abruptly uprooted and transplanted into a landscape so natural that it felt alien to someone raised amidst the labyrinth of streets and the monotony of Tibbigan's waters. The answer was self-evident. It wasn't the superzeros who forced him to leave the city. At least, they weren't the only ones involved. It's all because of that girl, he thought irritably, absent-mindedly spinning the bracelet around his wrist. She bewitched me, appealing to the most foolish, irrational layer of male psychology. She became an object of desire and longing, disappearing and leaving behind the hope of something wonderful, something unique. How could I? How can I still be such a fool to remain under her spell? However, it was far too late for such reflections. Here, in the headquarters of the Argolan Superzeros, bound and shackled to this place by the knowledge of everything to the end and the awareness of his powerlessness in the face of circumstances, all he could do was berate himself for his lack of sober judgment in a moment of weakness. What to do next, he now pondered, knowing that even if he were to find himself back in the agglomeration, he would no longer be able to rejoin the ridiculous charade of social life. Is there really no way out, no salvation for this poor world? He knew there wasn't. He couldn't find a single flaw, a crack that could offer a chance to challenge the obviousness of Rascally's arguments, and yet his mind kept returning to the problem. Had they really overlooked any opportunity, any possible solution? Suddenly, he realized that Alice's prophecy was coming true once again. He had reached that moment foretold, marked in the future that had been revealed to him. You will know the truth, the sentences floated up from the depths of his memory, as if they were echoes of Alice's recently spoken words. And when you see that there is no salvation for the world, when you don't know what to do, when you think that in the entire universe there is no being capable of helping you. In the entire universe, he repeated aloud. Was there really no greater, or at least an equal force in the vastness of the universe? Never forget about Alice, those words again, persistently forcing their way into his consciousness. Back then in the hotel, drifting off to sleep from exhaustion, he had barely registered them. Moments later, he had slept like a rock. What had he dreamt of then? He couldn't remember, but he knew he must have had some extraordinary dream. Now he was certain of it. The images from that dream surged back in a sudden wave. Not just the images. The melody and words must have been an accompanying element to the dreamlike visions. Where did he know that melody from? The words, yes, they were the words of the song sung by Dona Bell. The text, which he had read 2 days ago, returned from his subconscious, full and complete. But as once came the dark so deep, so, too, will hope from starlight spring. Yes, this was the overlooked possibility, the one chance that the super-zeros, sitting so long in their comfortable seats, either couldn't or wouldn't see or predict. Now it seemed so obvious to sneer, so impossible to miss. And she, Alice, was the proof of the reality of this chance. She was here so he would know, and act. But what task, what role was meant for him? Suddenly, the bracelet's clasp gave way, one part of the latch separated from the toroidal half of the copper band, revealing an inner cavity. From it, a small ovoid object fell out, resembling a gelatin capsule of some kind of medication. He picked it up between his fingers. It was transparent, and within it, a drop of blue liquid swirled. Tiny letters were inscribed on its surface. "Drink me," Sneer read. From the depths of time long past, the sentences returned, read aloud by his mother. "I think I could, if I only know how to begin." For, you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened lately, that she had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. He stood with Alice before a tiny door, behind which the captivating view of a starry sky unfolded. He still had traces of the gelatin capsule in his mouth. This is the passage to another world, that is beyond their reach. I promised to help you, and here I am. Come with me. And all those here? He gestured behind him. We will take them too, through this opening that connects 2 universes. How? Fasten the bracelet, grab hold of something, squeeze it tightly, and pull this poor, tormented globe along with you. That's why I gave strength to your hand. He looked at Alice's bright face, filled with the joyous sense of revelation and understanding, on the border of sleep and wakefulness, no longer knowing what was real and what was a dream, but certain that hope dies only along with the very last of humans.